not only changed is with people moving more online, a lot of this orchestrated media shit, people aren't going to watch it. But even if you look at the people, and of course the Democrats are pissed, and to be fair, that was a power grab. But when the Ellisons bought, what was it, CBS News it's NBC, I forget. But of course, this huge conglomerate, and then they, of course, now they purchased TikTok, all of this other shit. Okay, so now you can't count on those people.
Why can't you count on them? Because they won't let you talk shit about Jews on TikTok all day?
No, we're talking about talking shit about Republicans. We're talking about the news.
I have one question. I'm a foreign guy. I don't know much about that. But when we get...
Wait, hold on a minute. Okay. So what were you... I was trying to follow you, Pepe.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even the ownership of the media has largely changed. And then you have the really big example. That was X. When Elon Musk bought X, or Twitter, and changed it to X, that changed everything. No longer this death grip on information. Now, a lot of you can say...
Yeah, around the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's censorship. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was the Pepe Show. Sorry, you're not a moderator, so I just thought I'd talk a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. BP.
Okay, don't do it while I'm talking. Goddamn, dude. But when it comes to, holy shit.
Twitter, X, that was the last point you made. There's a death grip on information.
Yeah, you were talking about how they Elon and the right.
Yes, and so
Got you again, Dr. BB.
Leading up to the election, and that was some crazy shit with the Hunter laptop stuff. It was like you couldn't even share it in private DMs and just weird stuff. And then all of a sudden, here we have X. Then even when it comes to, even Zuckerberg was saying like, yeah, dude, I mean, we were getting a fuck ton of pressure to just like cooperate, as far as the Democrats go, in terms of censorship and all of that stuff. And I think that was a really rough era that nobody really wants to repeat. And of course, a lot of the Democrats way overreached with their propagandistic bullshit. And I would warn the right too, though, that like all of this Iran shit. I mean, you guys, I know a lot of you MAGA people are going to be like, oh, well, we make justifications for it. That's fine. But overall, this is incredibly unpopular in our country.
Yo, I would warn my ass if anyone listens to Pepe.
He's pulling this shit. Okay, inflation's gone back up. Gas prices have gone back up. For what? And I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen, and I don't know what's going to happen. He's not going to overthrow the IRGC. It's not going to happen.
No, I don't think they're working for them.
Roasting Dr. PP, one roast at a time.
Sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry.
This is what he does.
I lost my dad.
monster. I don't care if I lose myself. You were wrong about him. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find a hope. Your purpose is not what you do.
This is the one guy. You're gonna need to find more voters. That's the guy. You're gonna find more voters. Taking one photo with the same guy all the time.
Shadows whisper truths as the baseline drums. Lower this fire. Unchained, untamed. No path is written. No soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unswayed. I wear pop-up ears because I'm small.
No shadows chase, no voices call. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of silence fills my veins.
Kill him. Fucking kill him.
No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my
Chicago.
Satellite things humans want. Satellite space things humans want.
It's the Pepe Show. I'm so sorry, Pepe. Yeah, Coachella, huh? You're gonna need 5 more voters. This is true. You're gonna need more. You've never been mayor, Bozo.
No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But all to truly see, runaways, it sets us free.
Bacteria water silver cups.
Pain looks close, complete day. It will attend, but joy lies quiet, just out of here. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel it break every
Find more motors. I was supposed to follow the same guy trying to find some good motors. Yeah, you were supposed to be good. He's got to be there, Zelda.
Our company has come back yonder. Cold hard ground. Which is why we make the flow. The town with an excellent reputation on the road to road. Not 2 miles away, if memory serves.
We managed to make the first strike in the name of His Grace.
I assure you, my nephew will not begrudge me a night of comfort. As soon as you're ground, Lord, we will rendezvous with your army at first light. Or if their wine is good, perhaps the Lord at first light. Alright. Call. Get to the tree! Insurance person. I think you're dead.
They know we're abroad, they'll be hunting. We must move under the trees in my cover of dark starting tonight.
And no fucking inns.
Wait! Help! So wait. Our company has come back yonder.
On the cold hard ground.
Dragon.
Which is why we make the flow. The town with an excellent reputation on the road to road. Not 2 miles away, if memory serves.
I can take a picture of any book. You have to find your
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so
The hood is fucked. The hood is cooked. You can't get 10 supporters. Oh, nobody gonna win. Fucking 1,600 petition signers? Who were they? Who were they, Darren? Congressman Noli. You can't get 10 supporters to attend the town hall. Nobody gonna win. 1,600 petition signers? Who were they, Darren? Congressman Noli. The hood is cooked. The hood gonna lose. The hood gonna lose. He's a rainbow murderer.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open,
That's so smart.
the serpent shakes. Open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a god can. You open. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw.
I can't get 10 support. 1,600 petitions. Who were they, Darren?
A storm of silence, a broken law. Open,
So much for business. So much for business.
I am born to death, reborn on the
Magic.
horn of the unicorn. Do as thou wilt, as a god can. By the mystical union the fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow, a force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
The Master Cycle.
A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn, a goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fire and flattery, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow, a force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
You're gonna need more voters. Say vote the one. Say vote. Dozens of schemes, scams, frauds to steal taxpayer dollars and launder to Johnson's gang of cronies and wasters. Vote John, liberate Chicago. Daddy Dickman. Daddy Dickman.
I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery
I go find one. It's so cute. I love truffles. Do you guys like them or no? Some people hate them.
No, I like truffles. Truffles are good. Truffles are very abstract. It depends on what you put them into. I know people put it into
Yeah, I was
everything.
gonna say, what do you
It's
hate
fucking
them with? No, it's bad on. I mean, I've had truffles on sushi, which is like the grossest thing ever. Yeah.
Truffles,
Like some like ridiculous
Truffles
stupid
are-
stuff.
Truffles are really good on Italian food. They're shit that.
Yes, pasta with truffles. I mean, I love it on eggs.
Have you ever tried making a stir fry, like a Chinese stir fry with truffle? No. I want to try that honestly.
Actually,
That could actually work because they put a lot of abstract flavors in there. It's gonna taste a little weird, but it should be interesting.
unless I go to umami flavor, depending on what you eat it with. I don't know. I think truffles kind of taste good with miso, like the miso flavor a little bit.
I love miso soup.
Oh my god, I love miso. There's this like recipe that was
It's
like
gonna taste
I love to make pasta sauce, and there was this recipe that was like, I don't know the right word, like viral a couple years ago, and it was anchovy pasta sauce, and so it was like tomato paste, onions, and then they put anchovies in it. And I don't hate anchovies, but a lot of people do, and so I started making it where I would substitute miso paste for the anchovies, and oh my god, I love miso paste so much. It's like the best thing to cook with.
Hello?
Jules is right. Jules is right about this.
What? What?
Put it up at the top. Some guy going, yeah. Asking how he's eating his meat sounds kind of gay. I don't know, man. You saying that sounds gay.
That's actually really funny.
I want like some serious beef, you know?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You know, sometimes I look at two ends of the spectrum I detest. It is the fake nutritionists that make bad arguments to meat, and the fucking vegans. And to them I say two things. I say, on the meat end of the spectrum, there's some people who, even though they're supposedly carnivores, cherry pick a lot. And on the vegan end of side, I have to say the ideology with which they respond to this stuff is insane, because for someone who's apparently a vegan, you do be having a lot of beef with people, bro. Like insane. I will say, whenever you're trying to figure out the truth, the worst thing you can do is go to a fucking centrist guy, right? Or centrist book, or centrist or that's the worst thing you can fucking do. Mm-hmm. The guy will be like, oh, well, both sides have good points, whatever. Nah, here's what I do. I find the most extreme side of both, right? I find the most extreme side of anything I'm looking up. And I look and I read both of them, and then I fucking compare where are like the differences, why is this the case, bullshit, right? And then I figure out what I think is the truth, based on reading the fucking extremes. I don't read some dickhead who's like, oh, well, you know, both sides have good points, and, you know, meat is good, and a balanced diet of, you know, seed oils and fucking, I don't know, soy and whatever other fucking bullshit. But this applies to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a good way to be, is to just understand.
Use a rule of thumb.
Like you said, the extremists are thinking.
Use a rule of thumb. A centrist stands for nothing. A radical centrist stands for everything that works. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you guys ever been like plant-based or anything
No.
like that, even for a period of time? Not even for like a fast or
No.
anything?
Have we been what?
Been
Plant-based.
like plant-based or like done a fast?
No.
Like just been
I've done a fast, but I haven't done the plant-based bullshit.
a water fast or like a.
Water fast.
How long did you go?
The longest was 10 days. Yeah. Okay.
Wow. And what did you get out of it?
I lost a ton of weight.
Was that the only reason you did it, or was it for like anything else?
No, it was to lose weight. Interesting. I think you don't really have many benefits
been fasting after 3 days. You get pretty much all the benefits in 3 days. After that, it's not really useful.
I had like a situation like this for myself, for like about average 2-3 days, quite frequently. Because what my parents would do to punish me was just withhold food, so all I'd have access to is water. So I've already done that many, many times in my life. I can tell you, fasting's a little overhyped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks ass, man. Personal experience.
I think it's like you kind of get like a high from it. I think
As somebody who's gone through that multiple times, absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's just kind of like because the body's like a little bit freaking out, and so it's not like a good thing. But I think
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm gonna die in 10 minutes. It's not what I'm looking forward to, honestly. Like,
yeah,
it's overhyped.
Well, I think you eat very well though.
Yeah, I eat very well now. Like, there's a difference, right?
Well, for people who eat badly, it's like a break from like chemicals and processed food, and so then they like feel better because of that. But for somebody that eats well, it's like you're just depriving yourself of nutrients, and I think though that most people don't eat well, so they feel just like a break from like their body, like having to like combat inflammation and that sort of thing.
I guess. I think, like in many cases, fasting's kind of overhyped. I'm not like, man.
In yoga, like the like philosophy and ideals behind it, there's the idea that every month for one day you're not supposed to like plan it, but your body will kind of tell you that there's one day that you're not supposed to eat, and like it gives your digestive system and your nervous system kind of a reset, and it's supposed to just be like you don't feel hungry, like you wake up and you just don't eat, and you just have one day a month where you just take a break. But it's just, I don't know, it's not supposed to be like a planned thing, but
Yeah, fuck plant-based
I've
diets.
learned to never listen to women about anything health related.
I mean, it's not women saying it. It's male yogis who decided it, but it's not. I don't know. I don't necessarily.
Every time I hear some woman say she's on her healing journey, it's always like the worst shit ever.
I mean, yeah, I kind of think that's probably pretty accurate because I think people kind of torture themselves to feel like they're getting better, but.
Look, man, the examples where people torture themselves to feel better is the one where they go, hey, let's do the heroin chic, It's like, that's retarded. Who the fuck wants this? I haven't met a single fucking guy who goes, yes, I absolutely want this person who's completely malnourished and on the verge of death. No guy wants this shit. Like, by the end of that process, you look like a fucking dude.
Did you see the surgery? Did you see the surgery where women are removing their collarbones?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on about that? Why would people not want to have prominent collarbones? Isn't it kind of like good looking to have nice collarbones?
It is. The thing is, like, these people just do random fucking shit and then blame it on someone.
Not a single guy in human history has said, she's hot, but she has collarbones, so I'm not interested.
I mean, I've always been in the headspace that people find collarbones attractive, and then have you seen I don't know if it's I think it's a Chinese thing where it's if you have prominent enough collarbones that you can put water and put a fish in your collarbone, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you guys seen that? It's an attractiveness test. I think it's kind of funny. But so I don't know why.
What's the size of the fish?
It's like a little tiny fish. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I can actually do that. Although I'd have to put the shoulder forward a little bit, then I'd have the columns thing and you can put a little fish in it.
No, I can definitely do it.
That reminds me of Surf's Up. There's one scene in Surf's Up where the guy's like, "What's up with your hair, dude? Looks like you can fit a whole fish in there."
Okay, wait, look, I just heard it. Did you see that?
Yeah, the collarbone shit is just insanity. Nobody's ever asked this. I don't know anybody who's ever said this. It was yeah, guys, we need to remove people's collarbones. The fuck? Like, I genuinely do not understand where this is coming from.
Weird.
Like, somebody has to explain that to me. Because I don't know.
Yeah, you get a bunch of women that are like, oh, men will fuck anything that walks. And then in the same breath, they'll tell you that men impose unrealistic standards on women.
Yeah, I can do this thing. I can do this. Yep.
Do what?
Huh? The fish thing. I can do that.
What fish thing?
Like one, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
I have to like kind of lean forward, basically like she's doing also. It's ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I think this is some stupid shit.
It is some stupid shit. It is like traditional Chinese medicine. There's a good saying about this, and it is that if Chinese medicine would work, then it would just be called medicine.
I don't know. Sometimes
That's what it's.
Sometimes the Chinese.
Sometimes I will say it works, but a lot of the shit that you see is obviously bullshit. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, here's a video of some fucking guy taking a bunch of urine, curing that shit outside for fucking 3 months, taking that shit out and then washing out the fucking salts for the next 3 months after that. This is not medicine. That's condensed piss. There's no medicine here, bro.
I think Storman would love that.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. Yeah. First guy gets the access to the dimensional portal that leads to piss dimension. It says.
Have you guys done cupping or acupuncture?
No. Does that
Yeah, would you ever try it?
No.
It technically works like in the sense that it's like, it's like there's no way to know if it's like a placebo or not.
So basically, it's bullshit.
Well, it's like anything where it's like you can technically, study it and see that it has the intended result, but how do you know if it actually works? You can't really know with that because there's no science behind it in the sense of like there's no actual way to prove if there's a it's like correlation is not equal causation. It's one of those things.
Right. 99% of the time that phrase is used by someone, they're a faggot.
What, correlation, causation thing?
Yes.
I mean, I think we've already established that I'm a gay man at this point.
Yes. I hate when people say that phrase because whenever someone says that phrase, I can almost guarantee they're retarded.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit less retarded than pretending that things are actually causing each other.
Well, I mean,
No, they're equally retarded, if not more.
well, yes, it's true that sometimes correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's like sometimes they'll it's for the most obvious shit ever. Like it's on the level of being killed does not necessarily correlate to being dead. It's that fucking retarded. Whenever someone says this shit, it's always the most retarded thing I've ever heard. No actually intelligent person says these things anymore because they've realized, every single intelligent person has realized that every single time someone says this shit, they're retarded.
Yeah, but again, I think it's a little bit less retarded than just being like, oh, like acupuncture works because someone's headache went away because they did it. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's context is important. Like with everything. Okay, I'm seeing if I can
We
take
know
order.
that sometimes science is mega gay, right?
I mean, science is ridiculous.
I get that sometimes science is mega gay because, you have these fucking science-based lifters that kind of make fun of how other people fucking train all their life. And then you get that these fucking people are 10 times smaller than the guy that just fucking does whatever the fuck he wants and goes based off bro knowledge. And he's like the fucking number one fucking bodybuilder or some shit. It's always like this, right? You get some dickheads science-based. And it's like they have the most bullshit advice ever because the entire field of the fucking science has been run by facts, especially in terms of medicine or anything medical.
I mean, in psychology, it's like
It's psychology.
ridiculous.
Psychology is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know,
The only field of psychology that is actually legitimate is the field of psychology where they manipulate you to spending more money. Everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything else in psychology is bullshit. The only part of psychology that is actually legitimate is when they get you to spend money.
And yes, when
I
you
mean,
told
I think
your
though,
room
it's
her
like,
past
do you
is
think
basically
that just
second the street. All right, everybody, let's we're gonna
discard
continue to go to Discord. Thank you. If you want to get next week, make sure to join the Discord server. The link is up at the top. Subscribe to the advanced members thing, so you can basically get one of these spaces every single day on Discord. Yeah, see you all there.
Bye, happy weekend.
What are you doing here in Scottsdale?
You know, I don't really give that much information away. I already given you way too much, to be fair.
You didn't say anything. I said everything.
Hey, alright, shut up.
Hey, it's in Arizona, boys, so don't fuck with them.
So are you Persian?
Yes, I am 100% Persian.
So are you behind?
Fuck no.
No, it's
You
not.
said fuck no.
Yeah.
If you know how like,
They're like Mormons. I grew up with Mormons. I'm not Mormon or Baha'i.
so like, okay, so you know like with a lot of we're just talking about Middle Eastern people here. You know how in Scottsdale at least you have, I would say the dominant ones are attended. You have like Chaldeans, Assyrians.
No,
You have Persians.
Where do you know that they're dominant?
No, I just say in numbers. That there's.
Yeah, numbers, there's a lot of Arabs in Arizona, yes. And there's a lot of, because this is a refugee place. Arizona is like
Yeah,
the
so
location.
yeah, it's all Russians here, and that's why I was bringing up the Persians. Is that
They have
a lot of the
refugee
Persians here
camps
are
in
behind.
Arizona? They have
Yeah,
refugee
I was telling this earlier, I hired some girl came to me, Nina, you're opening a restaurant, like these guys are Baha'i, I don't do an organization, and I'm Persian, I'm like,
What
okay,
kind of
I'm gonna
what
hook
kind
up
of
my Persian
refugees?
people.
What kind of refugees?
No, they don't have camps.
Somali?
So
They don't have camps. No, it's
So let me finish. So I hired
Oh,
like, Baha'i people,
Mexicans.
and then they all fucked me over, Pete.
Political asylum. Most of Bahrain get political asylum because
My restaurant was in DC Ranch. You know DC Ranch?
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah.
Shut up a second.
Well,
Right?
there are Africans seeking asylum from Uganda because they can't be gay over there, so
I'm not talking about other
Seeking
people.
asylum,
I'm
they
saying,
can-
Hold on. We're not talking about the niggas. We're talking about Iran. We're talking
I
about.
thought you were talking about African. And some of those African
We're talking about Iran.
they're only coming over here because they can't be gay over there.
no, that's
You know,
bullshit. That's bullshit. So you don't talk bullshit when you don't know. Please relax.
Because uneducated people like you thinking about that the country.
You just make yourself look stupid, sweetie. And we're talking about.
I'm not about, in the religion. It's not just about being gay or anything. Baha'i have been killed by all the Muslims, so they don't believe in Baha'i religion existed. So they were killed.
Yeah, they can't be gay over there either.
No, we can't.
That's fine.
They'll fucking kill them.
Okay, guys, we don't need to do that. We were having a different conversation, and we do not need to go to the I don't know, pity Olympics, which group has it worse. This is fucking retarded.
Kind of retarded, but it's not pity Olympics. It's the truth. Because a lot of people.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wind. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being.
Splashdown again. It's the actual starship itself, so that's pretty cool. Because of the
Annihilation.
there's no bellies up. Yeah.
uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what am I to do with these? To me only the distant flutes, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame. The inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss. Annihilation. An end to loneliness. As to all mankind,
So you're taking dry aged beef and you're wrapping it in beef tallow and then you're gonna dry age it again.
At least
My
7 days.
God,
Set
how
this,
I
make this
love
cover.
you.
It doesn't get oxidized.
And the beef tallow also gives it flavor too.
The type
We're gonna keep it
of
in the
a
freezer
beast
for
I
a
hunt
minute,
thee
and
through
then
the
we're gonna dip it in the towel bath and
Thou
cover
art
it.
standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city.
Okay, now you're breaking off all of that beef tallow that hardened. Look at the color of
And
that.
So we're gonna
perch
take it with a
upon
margin
thee.
cloth.
150-day dry aged
Thou art
beef
my
and then
lover,
wrap around beef
I
tallow for
see
2
thee,
weeks.
as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other.
Alright, we have our 150-day dry aged
Art thou not Pan?
This is half a year.
I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst.
Never seen a cricketer suicide. They're so going to. Yeah, the splashdown again. Yeah, the splash.
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest.
soul. I will be with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey guard, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, to that which is beyond the goal of all fear like I love thee. For haste thou whisper so ambiguous thing. Wast thou afraid, O gold-hoofed one? O horned one, covered lightning from a lightning fulcrum. From
These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns. These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns.
thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. snakes have it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, oh thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer.
Friday was the final day of trading in Chicago's Union stockyards. Livestock feeders and livestock industry people from around the Midwest paid tribute.
We've known each other many years. First time we ever came to the council.
Black specks of
I can't remember the last time.
I placed on one, I float in the
First
my
week,
God. Oh, thou
we were afraid to be like
great
that.
sun.
I didn't want to get into trouble.
I understand.
Nature shall
Found paradise in the mountains.
she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with
She hideth me from my
destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, everything.
Now you come to me to say, I'm
Not
calling on justice.
Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous hearts given
You don't need to call me Godfather.
So may I be.
We've known each other many
Oh, you're left out of bunches stuff.
And thought is evil.
You're gonna have to grease local politicians with a certain zoning problem when it's come up. That is a kickback to the government. Well, using a selective voting, I'm sure the team selected will check. And I'll vote. Oh, I'll give it something with a building inspector. I don't know if you're familiar with the protesters, but I assure you it's not the Boy Scouts. That'll be quite enough, Mr. Miller. They may bribes and kickbacks and mafia payouts. How you do business, but they are not part of the legitimate business world. Do I make myself clear? Sorry, just trying to help. Now, notwithstanding Mr. Millen's input, the next question for us is, where will how about fantasy land? Oh, you're left out of a bunch of stuff.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath for its head, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love
Everybody's so sensitive.
Whisper so ambiguously.
waste thou afraid.
Oh, don't have to one.
Horn one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall grows, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one, one on not afloat in ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with vigor. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou Spotlight rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws tongue soft. Gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, core, feel the rip draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3,
Gonna lose the hood.
hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain down.
Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon.
Steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip a
Oh, I have one coming.
breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. If fear comes out to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Hold, breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath.
Losing sex workers.
Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand.
The video of you grabbing the female sex worker's head and forcing your tongue down her throat. You are a clown. No one will vote for you.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat, humming, grinning, her paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. You eat something, you'll grow with glasses. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, bread, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, bread, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate.
It's the nannies, baby. It's the nannies, baby.
Everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Pussy prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby.
Did you think it's okay for you to have sex with sex workers?
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 It's a combination of things. That's why I believe it. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10
Move
seconds.
over
10,
it.
not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go.
Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate the public from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Jimmy Twister is a fraud. They're all frauds.
Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold.
That's nice. Unfair housing cut the property tax 24% to stop. Stop the taxes and fraud. Liars and frauds.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
I'm a man, You have teabag, baby.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his breast bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble, and 2 of the cakes of light.
In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, Raleigh, goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells.
And two of the cakes are light.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail rod that goes in my bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell.
11 times upon the Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou uncrownable all untamed.
Even now and here be mine. And then
He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive liver let Jesus strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast and the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign.
he puts the second cake to the wound.
I stench the blood.
The wafer soaks it up, and the high priest knows.
He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law, do what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra.
I answered him with woe, and with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the
Legions of the living.
Keep going forth. Keep going forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries. Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Let thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liberal edges and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this soul I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra. I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth, he goeth forth. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being.
Catch me doing
Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to
My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I will thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God.
Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fatness and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and a flame. I see a trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
From the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my death, that I love thee.
Why haste thou, whisper so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, gold-hoofed one,
oh hard one, come and light me from a lightning fulcrum.
from
With the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am
the
greater.
socks and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
The little flock
those sheep. hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Why is thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one,
One on naught,
I float in the ether. My God,
my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself,
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
so may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its hand, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
O goat-hoofed one,
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught afloat in the ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their thought,
And thought is evil.
it is enough.
Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart a lantern in your chest. Right. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip the time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. If it comes out to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Christmas is new. Eat something you'll grow with passion. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, past the tablecloth. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Prophecy, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. It's like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, oh, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the mustard chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his breast bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble, and 2 of the cakes of light.
In the sign of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, I goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence and takes the bell. magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells.
Terrible, and to the cakes alight.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hands.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3
And places the fire in the thunderbolt.
I strike the bell, I light the flame. I utter the mysterious name. Abracadabra, he strikes 11.
He strikes 11 times upon the Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou will crown of all the dead.
Even now and here be mine. And then
He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the mass and live a live. Jesus strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burn even makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign.
he puts the second cake to the wound.
I stench the blood.
The wafer soaks it up in the high priest and knows.
He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grave, there is no guilt. This is the law, do what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries abracadabra.
I answer him with woe, with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the
Legions of the living.
keep going forth. Keep going forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10. Even thou and hear me mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third row. I turn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liberlegious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, I entered in with woe, with mirth I now go forth, and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth, he goeth forth, he goeth into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flutes, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind.
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel, there is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold. I won't fear my death, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things?
Wast thou afraid,
Oh, gold-hoofed
O
one.
hard one? Cometh lightning from a lightning Falker.
From
With a spell of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater
than the stars and the whole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
The little flock
the sheep.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea. phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Why is thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one,
But on naught.
I float in the ether. My God,
My God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself,
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
so may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
O goat-hoofed one.
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one, exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something you'll grow with passes. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, you're sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Oh, lo, 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 oh, lo, lo, lo. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, try the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Oh, no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the mustard chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble, and two of the cakes of light.
In the sign of the answer, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hand as he stood the altar singing with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 5, 5. 3, 3 places the fire in the purple. I strike the bell, I light the flame. I utter the mysterious name. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign has come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good.
Guided by one crown of all the 10. Even now, hear me mine and
He
then.
puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible.
Under the incense we proclaim these adorations of thy
He
name.
makes a mess of liberal edges and strikes 11 times upon the bell. The barren heathen makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold his bleeding breast
Cash with the sacramental sign.
He puts the second cake to the wound. Now there's the blood, the wafer soaked it up, and now the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who what thou wilt.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell.
And cries of repentance.
I answered it with woe.
With blood now go forth
And with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bells.
Thurible and two of the cakes of light.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He still the magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the enterer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bar into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, that thy one crown of all the 10, even thou and here be mine, amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I turn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liberal edges and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra. I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth, he goeth forth, he goeth forth. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him my loneliness comes, the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold man, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech, the embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure, the sixth interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind.
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain for, oh my God. From the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse, thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I would with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God.
Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fattest and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
From the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my God. But at thy feet,
Thy haste thou whispers so ambiguously.
least thou afraid,
Oh, gold-hoofed one,
oh horned one, will come
like me.
from a lightning fulcrum.
From
With a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am
socks
greater.
and the whole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
Little flock of
sheep.
There is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath before its head.
Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee.
O thou little grey God.
Unless thou beware
so ambiguous thing.
Waste now afraid I'll go through the
Killer of lightning from the lightning A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayst thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
Like they stole on one,
But on naught,
I float in the ether. My God,
my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
O goat-hoofed one,
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, one on fear comes up to friend, name it softly and breathe again, and fill the fire. I'll pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can. Hold, breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that peak for, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something you'll grow it passes. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, bread, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, past the tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy seed bread, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh yeah, I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Poppy prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the mustard chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his brass bearer, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble, and 2 of the cakes of light.
In the sign of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, I, the ghost in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells.
Terrible, and two of the cakes are light.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3
And places the fire in the thurible.
I strike the bell, I light the flame. I utter the mysterious name. Abracadabra, he strikes 11.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to sun, save me from evil and from good. That thou one crown of all the dead.
Even now and here be mine. And then
He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes his mountain live a limb, Jesus strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burn he makes upon his breast, the prophesy. Behold, this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign.
he puts the second cake to the wound.
I stench the blood.
The wafer soaks it up in the high place and moves.
He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grave, there is no guilt. This is the law, do what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries abracadabra.
I enter in with woe, with mirth I now go forth filled with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the
Legions of the living.
keep going forth. Keep going forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries. Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liberal edges and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invoke. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth, he goeth forth, he goeth into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind. Eopan,
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my
trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold.
From the goal to that which is beyond the goal of all fear, my God, that I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things?
Wast thou afraid,
Oh, gold-hoofed one.
hard one, color of lightning from a lightning fulcrum?
From
With a spell of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am
the
greater.
socks and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
Little flag of
sheep.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head.
Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked.
I will spear thee.
O thou little grey god,
Unless thou beware
from the grey to the gold, to that which is beyond the gold
of the sea. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things?
Wast thou afraid of those hoofed ones?
Oh, killer of lightning from the lightning A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer, my God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou
shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its hand, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fair. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wast thou afraid?
O goat hoofed one,
O horn one, O pillar of lightning, from the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on not a floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their thought
Thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest heavy, jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes.
You ain't gonna kill us in cold blood, are you? I'm new at this sort of thing. If I were you, I'd just go and get the whole thing. We were just joking. But you ain't me. Tell you what, you guys fight it out. One who remains on his feet is fair. One. Go to it, boys. Finish him off, will you?
Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop those I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you were complaining, you could be instead hustling.
Means of explaining that whatsoever. And I dare you to ask them one of these days who's Allah. And they'll
Our eye leaves everyone blind, meaning that our self-defense capital is general.
Gentle deep, exhale, feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. crinkling steam on her glasses. You eat something you grow with I got a really good bagel from the inside of my cradle. I see bread, sesame grits, all the stories and every taste. I got a really good bagel. Feels like it's a church table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. That's what I like about you guys. You guys are such gentlemen. I'm saying it's a pleasure to you. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Something does the same to we've all used before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good looking bagel from the inside of my cradle. Probably see bread, sesame grits, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good looking bagel. Hey, it's like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate.
We heard to eat the baby. But yeah, I want everybody to look up the Satan abortion clinics they have in Satan, and look up the UK hospitals, a hospital that was powered up by aborted fetuses. Look it up.
He's right.
That's right.
It's just insane.
He's
What
right.
is that, Andrew?
He's right.
That shit's
He's right.
insane.
He's right. He's right.
He's not right, Andrew.
No, he is, brother. 2014, 2 hospitals were found guilty, or found doing, I guess I shouldn't say guilty, it might be completely fine, incinerating waste from fetuses to, from waste to energy.
Wait, I looked up the Satan thing, by the way.
I haven't done the same thing yet, but the waste to energy is true. He is correct. They are doing that. They did it in the UK. Two hospitals were in fact doing it. They
What's the source of that, Andrew? Like, what's
yeah, so here, and there's actually a video. There's a news, there's
Yeah, in the day and age of AI, Andrew, I wouldn't try
No, I got you.
I was being so good information. I got way more information on this stuff.
Let me tell you about the same thing.
the same thing.
Let me look at the source. It's SatanisBehindAbortion.com. No, it's AlexJones.com. No, wait.
No, it's true. No, wait, hold on. It's true.
This stuff is
true.
true.com.
Oh my God, no. It's true, but it's true not the way he's saying. The Church of Satan opened abortion clinics for women. Remember in Texas they had that whole fight to get yeah, so it's really gospel.
Dude, I have a legitimate question for the Depop.
Right, it's not like a satanic thing and like
No, there is the abortion clinics they have to Satan. I'm not being
that's
Ben, you can ask Deepak again, but hold on, Ben, when you get a chance, brother, I don't know when you're gonna get to take a break. It sounds like you're a trucker or whatnot, which is good because that means you can hang with us. But when you get a chance, when you pull over or do whatever, if you're picking up a lot lizard, if you get a chance, if you can look that up and like provide the names of these abortion clinics. Oh, actually, there are several abortion clinics. It looks like. Yeah, so he didn't say, guys, just to be clear, he's not saying that normal, these are normal clinics being started by the government or something. These are clinics being started by people.
In England, they would be supported by the government because it's a national healthcare system. So
Yeah,
that would be
They
part
have
of
to
the
be
claim.
started by the government, wouldn't they? Because
Yeah. So
medical.
dude, let him find that. Deepak, I have a question. I've asked it 2 times.
Sorry.
I want to ask it a 3rd time. Where is
You
it
gotta get
nowadays
reverse.
saying like abortion to tie in ovaries or a vasectomy? How is that analogous?
Analogous in, like, in what context? I mean, obviously it's analogous in the sense that they're both medical procedures.
No. Yeah, they're both medical procedures, right? But one out of the 3 eliminates a life form. The other two are established to not create a life form. So how is it analogous in the way
Yeah,
that
I
you
don't know.
said it?
In what way? Like I don't. I mean, maybe I did, but I don't remember like comparing abortion to.
You actually did. That's the reason I spoke up the first time.
Unless it was in the context of saying that they're all like medical procedures that entail like some non-zero amount of risk, just like any medical procedure would, right? Just like a tonsillectomy does.
No, actually, I brought up where is like the statistical risk of having an abortion for the past 50 years, right? I brought that up. What is the death rate? What is the death rate of women who have abortions in the last 15 years? Is it statistically dangerous? Is it statistically dangerous versus, and then that was the original conversation that I brought up to you when you were talking about like abortions being like, a procedure.
I don't have a number offhand, but I just think it's a reasonable inference that it's going to be non-zero because it's a medical procedure. It's a
dude, of course it's non-zero. And then you even, this is a direct quote for anybody who wants to check the replays. He had to cite a drunk doctor. He had to say that, let's say there's a drunk doctor that performs it. That's how extreme his position has to be.
Shut up.
No, dude, that's how extreme your position has to be.
No, that's only
okay. You're so deep, dude. Like, you're deep talk, right? You're so deep. You're in too deep, as the movie says. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're making an analogy in any form about, like, even from a procedural, like, life of saving the mother, right? If you're making that as your premise, and then you're talking about tubes tied or vasectomies, which is like, snipping various. Hold on a second. If you're talking about tubes being tied or vasectomy. Oh my gosh, dude, this guy is ridiculous at this point. So
you're just like droning on.
Just saying, like a surgery, right? Let's just start at your base level of a surgery, and it can have like implications, and it could be like negative towards the participant, the patient, right? In all three of these circumstances, only two of those are to negate life. The third is that it's already life already existing. And you're just repeating yourself. But just so you know, statistically,
I already know.
All those surgeries have the same fatality rates, right? Like they're all so then it's not the same argument.
The fuck? Look, why do you think I brought up this whole thing in the first place? Like, what was the context? Do you remember?
Yeah, the context is just so everybody knows, the context is you support the concept of abortion, that you'll make claims that your false analogy to not being conceptualized, right? Like not being the point of conception. Yes, that's the reason those surgeries exist, is to not have conception.
That wasn't the context. The context was in the middle of a discussion with Andrew about this. Like, he read out that whole, like, sort of, whatever, right? That, like, little preamble thing on the website of, like, shout your abortion, right? And I was saying, the only part of that I disagree with, I think at least, the only part that I disagree with is where it says that abortions. Right? I do think they should.
No, then you led to vasectomies.
What?
Then you led to vasectomies. Vasectomies are to stop the concept.
If I did lead to vasectomy, it was only because I was saying that that an abortion is just a medical procedure like a vasectomy, right, that carries some non-zero amount of risk. So that is
No, but the difference, real quick, just so you know why they're non-analogous, right, is that a vasectomy is a surgery so that you don't conceive and that you don't have to have an abortion. No, it's that you don't have to have an abortion.
Analogy. I could have just replaced vasectomy with tonsillectomy.
Do you understand that? Like a
vasectomy.
No, do you understand that a vasectomy is so that you don't have to have an abortion?
Man, just explain it to him. I don't know.
Why Deepak doesn't understand how babies work, and I've been trying to explain this to him. He doesn't understand.
Andrew, do you understand the point that I'm making? Does anybody?
Why? I had a very good funded white school, so I understand the birds and the bees. I know how vasectomies work. I understand what it means to be pregnant. Deepak has the order all backwards. He doesn't even know what's going on. He thinks reading comic books gets you pregnant. It's very weird.
Wait, they don't? The thought doesn't bring them?
Yeah, one of your brothers gave you the wrong information, Deepak. That's not how that works. Exactly. But I'll just say why, yes, I think Deepak, just to be clear, why Deepak understands the distinction between a vasectomy and an abortion. I think he gets the distinction. He does. I think we're good.
But he didn't equate it the same, did he?
I don't remember him equating.
I'm not saying that they're exactly the same procedure. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm not saying that. But
It doesn't rely on that.
He's like.
But but the reasons of having them are different, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's why they both stop babies.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the difference is one of them stops before conception. The other one is that for conception, a life has already formed.
I agree.
But is it a burden for you to constantly remember that you have to breathe every minute?
That's this guy is ridiculous at this point. Do I have to remember to breathe?
I'm trying to explain, but maybe you should use smaller words or something. The point of the analogy, right? The point of the analogy is just to say that an abortion, like any other medical procedure, like tonsillectomy, for example, right, carries a non-zero risk to the patient. And for that reason, even if no other, for that reason alone, it should be rare. Right?
Dude, you're complaining, dude. Here's the thing. You're saying a non-zero, and I agree with that, right? But if we look statistically, all three of them, right, tubes tied, fucking vasectomies, and abortions, are not like a life-threatening operation. They're not. Getting your tonsils taken away is not, statistically, a life-threatening. Now, we could agree there's a 0.0001%, but that doesn't elevate your fucking argument. Just so you know, that doesn't elevate your argument.
Deepak never argued if it was life-threatening or not. He said it was just a risk. If you was listening to him, he said there's no risk.
And I agree with that. It's a risk.
Yeah, but
it's a risk. But the difference is No, the difference is
that was your argument.
Yeah.
No.
Are you saying that the risk is so negligible that it's not worth considering at all?
No. The risk is already after conceiving versus two others, but the risk is that you don't conceive.
Yeah,
but you're trying to conflate those two.
No,
you understand?
There's
a risk that you put a condom on and that you have an allergic reaction. That's just a fact. There's a risk that can happen, right? Would you agree that there's a risk of that?
I don't know.
Whether it's a 0.001%, there's a risk that a male, puts a condom on and that they have allergic reaction, or the woman has allergic reaction, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that point of doing that condom to possibly not have a child?
Go ahead.
Deepak?
And Christian, do not leave, by the way. And Universe, I'm proud of you for not being crazy. Go ahead, Deepak.
What was the question?
Is there a percentage chance that a condom could cause an allergic reaction either for the male or the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why can't
And was the purpose of that condom to not have a child, Depop?
Very good. So yes, so a condom is something that's necessary, right? So there is a reason, right? So it is true, right? So for example, like, the analogy would be like, you shouldn't like be just putting on condoms for no reason, right? If you're not planning to have sex, right? Don't just put a condom on and walk around, right?
Dude, even your school system disagrees with that. No. Even your school system says that's not true. They say that you should test condoms on yourself to make sure that they fit.
I mean, if that's true, then it's a necessary thing, right? It's something that you need to do.
And now it's like nobody is telling you to do that. Hey, if you tell you to do that, it's a necessary risk. Like, dude, I'm just showing, like, you haven't thought this out.
Okay, yeah,
Like,
I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
No, obviously you haven't. Dude, I'm just
somehow I'm making like equating
words right there.
to abortions, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
Dude, I use your own words there, right? Like, you try to say, oh, if anybody uses a condom, because the original conversation that it could cause an allergic reaction, right? Firstly, that would be the male putting on the condom. You wouldn't know any female had an allergic reaction until the skin. So then, therefore, the school system actually teaches children to put on condoms to make sure that they fit them before they have sex. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it, dude.
No, I know.
Why couldn't you just admit that one of your thought experiments was incorrect? Just do that.
Whatever, you're right.
Why? I think so. Somebody asked if you could. There's a request from a longtime patron that you dial down the volume just a little bit, and then secondly, someone said that they wished your dad would have used a condom, which I think was a little bit harsh. But,
yeah, secular. I get it, secular.
He means that in love, though. He means that in love. So secular. I just I thought it was kind of I mean, it was mean, but it was actually kind of funny. But only because.
It's just a common joke. That's like, oh, your mom should have swallowed you. Yeah. It's like a common joke, dude. It's like
you're good.
It's like Tony. Kill Tony type comedy, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Kill Tony's off the chain. Okay. Spirit and by the way, Ben, I think there's only 3 satanic temples. If you find more, by all means. But I actually didn't know about that. I didn't know about the burning of fetuses to heat the place either. Both of those are true. Pretty fascinating. Spirit, and then the testosterone stopping men from crying or making them less, susceptible to crying. That was interesting as well. You've got
that apparently is true.
Yeah, no. Ben's dropped some stuff, and I know you don't like the other stuff he said.
Ben has been dropping some crazy stuff, but it's all checked out so far.
Yeah, it really has. No, really, dude. I found him in one of these rooms, and I was like, dude, this guy's cool. I want him to come hang out. So I'm glad you came over, Ben. I'm glad you're here. Spirit, do you want to weigh in, brother? And by the way, Universe, you can come in too here in a second because you've actually been good, which is surprising. You guys realize that's the John Kitover. That's the real man. That comes in with 58 different accounts and streams us live on 30 different YouTube channels and has that real annoying voice that he does. That's
it. Streamed on YouTube?
Bro, I came into I looked at a video on YouTube and it was him with no shirt on in his basement with a big Israeli flag behind him. And he had like Snoop Dogg filters on his head and then in like actual dog filters and then like Snoop Dogg. I don't know, weird. And then and he was listening to us on his phone. He had his phone sitting there on his desk. He's listening to us, and there's like 2 people watching. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's creepy. And actually,
subscribe.
My wife doesn't mind it stream.
Somebody subscribe.
Bro, yeah, just subscribe. Because listen, Nathan actually asked him one day, hey, we don't record our rooms. Can you help us find a replay? And he had the replay of their room or something. Maybe
this is what Sasha needs then, right? The long fabled, thing that she's looking for.
The long fabled.
I don't know how many people have told me on this app like, you're not supposed to record.
More than anything.
Oh, Egg.
Well, no, the Roger one.
Oh, the Roger one. I thought you were going to say something about something concerning. Okay. Yes. The Roger one. Oh yeah, I couldn't believe. Man, that was so rough. I wish that would have. You guys missed it.
My fault. My bad.
No, it's all good. We just.
No, but the one before, I think the one she really wanted was the one before that, right?
No, that was still there. That was still there. I need to go back and find that.
Well, I'm confused. I thought she said she didn't have a copy of that.
No. She. I don't know if she has a copy of that. We don't have this most recent one. That one, I just have to go back and find.
I mean, the latest, the last one wasn't so, whatever, right?
No, it wasn't very good. No, it wasn't. No, the first one was really intense. They really got into it. And it was less hostile. It was more substantive. They actually went down all the different counters to psychophysical harmony, and Sasha did good on it. But nonetheless, or all the different counters. I shouldn't say all the counters, but whatever counters that Roger was bringing to the table. Him and Oppie and others brought forward. Anyway, Simon, good to have you, brother. Spirit, you want to weigh in, bro? Feminism, abortion. By the way, anybody in the audience, we don't bite. You can come up here. Sigma, you should come up. MJ, you should definitely come up. Abu, come up here and spit some Islam at us, brother. We love you.
This daily guy never comes
40
up to
days. 40 days is the Islamic position about abortion. Just so everybody knows, 40 days.
Wait, what'd you say? What?
Yeah, look it up. 40 days is the concept of Islam because it takes 40 days for the spirit to enter the baby of the womb.
Right? Isn't that also like a concept in at least, I don't know, I thought Christians, some Christians also used to.
If you want it, I'll provide it. I don't want to look it up. If I have to, I will. But
She's correct. She's correct. The only thing I'd say it's still wrong. Like we say, it's still immoral to, let's say, abort your baby, let's say, after 1 month. And the reason why is generally having
40 days is not 1 month.
I know. I'm saying even though we don't consider it murder, like it wouldn't qualify as murder because there's, like you said, there's no spirit. We still believe it's wrong to, just promote abortions at any time.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I just want to say, Abu, assalamu alaikum. I also wanted to say Islam is going to do really well because of this policy. For the most part, this helps them, the longevity of Islam by having such a high, birth rate, and them not aborting. Because I don't know how prevalent abortion is, even in the most liberal Muslim countries. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I think that helps you guys as far as the longevity goes, and just conversion real well.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia created a law about the 40-day abortion. I'm pretty sure they created a law about that.
Yeah, what do they do if they get an abortion at 6 months, Abu? Like a secret abortion or something?
It would be, there's no Islamic state. It would just be illegal. I don't know what happens. It depends on which Muslim country. They'll just make it illegal, and if you get caught, it depends on the law of the country. But I don't know,
what if there is an Islamic state?
If there isn't, then you just done a sin, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think of Saudi Arabia? I think Saudi Arabia, I just wanted to ask you about this real quick. I guess it's in 2024, and y'all might find this interesting. I think it's in 2024, I could be wrong. They've had a massive uptick in beheadings and stuff like that for drug trafficking or for drug dealers and stuff like that.
Okay. Can you put a source down?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's 24 people, if I'm not mistaken. They executed them in the public square.
I'm not familiar. Well, let's just assume that it is happening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but are those just late-term abortions?
We're talking about drug trafficking right now, but
I think the state, if they want to really clamp down on crime and show people a strong hand, it does have its benefits for the general public. Right? So I'll give an example. You get school shootings in America. People are worried about their kids. That's not something anyone worries about in Saudi Arabia. No one sits there thinking. Maybe most people don't even think about it in America, the average person doesn't. But let's say it was even more common than it was. More people would be worried. In Saudi Arabia, I remember I lived there, by the way. I used to leave
I've seen people leave the car doors open. I've seen people be very like they leave their house and their doors open and they walk out for.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. So why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to. They would be willing, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have. We've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law. What the New York Times told the New York Times.
Are you circulation way down at the New York Times?
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
I hope I don't have to do it. But again, like I said, 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen. You no longer have credibility in the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. But why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing?
I don't care what.
Carry out these sentences in prisons. In
I don't care
Afghanistan,
what.
since the Taliban returned to power, they have
Never say
punishment,
sorry to
including
bother
public
you.
amputation.
Let me try it. You know what consequences are? By the way, not trying is good.
Why does no man
So if I do that for tonight,
Some people don't see how much you do for them.
Nike is looking for people to test.
This was 10 years, I think 10 years ago, right?
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Abu?
But the way I see it is, I always wonder, well, as long as due process, my only concern is, was due process done? Were they 100% sure they were guilty? If they were, then I don't really have a problem with it because I know I feel safe in Saudi. I know I feel much safer in Saudi than I do I couldn't stay there. First of all, I couldn't stay there. I'd love to live there. So just before you say, oh, why don't you stay there? I'd love to live there, but citizenship there isn't as simple as like in a Western country. So if I had a choice and citizenship was easier, I would live in Saudi Arabia. But I'm living in a country that is like a Western country where I feel, at least when it comes to crime, a bit less safe. Like your phone can get stolen any minute. You can't walk around with cash. These sort of things. Someone might steal it, and like I'd be worried about kids getting into drugs. It's just these concerns don't really exist in Saudi as much.
Yeah. Let me read this. The last 2 years have seen a record-breaking increase in the number of executions carried out by the Saudi state. 2025 record. Saudi Arabia executed at least 356 people in 2025, the highest number ever recorded in monitoring media. And in 2024, this followed a previous record of 345 executions in 2024. The primary offenses, the majority, nearly 70% of those executed in 2025 were committed.
If you're a small content creator,
following the listing of previous moratorium of a previous moratorium on such executions. The execution process. The condemned person is typically brought to a public square or courtyard near a prison. They are blindfolded and made to kneel. An executioner uses a traditional longsword, often called a sword.
I said that even about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Andrew, this is my point, right? If I was in charge of Saudi Arabia and it was like a very safe, crime-free country, and some syndicate wanted to come in and bring in crime, I might be very I'm going to start that quick.
So your presupposition is that Saudi Arabia is a very safe, crime,
it's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free, but you will feel.
But that was your presupposition.
Well, I just said it's safer. Okay,
yeah, it probably is. It really probably is.
The thing is, some people don't like. I met many Western people.
I don't know. They allowed women to drive about 10 years ago. I don't know how to say it.
But what I'm saying is, I met many Westerners who lived in Saudi Arabia, non-Muslim Westerners, right? And some of them didn't like it because they're like, I can't find alcohol. I can't find there's nowhere to have fun. And some people really loved it. They just loved the idea of just feeling secure, feeling safe, just doing their own family things, going to the mall. They just like that very simple lifestyle. So it just all depends on do you want to live in a country that has a bit of restricts your freedom a bit when it comes to I want to drink alcohol, I want to go clubbing, or do you want to live in a country that's prioritized safety and things like this? It's up to you. At least there's an option.
No, that's a false analogy, right? Saudi Arabia has taken away every freedom to individual. Let's just look at women. Right? Women are not allowed to leave unless they can prove that their husband or their guardian, their maham, as Arabic says, said that they're allowed to leave.
That's not practice. That's not practice in the actual country.
Yes, I agree. It's not practical in the sense that Saudi Arabia has millions of people. So how are they gonna prove it? Individual by individual. But if you start a law that is not practical and you can't disprove it, then you're gonna start your statistics off of that law.
Look, I knew many Western women, nurses especially, they're Western, actually non-Western too, many Filipino nurses, even maids would come in, who liked living there. I mean, they were even you could argue they would be the least type of people who would like it because they had even less freedoms since they were working as a maid and they don't be allowed out.
Let's just do this. Anybody who wants to, look up when Saudi Arabia banned slavery. Right?
I don't know what, you bring it up.
I'm just showing, the concept of, human rights. Right? Yeah. And you're trying to say, essentially, Saudi Arabia does promote human rights and it's so safe.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it promotes human rights. It does.
But you're saying that you're comparing the concept of Saudi Arabia, which denies human rights, to countries that do have human rights, and that says there's laws that women or individuals can make their own lives free. Let's just say that, right? They can do what they choose.
No,
that's not.
Literally what I said they can't do. You have less freedoms in Saudi Arabia. I'm admitting that. I don't know where you're understanding my point. I'm admitting there are less freedoms. I've met people who don't like the fact that there are less freedoms there. And I've met people who absolutely fine with it. It doesn't bother me, women and men. It doesn't bother them that there are less freedoms. They like the fact that they're in a place where they feel safe. Maybe they came from a place in America where they.
Yeah. We live in America and we still feel safe, right? People do feel safe.
There are people, for example, I know women in this country, I'm in the UK, who don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. They won't walk out by themselves. While inside,
can they do that in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, and they feel safe. That's the point.
Real quick, can they do that without like permission?
Yeah, most Western women can. Yeah, I don't know about Muslim.
No. In Saudi Arabia, can they do that without permission?
They can. Yes, they can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's a liar.
Show me the legal law. I don't know.
You have to have a mom.
Is why. Like, I don't know what your point is. Like, I'm following discussion. Are you saying that, like, country doesn't have to do their own law or something like that?
No, so there is even a concept that a woman who doesn't cover up inside of Islam, right? She doesn't cover her hair.
I understand.
I understand. He doesn't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
No, dude, you're so confident. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, when you bring up like Saudi Arabia, women can walk around even at nighttime, and they feel so confident that nothing's gonna happen to them because of the laws and the punishments that would be applied to them. You're talking about like there's also laws that they're not allowed to leave without certain restrictions. One of them being a Imam saying that they can leave. Going back to Muhammad saying that
I'm arresting you.
To go outside
on suspicion.
This is the moment a 30-year-old was visit her parents. And then you also have, and that cannot be denied. And that's part of Saudi Arabia's rulings inside of their kingship. Nobody can deny that. And then you also have the concept of like, if a woman is not covered up in Saudi Arabia, if something happens to her, then what? If she's not covered up, right? Like you're bringing up false analogies about the West concept of freedom and how safety works versus your concept. Like you believe that this protects women, that their hair is covered up, even their face is covered up possibly, or that they're given permission to go for X reason or Y reason from their guardian. That's not the concept of the West. But you're trying to conflate those two.
Wait a second. Who said that the concept of the West apply on any other country? And again, I ask you a question. Are you saying that? Are you saying?
We're trying to conflate those two.
Okay, are you saying that countries aren't allowed to have their own restriction and they all
I completely do. I'm a relativist on this. I believe that any country wants to rule any way they want to, that's okay with me. I don't give a fuck. Right?
Okay.
That's the reason.
So you agree? Like, okay.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's not a relative. Like, it's relative in the sense that, hey, one country does X and another country does Y. But it's not relevant to a conversation to say that X country rules X way and Y country rules Y way. And then therefore, that country is deemed safer, even though, like, right? The people who travel to that country, they are treated differently. And they could be executed. Like, here's the thing. Think of this, right? If a non-Muslim travels to Mecca, what's the punishment? What's the punishment if a non-Muslim? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca?
Okay.
What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim
Okay, are you saying that punishment of that country doesn't suit you? Are you saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude. Firstly, we start out with the first.
Okay, I'm asking yes or no. I'm asking yes or no question.
The Islamic position and inside of the conversation that we're holding is not about shooting. It's about public execution from being beheaded through swords.
Okay, are you saying that punishment? Okay, are you saying you don't like the punishment of certain country?
Dude, I don't care how they punish people.
So why you bring it that up? Like we agree, then we disagree. Like for example, you saying that I support the.
No, I'm just saying like dude, you can make comparisons and then we can critique those comparisons.
Okay, that's a good okay. Okay, that's a good point. I could agree to that. Like that's a good point. Like you allowing your own rules to become.
That's all I do.
Wait a second. We have to have criteria to decide which is better. So in this time,
I never made a comparison about which is better.
Are you gonna cut me off every time?
No, Mohammed. I just want you to understand. I never said some way is better or some way is worse. I never did that.
So why are you mentioning a certain type of, punishment?
Because it seems like what Abu is trying to say is that Islam in Saudi Arabia is safer and better for X reason. Now, we don't have evidence for that. What we do have evidence for is that...
Okay. Can I stop you on that? Because what we're talking about is something to secure the human life in that country. And if you did a comparison between a country that is more freedom and a country that have less freedom, you will notice that if those rules abide by, the result of it is a country is more safer. By the data alone, not my opinion, not your opinion. This is what the data say.
That's also not fair because Saudi Arabia is a more harmonious country, right? Like you can't go out. You can't go out there and start speaking about Jesus. You can't start saying like Islam is false.
That doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. No.
Are you accepting? Wait a second. You arguing the point like you going back. You already said every country have their own law. I accepted that relatively.
Right. I'm just saying
it does matter. Wait a second.
You can't compare the two.
Then wait a second. After they have their own law, you come and say, I don't agree with that law. I'm not saying if you agree. Okay, what do you say?
What I'm saying is that you can compare a country that says, hey, if women leave without their mahram, we can persecute them. As opposed to a country that says a woman has a right to leave without any mahrams.
That's a law.
Dude, I'm just showing. Dude, real quick. You can't talk about like being free when you're talking about like a country that if you go out into the streets and you say that Muhammad is a pedophile, you'll be executed, as opposed to a country where you can do that.
There is no actual freedom.
No, dude. Do you not understand that?
I'm just pointing something
like,
that there is no actual freedom.
Dude, what you're trying to compare is a country where a king can say, execute that motherfucker in the public square, versus a country that says, no, they have to hold a trial and they have to be convicted by their peers. There's a complete fucking difference, my guy.
Okay, I understand. So you already said, like, you negating your first initial statement. You say that you support relative ruling. Now you say, I don't support it. Shut up for 1 second. Man, let me finish. At least I'll let you finish. Let me finish. First initial statement, you said, I support XY for certain country. Now you say I don't support XY for certain country because this is my preference or this is what I think right. You contradicting yourself.
Negative.
Do you see that?
Negative. I'm just showing you that it's not a fair comparison. If you're saying that, like, there is a country, right, hypothetically, that says, hey, if you defame X person, then you're allowed to be publicly executed, and that's
Okay,
a
that's the
concept.
rules.
That's a concept of freedom, right? You can do it privately, but you can't do it publicly. And then there's another country where you can do it publicly, and you can't be like ostracized to the point where you will be publicly executed.
I understand that, by the way. You don't have to.
I'm not
You don't
negating.
have to
I'm
repeat
not
it.
negating that a country is allowed to do that. What I'm saying is that they're not comparable in the concept of like open ideas or freedom or justice, right? They're just not.
Are you saying about freedom? Okay. Now you're shifting the conversation to another thing. You're saying this country have more. Okay, you're saying this country have more freedom. This country have less freedom.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now we have a discussion about other thing. Is more freedom better than less freedom?
I would say more freedom.
Okay. If you have the freedom to kill each other, is that better than having the freedom not to kill each other?
This is ridiculous, guy.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No. When you talk about freedoms, you're talking about laws, right? Laws are established.
No, I'm speaking about freedom.
Just so you know, laws are to protect freedoms, at least in the West.
I know. I'm asking you a question. That's not the concept of laws. I'm asking you a direct question. You said more freedom is better than less freedom. I'm giving you a situation. Is more freedom, like for example, the ability you are free to kill anyone, is it better than the freedom? Okay. I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no?
But you're not talking like anarchism is like the ideal system of like quote unquote freedom, right? You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. But if you do fuck with me,
fuck with me. No. I'm saying that you can is in that category.
Yeah, dude, you could just insert fuck with kill. In my analogy.
Are you saying that society is better than the other society?
Dude, the difference is, firstly, I've never said any society is better than any other society. What I'm pointing out to you is what I'm pointing out to you is that they're not comparable at certain stances. Like, if there's a society that says that, hey, you can kill anybody that you want, it's not comparable to a society that says if you kill somebody, you're not allowed to do that. I'm not making a moral framework. You're wanting to make this a moral framework. I'm not doing that.
Not a moral framework.
If any country, right, any group of people, let's say a tribe, if a tribe comes around and they say, hey, we are no longer going to accept anybody of this tribe killing another person for disbelieving or for saying that the majority of the tribe's beliefs are wrong, and we're not going to ostracize them, and we're not going to fucking kill them, right? That's not the same thing as saying that there's a different tribe just like 20 clicks away. I'm not saying that either one is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that one of them has a different form of justice, right? And it's not comparable to the other one as far as freedom.
Okay.
If you say,
I just want to say on your behalf, don't forget that. So please, what you were going to say. Why you're being unfair, brother. First of all, you kind of just are bulldozing him quite a bit. I think it's a little unfair. I've been listening, but it's been rough, dude. You have been pretty unfair to Muhammad. But the other thing is you did say more justice is better. You did say that. And then he asked you, do you think one society? And you said, I already said no society is better than the other. But you did say that more justice is better than You did say that.
Yeah. So how is that contradictory?
You can't say one society. You can't say neither society is better than the other, but then saying more justice is better than the other.
Well, both societies have their form of justice.
Yeah, but you think.
Now, when I say, like, my basis is off of, like, let's say freedom, right? For an individual. An individual. I would say that individual that has more freedom inside of the justice system, that's, like, comparatively better. I'm not saying it's like, I'll say rather.
There's no mark.
Because I think we would all agree that a person who establishes and says their opinion could, like, progress society more than a person who's being repressed.
So let me say this real quick.
Potentially.
So hold on, why progress better? In the fact that we would all agree, but say something like progress or better, those two terms have some kind of standard in mind. It doesn't make any sense to say that unless you're comparing it to a standard. Otherwise, you're just saying change. And it really doesn't matter which way you go, progressive, or whatever, unless by progressive you mean there's a goal or there's some better mark, right? There's some metric to compare a worse society to a better society to. It doesn't matter about agreement. It doesn't matter if everybody on the planet agrees, unless you're saying there's some actual standard.
Well, no, that's like the standard would be the progression. Right?
What does progression mean? Is progression?
It could be anything from economical, it could be scientific, it could be philosophical, it could be any numerous.
What I'm saying is, why isn't it's progression? Unless you're talking about there's a mark that you're trying to go towards. If you're just saying progression, it's just all horizontal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. It doesn't matter if you enslave women, if you kill animals, if you eat them, if you don't eat them, if you chop people's hands off or not, unless you're going to say it's better to do something than something else, it doesn't matter. All of it's the same. But if you're saying there's a standard that you're comparing it to, then that would make sense. You could say it's getting better. If you think freedom and liberation, as you might say, if you think that's a better thing, then you have a standard of that, and you're saying that's a better thing. Otherwise, it's all just change. There's no distinction.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain my position well enough.
Okay.
I mean, but with that in your mind, though, have a lot of
Any group of people that want to live a certain way and govern themselves a certain way, I support that.
Okay, so
That doesn't make it.
Okay, so if a group of people want to rape, pillage, and do everything, and kill their own babies and eat them and do everything, you're going to support that. You just said that.
That's their society, dog.
Right. So you.
I don't have to agree with it. Right? I don't.
Well, what does it mean?
So I don't agree with Sharia.
Yeah.
Right?
What does it mean to support it, though?
Like, I don't think that I have to intervene with it.
Wait, so you're not okay? So let me get this straight. If there's an island of 1,000 people and they're raping each other constantly and eating their children, okay? You're telling
It's not
me.
my position that we have to intervene with that.
I'm not saying it's your position that you have to. Are you? If you have the ability.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's wild, bro. So why do you?
I'm not going to intervene with it. Like,
wait a second.
at what point intervention becomes.
Why do I make a distinction between countries and your neighbor? So if your neighbor here in the United States was like eating his pig or raping his pig or doing whatever he's doing, why would you intervene there? Because it seems like you're for laws in the United States.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the conversation is like outside the United States, I don't care what other people do. Like that's their thing. Like if a group of people in some other place outside of the United States have these weird, killing, eating, cannibalistic family member concepts,
whatever. Yeah.
that's their fucking thing.
Okay,
it's
so
not my thing.
So just to be clear, so are you against all intervention into other countries?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've stated this before to you that I'm an isolationist.
No,
absolutely.
I mean, to some degree, I can respect that to some degree, but I do
That's
Yeah,
not
but that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
At some point, that becomes where, hey, we have to step in. And I don't think that we should ever have to step
Well, no,
in.
I know you're saying that, but I can't. I think that's fine. We don't have to have that discussion right now.
I think I'm being consistent.
No, that's fine. You're being consistent. The only thing that's not consistent is you use terms like better and progressive and stuff like that because
That's my flaw of terminology, I
that's
guess you
okay.
could say.
That's all right. That's all right. Okay, well then you're fine. It's all good. I do want to give some other people, if we can, some chance to come in. I appreciate you, brother. I know
Yeah, I'll
Keith's-
mute up.
You're
For
good,
sure.
brother. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Kia and Muhammad, I appreciate you guys. Simon, Abu, Muhammad. Go ahead.
Actually, you didn't tell your viewers. Because you asked me, so what do you think? Like, would you prefer the state to be maybe not as harsh as Saudi Arabia, but at least harsher?
Yeah, to be quite frank with you, Abu, I'm very sympathetic to these kinds of laws that you guys are doing because I think there's something about getting everybody involved. So, two things. Here in the United States, capital punishment is typically a private affair. Okay, it's done on a private closed circuit TV or direct visual and they're in a building. There's like the family members that were of the victims, maybe of the also of the the criminal or the one that's on death row being put to death, and then some state officials and stuff. But when you privatize it like that and you keep it away from the society at large, then they don't experience the gruesomeness of what's happening there and they don't associate the crime with the punishment. What you guys are doing, and what I think that happened in the Old Testament, is that when somebody did a crime, they would bring everybody. You bring your aunt, grandma, you set up the lawn chairs, and you all get some rocks and you toss them at them until they lay down and they don't get back up. So when they did that, I think it had a massive deterrent effect. I think I think it is insanely strong deterrent to get all people involved. Because I bet you can't heal. Hold on real quick. I just want to say that
You agree with the fact that it's public, and you agree with the fact that it's very harsh.
Harsh and public, yes. Because here's the thing, I can almost bet you, your bottom dollar, that whatever it is that these folks are doing that caused the people to pick up and throw rocks at them, there probably wasn't much of that going on afterward. You probably had a lot of deterrent, and so I am a strong supporter of the idea that if you are going to do capital punishment, that it should be something like that. So yeah, I'm actually, as intense as that is when you said the bodies are strung up in Saudi Arabia and the hanging there for people to see or whatever, as intense as that is for people in the West, we're killing people too over here. We just brought back the firing squad in Idaho. There's all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not done where people see it, and so people aren't getting the deterrent effect that is present there that I think God instituted when He gave the death penalty. But anyway, go ahead, Kia. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was in criminal law courses for a while. I thought I was going to be an attorney. My life didn't turn out that way, but nevertheless, I remember being distinctly in a class. My professor asked, why isn't the death penalty really effective for Americans? And I answered, because it's not across the board, it's not unilateral, it's unique. And it's not an eye for an eye. If you kill someone, you get the death penalty. You don't even know where that should begin. You can spend life in prison, and most often people think that that's what they are going to face is life in prison, not death. If capital punishment were across the board was more standardized, then we don't need to see I just don't think we need to see the gruesomeness of death. I just think we need to understand where that line really is that we have to cross before we are, put on death row. It's so fragmented, and lots of states don't even accept it, and so it's a dotted line for us Americans. It as much so as the way that we perceive meat. We tend to treat meat as it doesn't. We cut it up in such a way that it distracts us from the actual animal, right?
Right. Well, that's because people don't see the process, and that's why I'm a little confused as to why you're saying to keep the process of the penalty. The uniformity of it between the states, I agree, could lead to some confusion. But I would probably argue that most people know by the state they're living in, unless they're crossing state lines to do crimes, which does happen, but that's not going to be the predominant amount of crime that's caused. It's going to be caused in your own state. People who live in their own state are going to know if the death penalty is available there. So I'm not exactly sure.
I've been in Georgia, I've been in California, those are my two spots, and I have zero idea I don't even have zero idea what the divorce laws are. If there's a separate, it's a split between husband and wife. I don't, and most.
Yeah, that's fine. I got you there. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair. So from state to state, we don't know what we're into. We're not, we're not diligent in understanding law. When law changes, most of us don't know unless it shows up on the news and we happen to catch it and then try to apply it to our practices throughout life. But besides that, we're ignorant to the law. It's not consistent across the board. There's a lot of bias in it from the top down, and we can't make decisions. So, but if you're in another country, like I don't know, some Islamic countries, there's some strong rules about if you cross this line, regardless of circumstances, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
That's different in the United States, and I just don't think that we should be comparing the two. And before I get off, I just want to say another thing. You guys talked a lot about women. All men was talking about women. And I just think, the whole time I heard y'all talking, I just thought about all these women who walk around with no shirt on, with titties hanging, and the men respect that the titties are for the babies, and they are safe. Why, in certain other countries, women have to almost disappear for men not to want to suck on their titties?
Okay, appreciate that last one. But just the uniformity that you laid out there, carrying out these penalties. I mean, I'm a fan of state rights and state ability to kind of determine their own laws. I think that's good. Kind of helps keep a separation of powers and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, right? Have a state seat from the nation, whatever. I think that's good. So that's one thing. So I don't think necessarily uniformity, but insofar as we think the death penalty should be ubiquitous in the United States, the thing that would solve the thing you're talking about, Kia, is make it public. Right? It would solve this whole thing about the PSA and let people know, hey, we do it here. Not only do we do it here, it's in your state, it's in the town square. Meet us there at 3 o'clock, bring your aunt, bring all your children, let's have a good day. Let's make a day of it. Right? Okay? It's going to be a beautiful day. No, but the point is it would be known. People wouldn't be wondering about where it is or which state they carry it out and how they carry it out. You just know because they do it and it's public. So that would solve that. I do think having people involved is much better than privatizing it. I think making it a private matter is the same thing you just talked about with the meat industry. People have no idea how grotesque these factory farms are. No idea. They have no idea what these animals are going through and the way that it is just gross. For me, it's gross. It is immoral. A lot of them are immoral, but it is actually gross. It's gross. And if you look at it, it blew me out watching Dominion. I was done on YouTube for free. Pull it up if you don't want to watch it. But anyway, Dominion. Taking after Genesis, take dominion of the earth and the animals. It's kind of interesting they played on that, but whatever.
All right, but hold on, Andrew. No, hold on, Andrew.
Yep.
We saw that play out in Europe.
Saw what?
No, we finished.
Saw what? I'm asking you a question. Saw what?
No, I haven't even got to my point.
Well, you said we saw it play out. What?
Can I finish?
Well, you interrupted me, so I'm gonna.
I heard many points that you made, and you kind of, I think we're going back. So what in the middle of half a sentence is like, wow.
Because I feel like we're gonna deviate here, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, well, hear me out.
Well, can you answer me about what? Can you tell me what you saw in Europe?
I don't know what you're saying because I haven't even finished what I was saying.
No, when you said we saw that play out in Europe, saw what play out?
That.
Why can't you just say what played out in Europe?
And I'm trying to.
Like, why can't you just say what
That's part of finishing a sentence.
You have a pronoun in a sentence. You can't put the reference of the fucking pronoun. If I said I got it from the kitchen, you say what was it? The lemonade.
Finishing.
It's very easy to do that. Like,
That's part of the
why are you like? You not know what your sentence was going to be about, and that's why you're unable to answer the question, or
So,
do you
Andrew,
just want to do something weird socially right now? Just
So,
have no desire to communicate what your pronoun was referring to.
So Andrew, we saw that play out in the Dark Ages. We saw it play out in the Dark Ages, and I don't know how many centuries before that, and it only created more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Crazy bitch.
Hey,
fuck's sakes.
Sam,
did you say it?
Did you say it?
Did you say it, Sam? Did you say it? What? What did you mean? Did you say it though? Well, let me finish the sentence. Let me finish it. I'll tell you what it is.
What are you talking about?
Jesus fucking Christ. She also had this weird thing where she was like, and then all the girls with their titties is out, and then we just kind of breezed by that, like that was weird. She was making, all them with them titties out. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Abu.
Yeah, coming from the guy who completely doesn't believe in respecting women, but whatever.
I think the most respectful way to do it.
You believe in enslaving them and having them as sex slaves, but this guy's like, don't disrespect women.
So you're gonna compare like this? You're just gonna say something completely false or compare with something.
Dude, absolutely, that's true. You believe in dude, we can look it up. We can look up what your belief says about having sex slaves. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, talking with what? Because he doesn't let the conversation.
Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like the truth.
Just say.
Why Muhammad's pretty chill, brother. I think you're being a little unfair.
That was to Abu, and then Muhammad spoke while you were gone.
Andrew, the Quran explicitly allows you to have sex slaves. It's just right there.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
The point I was asking is, Chai wanted to say something, he's like talking about her like in a very derogatory way about women. So I said, don't do that. Chai, you can confirm that's true, right? Let me just check. There you go. It's a woman, she confirmed it. Their responsibility. Their responsibility. What about Islam? She felt that they were being very disrespectful.
Dude, you don't believe in respect of women in Islam. What are you talking about?
This is the
You believe that you can rape them and have their fucking children as slaves. Fuck out of here, bro.
Right in front of a woman's face. And when you call them out,
A woman's face? You don't believe in a woman's face. Hey, Abu, why didn't you ask her if her muha, if her guardian allowed her to be on here? Why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here?
Andrew, he wants to say something really nasty.
Sorry, I'm gonna remove.
I'm not gonna let you be.
Have a good night, brother. Removing you and remove. Okay, go ahead. What'd you say, Abu? Sorry.
No, I'm saying he wants to say something really nasty about women. I said, why don't you ask this to her? But I wouldn't do that. Right? Muslims don't be nasty like this. And I think most religious people.
You just own them as property.
I think most religious people don't be nasty like this. But what we're seeing is that
You just own them as property, my guy.
directly disgusting and nasty, directly to a woman's face. And when they get called out, what about Islam? You can't make it.
No, dude, you're like making a false pretense.
Well, why? You don't care about you. You said whatever country wants to act however they want. If Abu is
No, I'm talking. This is a religious belief, not a country.
Well, no. But these religious.
Those are separations.
No, but wait a second. The religious belief is what's in the country, right? The country.
No, but if you start with just a religious belief before it becomes a country, then I can criticize that.
Well, what I'm kind of baffled about is if he comes from, say, another country, let's say he's indigenous to another country and he has that religious belief, and he's talking to you, say you don't know where he's at, you're just talking to him on here, and you're like, you're bad because you guys subjugate women and all this, so it's like kind of weird because you don't really think that any country's worse than another.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about anything. I'm just saying about. No, what I'm saying is don't misrepresent what your belief system says. Your belief system says that you could.
It sounds a little more than that. It sounds like
You know, well, interpreted as that. But my position is, dude, 100%, Abu, 100% your position is, according to Allah's perfect words, if they're not fucking Muslim, then you battle them, therefore they can become sex slaves. They can become slaves when you can fucking have, they have no, the women, no, I'm just telling you, according to your position, anyone who is not a Muslim woman does not have the same.
Okay, whatever. Why? Look, I'm just not going to go down the whole rabbit hole of explaining this. What I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, of course you won't go down the rabbit hole.
Sister wanted to speak. I think Andrew and Ohio were having a conversation, and then someone came in and started being very derogatory and nasty to her, and then and they probably claim to be feminists, like atheist, feminist, liberal, all this stuff. It just goes to show how, right, these people don't have standards, and then they love to talk about Islam. Okay, fair enough, talk about it. I don't really care.
You think that
Andrew,
feminist?
One second. It can just be shown. It can just be shown in the Vedas and the Mahabharata. You know, when you read the Vedas, you can see it just very clearly. You know.
Why don't you just apologize? Like,
Be shown.
do the right thing, man.
It can just be seen in the Mahabharata and the Vedas, the various Hindu texts. And then you're gonna ask me what? You're gonna ask me what is shown? And then you're gonna prove something with me?
Guys claim to care about.
Let me finish, Andrew.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
He's doing what Q was doing. When Q was like, we saw it play out in Europe in the Middle Ages, and it didn't go well. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? But no, please. Something about it played out in Europe, and I don't know if were you talking about the death penalty? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm talking about the spectacle of the death penalty. I was talking about here we go. I'm talking about all the people who showed up at the witch hunts, the witches were burning, the gladiator wars, all that thirst for blood is a result of watching executions and making it, commonplace. And that.
No, okay. Well, just to be clear, yeah, I was adding a little bit of a flourish there. I don't think people should be taking it as a joke or lightly at all. I think it should be traumatizing, and I think people should be affected by it, and it should diminish their desire to want to do it.
What I'm trying to say is, being traumatized by it was not what we saw happen in Europe. They started to fetishize over it to the point where they were making gladiator wars and
okay, well, that's clearly not the case.
Colosseums. Can I finish, Andrew? You let me finish their
mindset.
Yeah, I listened for like the last 30 minutes, and you at least let other people get out two sentences. You won't let me finish a thought.
You're very disjointed.
Colosseums. Go ahead. Because this is a man-centric. You have Colosseums, so these public executions did end in deterrence. It ended up being a fetishization of torture, which what those Colosseums were designed for. They wanted more blood. The public wanted more blood. And so I guess when you say that America needs more public executions, all I think about is that only would create more thirst for blood.
Okay, cool. Let me respond. You said that's how it played out. We saw it. It didn't go well. Like all the countries around the world that do capital punishment, they don't have Colosseums, and they don't do these betting on it and do, what about that? You have something to say about that, Kia?
I don't know these countries.
Okay, you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
I have heard of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't have big old celebrations and do fights and gamble on who it is that's going to kill them.
Well, I guess you got to know your people.
Okay.
They have other laws.
Kia,
other laws on top of that Americans don't have.
Kia, I don't know what you're saying right now. You just tried to say that public executions lead to people celebrating and doing Colosseums and doing all of this kind of,
not how that works.
We're talking about two different things, Andrew.
No, we're not.
Talking
You
about
said public executions.
you brought up Saudi Arabia, and I just want to say this. When you
Who
brought up
cares?
Saudi
Doesn't
Arabia,
matter. You said that's
brought
what
up
it leads
Saudi
to.
Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a different set of moral standards.
Who
When you
cares?
and on top of that, I just want to finish so you can hear what how I want to respond to you. They have done a lot of protectionism, layers and layers and layers of protectionism to contain their population and the instincts of their population in a way that Europe hasn't done that. Nor has America done that. America and Europe kind of are in bed together with this freedom for all, and freedom for all, no matter how wild the human instinct goes, how savage human instinct goes, we're allowed to goddamn do that. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the world are trying to contain it with layers and layers of dumb shit that Americans are like, it's not democratic, and they need people are free, people are free. Well, the fact that they're containing it like that is because they don't want their people to become more savage, like we saw during Europe.
Well, that's not what you said at first.
I'm saying it, but you can't hear it all.
Well, that's not what you said at first.
Yes,
That's not what you said.
I digress, Andrew.
Okay, so let me respond. You said it played out that way in Europe. We don't want to do that because it's going to happen again. You're trying to now equate the U.S. to Europe and say that's what would happen. Obviously, any kind of gambling or weird stuff that could be coming out as a result of that could be mitigated in whatever ways Saudi Arabia is instituted or whatever it uses to subdue the people where they don't do those things. Make it illegal to do certain things like that. Okay? Can't gather, can't do coliseums, can't do things like that. Okay? So whatever protections need to be put in place to prevent that kind of spectacle, that kind of bloodlust, that kind of weird stuff, it can be put in check. All right? You just try to make it seem like
it wasn't during Jim Crow, and Jim Crow was not in Europe. It was in America, and thank you.
What was it during Jim Crow?
I'm talking about the spectacle that I'm talking about that happened in Europe also happened in the United States during Jim Crow, where you had this public spectacle where you allowed your friends, your children, your neighbors, all that stuff to gather around and watch somebody getting hung, and it only created more thirst. I don't know why that is American.
Yes, when you dehumanize people.
But it still happened in America and Europe. So I'm not just all right. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
So they're taking people and calling them less than human, and then they are thinking they're polluting their race, and then they're stringing them up and killing them for trying to read and raping them and doing all those things. That's horrific.
Public spectacle.
Yeah,
We're not talking about why a person was executed. We're talking about the public.
Yeah, you're not understanding. The point is that in Saudi Arabia, they don't look at the people like that. They're looking at them as other citizens who have broke the law. And the people who have broke the law, then they carry out a uniform punishment. That's the idea. Okay? Not saying it's perfect or whatever. The point is that it's quite different than a group of people who are different skin color, who think that the other skin color is subhuman. And we can subdue and rape and do whatever we want to them. You understand? Those are different, right?
That's not relevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah,
That's not relevant. It is people gathering around.
Because there's something
on top of that. Let me just finish. I know you know history as much as I do, and black people or slaves were not the only ones hung. White people were hung.
Black people had white slaves.
So then the argument you just gave is null and void.
No, the predominant
public spectacle. And so Americans, when white people were hung, came together and invited their friends, their neighbors, their families, all these just said. Yes, they did. Yeah. Yep.
The predominant overwhelming. No, you're just trying to say it's null and void because you take a very small contingent of people, which is blacks owning slaves, which by the way is the same problem where you have blacks owning slaves.
Talk about blacks
owning other whites. That's fine. But listen. The predominant oppression. Hold on. The predominant oppression was going to be towards black people. It wasn't towards whites. No, that is the point. No.
That is not the history.
That is the point. Because you're trying to say, hold on, my friend.
No, that's not the history. A lot of white people were hung.
You're gonna wait.
I'm not gonna wait.
You're trying to say that white people would gather around and
I'm saying the predominant, overwhelming oppression was towards black people. And the people that did it were white people, primarily. And they subjugated them and did horrific things to them. That's much different than having a country who has uniform laws where citizens view each other as equals. Completely different. So you're just trying to do comparisons that are apples and oranges. You first started with Europe, trying to do this slippery slope argument that is not correct because there are countries all around the world that practice capital punishment and they don't deviate or degenerate into these things. That's not true. Then you try to appeal to Antebellum South or whatever, Jim Crow, etc. That's not the case. You're wrong. That's a subhuman view of other humans, and that's going to make it where you can treat them like having a barbecue. You bring your friends over and you have a party because they're not human. They're subhuman. They're less than. Yeah, makes sense. Give me a break. Anyway, welcome, Sugar. Good to have you.
Hey, Andrew.
Andrew,
What's up, Greg?
I've got a funny story about feminism.
All right, lay it on us. If it's too much, I might have to kick you, buddy, but go ahead.
It's nothing explicit or anything. Anyway, I was reading that there was one occasion when there was a female philosophy prodigy in Hegel's time who was invited to some kind of event with the prominent philosophers of the day. And of course, Hegel was there. And Hegel shows up and sees her and goes like, she shouldn't be here. He was like, she should not be here. Like, he wouldn't even address her. I thought that was pretty based.
Yeah, I think Nadia and many people here think that's very good. It's a good way to treat the opposite sex.
Yeah, I thought that was fucking based. Andrew, I'll send you something actually really based that Hegel wrote about Floyd. So it's in DMs because I can't send an image in the chat.
All right, appreciate it. Welcome, Sugar. One of my favorite pink-haired liberals. How are you, my brother? Sugar is poison. Are you there, buddy? If you can't speak, it's all good. Justin, welcome back. Did you drop off your passengers?
Yeah. Okay.
Justin, what's the craziest thing you've had in your car, apart from those people making babies? What's the craziest thing you've seen?
That's it. I mean, other than that, maybe lady refused to leave my car. That I drove into somebody's driveway, just trying to get her jumped. But she was a crazy lady that was trying to not pay somehow, and she was trying to report me, and she was just yelling and yelling and would not like leave.
What did you do?
I just sat there cool. I started recording, and I was being calm and cool, and she's just yelling and yelling and wouldn't leave, but I think 3 cops was passing by, so she assumed that they were actually coming. So she eventually left.
Have you ever had anybody say, let me out of the car because of your conversations? They're like, we can't handle this. Let's out of the car. Justin.
Justin, you there?
No, we might have lost him. When you come
Oh,
back,
Andrew, good news. You remember remember the competition that Bill and I had with Venus Spells? Because these are the things Venus now has gotten more and more convinced of skeptical things.
Nice. Very good. Justin, you back?
Oh, Justin is now. Okay, here you go, Justin.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. Justin, are you back?
Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Justin, did you ever have somebody let you
I have to go.
What's that? Oh, you have to go. Okay. Yeah, so welcome back, Christian. I keep saying don't leave, and then you do, which is really wild. I don't know why you do that. I guess because you're a rogue. Is that why? Christian, you're a rogue. You don't care. You're like, I'm not going to listen to anybody.
Well, I mean, I'm a Unitarian. I mean, what do you expect from a Protestant?
on. This is epic stuff you guys do, by the way. But it's on YouTube with. It is on Matthew Adelstein's YouTube channel, I think. Yeah, and Ethan's like the goat, and Adelstein is really sharp as well. He hosts it, and then so Ethan is debating with Dustin Crummett, I think, on whether the Fatima miracle is a legit miracle or not. And as you all know, or don't, if you don't know, you should know. Ethan is brilliant, and the other guy's really sharp too. So I've only got a little bit of the way through it, but it looks promising. Looks like it's going to be pretty substantive. So.
Oh, I'm searching on YouTube.
So put in. It's kind of weird the way that it's like Hutter. Or no, put in Crummett. Crummett Muse Fatima debate. Crummett Muse Fatima debate. I think you got to go to Matthew Adelstein's stream. It should be. Yeah. If you can't find it, contact message me on Discord and I'll send you the.
All right.
I'll send you the link, brother.
Right,
Nadia, you bet. Nadia, are you there? By chance? I don't know if you're.
Listening on and off, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you get a chance, I'd definitely review your way in on feminism. I imagine you're going to say, you probably say it's good. And abortion, what your take is and where your cutoff is. But maybe that's if you feel like talking at some point.
Andrew, did someone hit you in the jaw with like a shovel or something? It looks like your whole jaw is.
No, that's just for me grinding my teeth. You know, but it's all good. But you've made that point before, Greg. I appreciate it. But Christian, what do you think of feminism and abortion?
You see this is gonna get messy, Andrew.
Yeah, abortions get messy.
I've heard. I've never had one.
Yeah, you should.
But
You shouldn't. No.
well, I'll start off with feminism. Feminism is one of those things where, I mean, like anything, I mean, they always say have things in moderation. I've always been like pretty neutral in the stance of feminism. I think it's a good movement when it's meant in the spirit of what it stands for. But there's, I mean, now out of any time ever, there's like extremist feminists now, where there's like an extremist movement almost. It's like totally like going away from the message that it was sending before, like back in the 2000s and the 90s, like when the modern feminist movement started. But now, I mean, it totally lost its message from there, and now it's just turned into something I can't even recognize anymore. So with that, it's like, how can I really like support something that it's not even supporting itself? It's kind of turned into one of those things. I've always been a supporter of it, but now it's just like I don't even know what it is anymore. So that's kind of my thoughts on feminism. I mean, Andrew,
Nice. No, I appreciate it. Okay. What about on murdering your babies? I mean, abortion.
well, Andrew, I am like any Protestant, pro-choice.
You mean pro-life?
No.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh.
We can have this debate, man.
I can't do it. I don't know. Let me get my energy. It is my topic. But I'm disappointed in you, sir.
Well, at least I don't believe in like the like third trimester abortions.
Well, at least you're only 6 months in. You go to 6 months, right? Only when they've got like all the limbs and heartbeat and mind are complete persons, quote unquote, by anyone's lights. Well, not anyone's. Well, I'm saying you said third trimester, but let's just make it as let me straw man you a little bit and say that you're okay with the 5 months and 29 days. Is that right, Christian?
I mean, I would say anywhere before 6 months, yeah.
should have a conversation with Ethan. I think he believes in no fault.
Yeah, that's what we say. He probably makes a good argument for it too, doesn't he?
Yeah. He has good arguments.
He usually does. I mean, and you should have heard him.
I should debate him.
You guys should have heard him on this one. No, you'd love it, Christian. Ethan's a go. Bob wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember what Bob thought about this, but it was interesting. But Timothy, you can kind of miss the days of Timothy. Although he might have caught him in Sanford a few times, but Timothy was very lively, very spirited. One of our co-mods, R.I.P. But he was debating with Ethan, and Ethan is very conservative, Catholic, very prude, you might say, whatever. But this idea is if two people meet at a bar and they're looking to have a one night stand of some sort, and one of the persons is a trans person, and they do not disclose to the other person, and they do some act, okay, and the other person, the non-trans person, didn't know, right, but finds out afterward,
You're trans?
no, I'm not.
Oh.
No. I'm not. Thank you for that, Christian. But if they find out afterward, would it be the case that they've been raped?
Yeah, fucking assaulted. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ethan argued that that's actually rape, and Timothy was defending that it's not, and so Ethan called him a rape apologist.
Oh my God.
It was epic.
I've almost been there. I've very nearly been there myself. And I can say from experience, yeah, I felt fucking violated as shit.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
But the thing is so the way he said it's not valid consent because had the person known, they wouldn't have gone through with it. So it was not actually valid consent. So Ethan was fine with calling it rape, and which I thought was interesting. I'm largely sympathetic to him, and it was pretty interesting to hear him defend that with Timothy. Anyway, I don't know. You guys might have a take on that, but what do you think, Coffee?
Oh no, I think it's that's funny. I know like Ethan takes some hard positions. I think.
Yeah, no, catfishing is not rape.
Okay.
Literally, the society is filled with catfishes. It runs on catfishes.
Was this ever
Good
mentioned?
God.
Can someone like
Oh, you would love it. Now, if I could find the link, man, we have some bangers. I'm really disappointed that we haven't like cataloged some of the just absolute epic
Well,
discussions.
here's my proposition.
Yeah, lay it on me.
Pause. But
Pause.
Yes.
Double pause.
We'll run it back. But like I was saying, I think that when you host these rooms, like
Did you inherit a bunch of Mormon money? Is that what's going on?
No. I never.
No, maybe it was the televangelist.
No, the televangelist.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I was related to Olstein. But no. But Sugar, can you give us your take, Bob? I'm sure you're a feminist, pink-haired, liberal, progressive, leftist, Democrat, Satan, satanic, baby blood drinking
Yes. Yeah.
freak. But what's your view on feminism and abortion? Sugar. Sugar is.
Kill them all.
Sugar is just not. He's not been very good. Bob, I want to tell you that Universe here, which is that John Kitover guy, the real weird guy that's for Israel and comes in and does a real high pitched voice and records like 50 different rooms and streams it to YouTube. That guy, he's been in here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Like maybe once he chimed in, but he's been actually behaved. He hasn't been doing anything weird. And I just wonder what you thought about that. Think maybe he's recording us.
I think I'm the better one to ask about that.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Honestly, I think this is gonna be really like awful for me to say, and I'm sorry, close your ears for anyone who doesn't want to hear sensitive content, but I feel like that he might be self-pleasuring himself listening to us speak.
Okay.
I think that's my
Thank you for that, Christian. Universe, if you're doing it, knock it off. We don't really want that to happen. Sorry if any of the audience members heard that. Carlos, you want to weigh in on abortion and feminism? And assalamu alaikum, Carlos. Carlos. Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not really the feminism thing. I'm more of a policy guy. I mean, in general, I would say like we should have equal rights, proportional rights, but I'm more of a policy guy, so I just talk about individual policies rather than feminism as a general thing.
Okay, what about murdering your baby? I mean abortion.
I'm pro-choice. Guess like it's not a good thing, but it's like the lesser of two evils.
You know that. Carlos, you're like, hey, it might put a little stress on the income, might make you have to be selfish, you're like, you gotta weigh these two evils,
Yeah, it's not a good thing that we have to end the life of the baby, but there's also the life of the mother, the rights of the mother. You have to take those into consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I get you. That's fair.
yeah, how do you take it to be a life of conception as well? Don't get into like drawing arbitrary distinctions or whatever. Just say it's a life of conception.
Yeah. I think that's actually agreed upon. Believe it or not, that's actually agreed upon for those that, even the pro-choice side that understand biology at all. That's actually it's a massive consensus among biologists that life starts at conception. Human life. So it is a distinct human life.
Have you ever heard the self-defense argument?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I find that kind of argumentation so cringe. The self-defense, the trespasser, squatter, the parasite. It's like, it's the intruder. Yeah, the intruder. You got to use lethal force to remove the intruder. The parasite is feeding
Well, it's
off
more
you.
proportionate.
I feel like some hypotheticals are basically just that situation. Like, well, the baby's gonna crawl and hit the lever that's gonna hurt a bunch of people. Can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think you can.
Well, I mean, I think like you set the situation up where it is very similar.
No, I'm not sure what you're saying right now, but the baby crawling on the button, that's at least, first of all, I've set things I've set things up like that before, but it's always set up similar kind of, scenarios for me.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so sorry.
But no, I don't think if the baby, so that's just going to be, if the baby's getting ready to crawl onto a button, and when the baby gets onto the button, it's going to kill 100 people. Can you shoot the baby if that's the only way you can stop it from crawling onto that button? And
Yeah, you shoot the baby right there, Andrew.
no, God, crazy.
Well, Andrew, I think I've heard an argument that's a lot more controversial slavery, it's immoral, so it shouldn't have to happen, and that's basically the argument. That's what I've heard.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh, listen, check this out. Check this out. No. You can do a massive equivocation. Just say, ready? Pregnancy, ready? Check this out. Pregnancy is like slavery because it involves forced labor. Come on. That's diabolical.
No, but Andrew, what's crazy though is that this is a legitimate argument that has been used.
I mean, it's par for the course now, but I've heard so many that it's just like, yeah, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's like, just to abort the baby and make some meatballs and have some spaghetti. I mean, use the...
People generally don't care about forced labor, in general. We do that already.
What do you...
We do that
They
to
do
some
care.
extent.
Talking about the prison, yeah, they do care.
Really?
A lot of people, yeah, most people, when you ask them, because the comparison's been made. So when we talk about slavery generally, MJ brought that up, conscription, military, prison. A lot of people, they usually don't fight the military one, so that one's actually somewhat analogous in words, but people want to do this thing, I think, more to remain consistent than necessarily being opposed to the prison situation. But they do actually fight that. They're like, no, that shouldn't be, we shouldn't have it. I'm thinking that's kind of weird because, like, why not put them to work? If you're gonna if they've done something wrong and you're putting them in jail, then why not make them work?
They even want them. Oh, but you're saying against their will, like make them work.
Yeah, against their will, right? When they make them go to, like different jobs. I understand that they can work to make some money and you gain new skills and stuff like that, but there's also like the forced labor, like work crew type stuff for local jails and stuff like that. But then also kind of work that's done at factories and whatever.
But even the elected stuff, they might have to say that that's slavery because they're paid like fucking 20 cents an hour or something.
Yeah, like a lot of prisoners actually like that because it takes them out of their cell in a way, right? It's time outside of being locked in a room, right? I thought that this was, they would have, like people would have wanted if they're in that situation, but it turns out like, no, maybe they don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's kind of like part of the punishment too. I mean, a lot of times, there's a movie called Castle or something like that with Robert Redford, and I don't know how much this happens, but like, they had the inmates carry large boulders. It was pretty messed up, actually. There's a scene that's pretty messed up. But they had him carry like large boulders from one pile to the next. Like he had to make a pile. He just carried them all day. Just carried these boulders, right?
Okay.
And then and then when he was done, okay, now just carry him back. It was like, it was messed up. So there's like no reason for it. I don't think there was any purpose for it other than just to make them do that. So I don't know. I mean, that kind of stuff, like whatever. But forced labor, I don't know. People probably have different views on that, but I think it's interesting to start to try to make the case as to how that's acceptable. But then certain types of slavery are not. It's kind of weird. Right? If somebody thinks that the prison system and these kind of forced labor situations are immoral, then it's interesting that, or if they don't think that they're immoral, it's interesting to see why they have such an outcry of certain types of slavery. I'm not saying
maybe I'm going to go on a tangent. Are you pro-capitalism?
I lean more towards it than away from it. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not quite there. What about you?
Is pro-life a misnomer then?
No, see, that's a misunderstanding. I want to clear that up real quick. So people are like, you're pro-life, but then you say you're in favor of which I'm not in favor of, or more in favor of than against it. In favor of the death penalty. No, pro-life is a particular position regarding abortion. It's not about any stage.
But it is a misnomer.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you could say
Like it's a bad name, and it's kind of like if you describe yourself as pro-life, it just is a misnomer to also be like. But I think we should be killing. Like this just is a misnomer. I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree on that. The label gets expanded to stuff that isn't relevant to abortion, but it's a misnomer.
No, that's actually
You just call yourself anti-abortion.
Well,
that doesn't have a good ring to it.
Yeah, that's largely. Yeah, I'm still going to use the language that's largely the convention that we all accept, right? I'm going to say pro-life because
Oh, it just happens to also be like rhetorically virtue signaling. It's also a good thing.
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, thank you for that.
Bro, I'm pro-life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pro-death, bro. That's the opposite. That's the opposite position. The pro-death position.
Actually, you're right, and I'm actually happy it's set up like that. That's actually good. I'm willing to tilt it. I'm willing to tilt the hand in our favor. I think that's actually a good thing. But here's the thing: we could do it this way. We just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't know. That probably wouldn't. That's probably wouldn't.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty basic.
Like an anti-woman drives Andrew is one of those.
Yeah, well, there you go.
There you go. Andrew, I got a couple questions.
Yeah,
I'm really gonna push your buttons.
push my buttons, buddy.
Yeah. So first, I'm just gonna make you cringe real quick before I go into the whole biblical aspect of this.
Yeah.
So another argument I've heard is abortions are like morally neutral medical waste removal. Have you heard this one?
That's disgusting.
Oh yeah. So
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, let's all jerk each other off from this like super fringe thing that nobody really thinks.
Well, no. This is like an extremist pro-choice rhetoric. This is like actually used.
Why'd you say no and then say a bunch of stuff that is like completely consistent?
No. You're right.
Well, you know what he means by no. No.
Yeah, the annoying verbal tick that people do.
Yeah. But it's
It's
okay.
really annoying.
He's like, no, calm down. I'm explaining it. That's what it's more like reading. But go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, what it's saying is that like early abortion, right? So like in the first trimester is not a moral issue, and the embryo or fetus, either or, right, is treated as this
Waste.
as quote biological tissue. So and not
Yeah, that's right. Calm yourself.
Yeah. Well,
But the first half of that is fairly uncontroversial.
Well, hold on, because it goes further though, and therefore, right? This is why I mentioned biological tissue, is that abortion is compared to removing a cyst, removing a tumor, or disposing of biological material after a procedure. But basically, like framing abortion is like a purely clinical act.
Yeah, it's like removing a wart.
Shit.
Oh, no. That's kind of what the argument comes.
Bob's not going to be moved. Bob's a resident baby blood drinker. So just to be.
That's horrible.
So Christian, make the. This is him being sarcastic, but go ahead and make the case, Christian. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I try to claim it every once in a while.
And you're and you claim pro-life, correct?
Yeah, through and through. Yeah.
So like when God, I'm gonna bring up the Malachites.
I'll bring them up. I love it. They're my favorite. Yeah, go ahead.
But when God's like, we're gonna kill all the Malachite children and all that jazz. I think he even goes to say like the infants too or whatever.
Infants.
Yeah. Something along those lines.
I think I get you with these cases. My thoughts are, okay, because usually that's one of my initial, as Bob knows and others do, that's one of my initial things when I meet a Christian sometimes is I say, well, let me see how Christian you are. First of all, you agree that God told the Israelites to go in and kill all men, women, children, and sucklings. And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, you passed one bar, second bar. Do you believe God told people to pick up rocks and throw them at other people until those people lay down and don't get back up? And if they say yes to that, then I say, cool, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a good Christian. All right.
Yeah, you're a good Christian. You follow the scripture. You believe the Bible. Good work. First of all, I think the historical God did tell them to do that. I think it was just. It's rough. It's not abortion. And just because God is killing babies, doesn't mean you can. God has the right to kill people. You don't have the right to kill people unless He gives you the right, of course. But yeah.
Well, let's say this issue. What if someone just claims to be God?
Well,
This is good stuff, guys. This is good stuff.
Are they God? Oh, my God.
Are they God? The person who claimed to be God.
Well, I mean, if they're claiming to be like made themselves.
You're saying, so now the question is, how do we figure out if they're God? And like, if somebody, well, no, I don't know.
Good stuff.
Obviously, God could reveal it to you, but that's not really. I mean, look, I think if somebody claims to be God and then they kill their babies, I
they're gay or they're pro-choice,
Yeah.
they're feminists, all that. They're not traditionalists, all that good stuff. What do you have to say to those Christians, who are just totally against, what's supposed to happen?
Well, they should figure out the methodology by which they are holding to their beliefs, because it's going to be usually when you examine it, it starts to get really wild. And if they believe the Bible, then try to be on board with the Bible.
Well, Andrew, I'm not asking for what Andrew's saying. I'm asking for what Andrew thinks.
Oh wait, what's the difference?
Well, sorry, I was expecting a drastic difference. You answered that very general. I want to hear from Hari.
Well, I would have to have a look. I mean, I can get passionate and wild, but Bob's kind of trying to curtail my steam a little bit. Bob's been very negative. He's been negative Bob. I'm going to say you've heard of negative Nancy. He's been negative Bob. He's been negative Bob for the last couple of rooms. And so I'm trying to, he chimes in, takes a couple of jabs here and there.
Well, about a few things.
Yeah, about a few things. He's not exactly appreciative of certain content and certain dialogue. And it's hard to tell because Bob's a little unpredictable. But I do try to keep that in,
Andrew,
keep
what
that
is your height
same
and
line.
weight? Andrew, what is your height and weight?
6 feet and 180, 190. Why?
Okay, so I height on you as well. Interesting.
Oh, you okay. Well, Greg, you might be the peak, one of the most peak cringe people to come on the stage, but it is bad, but that's okay. I'm glad you're mogging. Mog on, sir, mog on.
He'll grow up at some point.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly.
Just for reference, if I can ask this now, I promise. Greg, how
Bob's like 7 feet tall, just so you know. Greg, so watch your mouth. But anyway.
Christian, I'm 24.
Go ahead and grab that.
Okay, you're 24 years old. So this guy's 24 years old. You're talking about like some Gen Z.
You didn't get the, edgy early 20s energy immediately?
No.
24 is Gen Z. What are you talking about?
Millennial who's trying to be like some like cool kids, like
Gen,
legit.
24 is Gen Z. It is Gen Z. What do you mean?
Like
This is like I've hung out on Kiwi farms and 4chan for the way of bringing.
Are you really 7 feet long?
Bob's tall, but no, Bob's tall, right?
6'2".
Okay, there you go. 6'2" and a half. He's majored it down to the head. He's like 6'2" and
Well, that's what it converts to. We use the metric system.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, that's fair. Okay, all right, that's fair. I was gonna say, Greg. So I'm hoping you can maybe talk to Bob, so Bob can take the baton since he's making
I don't historically have good interactions with Bob, and I don't want to start.
Nobody fucking asked you, Pepperwood.
Yeah. Well, I did say Greg take the baton, Bob, but here's the thing. Greg, you got.
Yeah, what do you mean no one's asking me? Andrew literally just asked me.
I did just ask.
Well, spiritual.
You got Bob. You got assaulted, Greg, by a trans person. Do you think anything?
No, he didn't.
No, he said he did.
Yeah, I damn near did it. Straight up, it was fucked up.
If you believe anything he says, you're.
Well, he's been consistent on that. It's not worth anything.
It also happens to be true, and I don't
Sugar
know why,
has been consistent. John Lee has been consistent.
I don't think Sugar's lying.
I don't know why. I don't know why I would lie about it.
You're still.
Why would I lie about it? Why would I lie about it?
Why? It's too virtuous.
Aren't you supposed to believe women? Believe the victims. Aren't you supposed to believe them? Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I mean, this did happen, and I don't know why I would lie about it. I wouldn't lie about it. Yeah, that did fucking happen, unfortunately. Yeah.
Dude, like
Because you're a low IQ right winger. Why would you lie about it? I don't know. A million reasons.
Actually, I don't think he's a right winger, brother. I don't want to claim he is. Greg's crazy, bro. What?
For the record, I keep mock everyone on stage.
that's.
I got every question right on the IQ test, scored 100.
Especially you, Bob. By at least 30 points. But anyway, Andrew, consider.
Wait, Greg, you wouldn't consider yourself right wing, would you?
I would not call myself a right winger.
No, you're not conservative either, really, right? And some things are, but
Just happens to have a lot of right wing opinions.
well, let's see. I don't think he's really. I don't think I've heard. Well, I don't know. There hasn't been anything. I'm trying to think of a redeeming thing. I mean, he's
What
still alive.
do
being like, no, but Greg is like the most uninteresting person to ever come into this. Let's talk about it.
Did somebody say my name?
Yeah, who is this? Is this Marshall?
It's Austin. Austin Powers.
Oh, Austin Powers. Austin, you don't come up very often, buddy. You are a very strange person. Are you neurotic or?
So, Andrew, did you just get browbeaten?
I'm just psychotic, not neurotic. There's a difference.
Did you just get browbeaten into abandoning that line of dialogue?
Oh no, I abandoned it because it was you and Bob, and Bob doesn't want to talk to you. So I don't think that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to Bob. I'm talking to you.
No, but the reason was I was trying to set you up with Bob.
I'm talking to Bob. Okay, Greg. Okay, Bob and Greg, you guys are gonna have a dialogue now.
No, I'm good.
Greg, if you were my child, I would recharge you.
This guy Bob is not capable of stimulating me in any kind of interesting way. So, yeah, including sexually, but I meant
Greg's cognitive loads are way too
I meant
thick
intellectually. I meant
and ropey for me.
Greg, have you had the sex?
Just like super dense cognitive loads.
We need to ask Austin because he is raised like a leprechaun. He comes in and goes and he says some pretty wild stuff in chat. But Austin, are you there?
I am.
Austin, can you give the best reason for Uncle Bob up there to believe that God exists, first of all, and secondly, that the crucifixion, the atonement was a good thing? Go ahead.
Sure. It's called hedging your bets. There's no reason not to. So by doing that, you're just hedging in case it's true. There's no loss to you.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's really pious.
It didn't really. It's not like rationally compelling, but I mean, it's definitely like a. It's like a. I don't know. What do you think of Pascal's wager, the modified version of whatever one that's apparently better? Any thoughts? All right, we lost Bob. I'm joking. Austin heard it, Andrew. He might be. This might be. It might be a.
Can I ask you? Can you state the modified version? I don't know about the modified.
It was like some long thing that this lady. Yeah. That she gave on Capturing Christianity.
Okay.
And, you put Pascal's wager updated or something like Pascal's wager Capturing Christianity. It'll come up. I wish I did know. I was hoping maybe Bob has heard a more sophisticated version. Maybe hear his take on it. But okay, then secondly, by the way, welcome. That's Austin, the different Austin. Sorry, that's a different leprechaun. Okay, never mind about the atonement, Austin. Austin, what's your take on feminism and abortion? Go ahead, sir.
I think that in order to have an abortion, you need to be feminine.
Okay, thank you. Clapton Cheeks. It's always good to see you, sir. Your name actually kind of, I don't know, it kind of tricks people because they don't think you're going to be sincere because it's like a trolling name. But then you're actually sincere.
It's a squirrely name.
It is squirrely. Clapton, what do you say about abortion and feminism, brother?
I got called on early. Abortion, I guess at a certain point it's bad, and then before that, I guess we have to argue if when is a human or when is life life. I guess once you figure out that line, depending on what side of the line you are, I'm against it. But before that, I think it's to each his own.
Yeah, actually, Andrew, do you want to hear my real answer?
I think it started out well, but like all isms, it ends up bad because it gets taken advantage of by the extremes.
Yeah, like autism.
I was called.
Satanism. Probably some other isms. You get carried away.
Objectivism.
Objectivism.
Why is autism on there?
I would actually agree if I'm giving a serious answer with what Clapton just said. I don't think it's like I think it's more of a medical thing. I think it's I don't want to murder people. I don't think people should murder people. Let's decide, is this a independent, separate life or not? Medically speaking, I know that's a precarious and just kind of kicking the can down the road, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's a good thing to murder babies. I also don't think it's a good thing to force people to have a baby they don't want. But you need to define that shit. It's not really defined.
Well, luckily, all of those things are basically all agreed upon.
Can I provide
Those questions we figured out.
everyone in your church?
My church.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints, buddy. Latter-day Saints.
All the Church of Satan.
And Joe would have been next to you.
Alizé, I hope you haven't been drinking Alizé tonight. If you can boost your compassion level a couple points for brother Alizé, he's
Well,
I'm in
I'm
trouble,
saying
man.
these questions of like, oh, is it alive, and when does a human, like, those questions have all been settled. So you can go ahead.
Could you fill me in?
Yeah, it's a human, and it's life at conception. No,
But how many cells do you divide? Just one? Like, at what point?
as long as it's fertilized, it's life.
That's when it's human.
Yeah.
And according
It's
to
human before that too, but
according to who?
according to the medical sciences and biology.
So if I look at my medical science book, that's what it says.
Yeah, you're gonna see, like, if you take a zygote, a biologist is going to classify it as that as a separate human organism. That's right.
It's going to classify it as a human or an organism related to human.
No, not an organism. It's like that's a human.
According to the medical science book. Is there a medical science book? Is that a thing?
I think he's trying to.
There are medical science.
You have the Dewey Decimal of that book, because I would love to see it.
So you're saying at conception it's a human, but it doesn't have a heartbeat? That you're still claiming because
I mean, obviously it does have a heartbeat. It's a single cell.
So you don't need a heart to be human.
That's right.
You don't need to have a brain to be human.
You don't have a brain.
I think you need.
Yeah.
Do you need toenails?
Well, it's human life, isn't it?
yeah.
I think what you're talking about is person. I think when you say human, you mean person.
I don't know. You're saying you
No.
know.
Yes, everyone agrees that it's human life. Everyone agrees that it's alive.
But I don't agree. I'm saying I don't know, so I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm saying everyone who isn't you.
And find out how we classify things by DNA, and then find out if it has that DNA, and then you'll have your answer.
But if I can
I'm saying that the people who aren't you
nail
figured this out.
clipping, it says DNA, does my nail clipping, is that also a human?
No, it's not a human, but it is human.
Oh, okay. So it's like my nail clipping, where it's human. It's as human as like my nail clipping.
Human cell, yes.
No.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
I agree with that. It's a human cell.
As in, it's
But when is it?
it's
I
a human
believe I used the term independent life.
Yes, it is an independent life.
Well,
As in, it doesn't have your DNA.
So because it has different DNA, that makes it independent life?
Right. That's typically how we distinguish different organisms.
What about if I fertilize it and it? 100% Dewey Decimal B. Dewey Decimal B, baby!
Alright, I got you. So it's going to be 611.018 human embryology and developmental anatomy.
Okay.
It's going to be called layman's medical embryology, and it is going to tell you basically that that development as a human organism begins at fertilization. So basically, things that's being made.
Is it Library of Congress or what?
So what?
Like what Dewey does, you know?
I mean, I just searched up the Dewey Decimal classification. I don't know if it's.
I don't actually remember how Dewey Decimal works. I thought it was library to library. I was just taking a guess.
Well, I know that different libraries do like 611.3 because some have like broader and older systems, but I know that there's specific subdivisions now. So it depends.
We should give a shout out to librarians. They're keeping knowledge alive since antiquity.
But there you go.
Thank you guys. Alizé, want to get you in, brother. Bob, I know you're gonna have a trigger finger trigger. But Alizé, you gotta cooperate. It's pretty.
Yeah, it always puzzles me as to why you want to keep get some of these people in who have no interesting things.
They're related to us.
Ready for hell.
But Andrew, you're not really interested in it, right?
I wanted us to like now like once it's been stipulated
I'll be quick. I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
Well, maybe we continue that.
I'll be quick.
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I'll say make your submission and then we'll get right back to Austin. Go ahead, buddy.
So, feminism should be outlawed. Abortion should be destroyed. As soon as you put the dick in, it's consent and it's forever. You sign the paper. Listen, you sign your soul, guys. Therefore, that means whatever happens with the kid, it's forever. I'm sorry.
I want to say thank you, brother.
I'm not.
Elise is my father.
Was I mean?
How did he leave?
I didn't know his somebody kicked him. Just to be clear, I want him on the faculty. I don't know.
No, I'm not done yet. No. So. Look. Feminism, should be out the window.
Gotcha.
It's the 15th Amendment, right?
Yeah,
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Abortion should be if you and the woman decide to have sexual intercourse and you don't want the baby, both of y'all should have one limb taken off of you. That is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Yeah, Elise.
Leg, arm, and then, well, we're all human, so like I understand certain, things that happen, certain things that happen in life.
This is where you say, and I land my mic.
No, I'm being honest. I'm not.
Elise.
And therefore, if there's certain things that happen in life where the R word and all this, maybe, just maybe, you can go around it, but life is life and it happens, man. It's only forward.
Thank you, brother. Good point. I want to stick around because I don't want to get you excised from the room. I thought somebody kicked you, and I was like, man, that happened quick. Stick around, brother. It is good to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's let Uncle Austin go here with Bob, please. You guys go ahead.
I was just gonna say something to Elise that I think he might find funny. Just basically.
No, please.
No, it's just really quick.
Okay, well, just say it, but don't let him respond. Just say it.
Okay, Elise, it was funny. What you said reminded me of what my father always used to say growing up. He would say, Greg, that's not my name, but whatever. Greg, as a man, you have control over your reproduction up until the moment of ejaculation.
Thank you for that, Greg. Okay, Austin, go ahead. Bob has some line of question for you, or at least maybe try to figure out where you're at.
Well, I believe that from that reasoning, Bob would have to go first.
So, what am I going first about? Austin. Bob. Austin. Yeah, the guy I just talked to. Yes. We're back on track. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a super genius, Bob. Ask me really smart things. This.
So sorry. So, like the thing you said earlier was that, well, once we've figured this thing's a colony or something, and then I say, well, imagine we figured it out. Now what?
Well, what the point of what I was saying was that it's I don't believe that we should force people to do things they don't want to, but I also don't believe we should murder humans. That was the overall point of what I was saying.
Sure, but it sounded like, once we figured these things out, then, I was
that's why I responded the way I just did, is to clarify that, because that was not the focus of the message. I'm not very articulate, but that was not what I was trying to explain.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, the reason I focused in on that was it's like, it sounded like had I had, if I had these answers, I could have elaborated on my thoughts. But maybe that's wasn't your intention.
So even now, like if you want to go down that path, I'm happy to do that because I don't think that's agreed upon in a way where that starts. I don't know if it ever could be.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't seem important to your position. Like if tomorrow you found out that actually, all the scientists agree that it's a human from conception, that it's alive at conception, what would that change your view in any way?
Well, no, it would make me suspicious because scientists, all of them agreeing on anything is clearly, sus. But if there was a way to define that,
I mean, you agree on a lot of things.
What, like, what? I mean, isn't the point of being a scientist to disagree? Isn't the whole scientific method not about what we know and about what we don't know?
It's scientists disagree, but
science is all about proving what we don't know. It's not. You don't actually prove what we know.
Yeah, but you can be in agreement about. Yeah, but you can be in agreement about the stuff that we do know. What do you mean?
No, we agree that this is our best guess. We don't agree that this is what we know.
No, but that doesn't mean they can't be in agreement. Like imagine like gold has atomic number 79. Like, I don't know of any chemist or molecular physicist who disagrees with that. Now that might not be true in some further sense, but that doesn't mean they don't agree about that.
Yeah, that's semantics, though. You're talking about just using different. You're saying gold is a measurable quantity based on these specific parameters, and any disagreement on that would be based on the semantics of the words, right? So.
No, because someone could disagree about how many protons there are in the gold nucleus.
Sure, but
I'm just saying they all agree though that there are 79 protons.
Let me give you something about gold that is not.
So we agree it wasn't the semantic dispute.
Let me give you something about gold that is not universally agreed upon. There was a guy who was smuggling gold at the airport, and the TSA agent said, "Hey, you, get back here." Now, not everyone agrees that's funny, but some people agree it is.
How's that a scientific thing?
It wasn't. It was a gold. I was trying to I gotta work on my jokes.
Oh shit.
Hey, you, get back here. Chemistry humor.
It's not for everyone. Sorry, I was kind of distracted by my kid eating his pancakes.
Well, if you have a kid, that's a perfect joke for a kid. It's such a dad joke.
And anyway, the idea is obviously that there's like a metric fuck ton of stuff that scientists all agree on, but so
I hate the way you say that. I know you're
being suspicious that scientists agree on something seems like a very bad mistake.
I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what. Go ahead, sorry. I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what makes me suspicious. I'm saying when it's presented like that, because that tends to be that tends to be a sales tactic. Yeah, when it's all scientists agree.
You're saying rhetorically, if someone says
rhetorically, exactly.
That makes
Thank you.
sus. Okay, that's different. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're not saying scientists agree on something. You're just saying when people in debates to tell you scientists agree on something, you take that with a dose of skepticism.
Exactly. It tends to be somebody's trying to sell me.
That's a much different claim. I'll get him on.
But the point is that we're getting back to it with where life starts. I don't think that is really something when it's a human versus whatever stage of development. I don't know how you can definitively, scientifically, medically, absolutely define that. Do you?
Well, there's a lot of very superlative language there, but I'm just saying if you were to find out tomorrow, would your opinion change? And it seems like the answer is no. Like, I don't think that's.
Well,
it doesn't seem to. Your position doesn't seem to really hinge on when life starts.
Well, Bob, no. Actually, if I really found out tomorrow in some convincing, non-sales way, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, don't murder the baby.
okay, you're saying that if you found out that it was a human life at conception, then you would say that would be murder and we shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's very subjective because it's totally dependent on my belief of that source, right? So it's not. I'm not really saying anything. So
No,
we're just
whatever. No, I'm saying if you take the source to be trustworthy by whatever empirical heuristic that you use, if you thought that, then you would think it's sort of okay. But you think the issue is that there's a question of when is it human life, or do you mean like personhood? Like, do you mean person when you say human?
Well, that's a really good question, and I mean that. I hate when people say that they don't mean it, but that's interesting. When are you human versus person? I don't know. I'd have to. How would we define that?
Well, person is something. It's not something that's specifically right. Well, that's one thing, but typically, it's something that if we consider you a person, then we afford you the rights of the person, and now you're a moral patient in a much more significant way than if you were just some life.
But even being independent, being able to develop independently of your host gets complicated because the idea of having an artificial womb is very much a thing that will happen and very soon, right? So that confuses it further.
Only insofar as you're making like abortion arguments based on bodily autonomy.
I don't know. I'm not trying to argue either way.
I'm fine saying it's an independent life, as in like you put it in an appropriate environment, it's going to like develop in a, it doesn't have your DNA. It's going to be a different person. Like there's a trajectory of development here that just invariably leads to this is a different person.
Well, what about a premature baby without modern medical treatment that allows it to survive? How do you reconcile that? Do you see that?
What do you think needs reconciling?
So do you think that the use of these advanced technologies changes whether or not it's independent?
It just depends on what you mean by independent. It's biologically dependent for its development, but it's independent as though at no stage is it like the same person as the mother.
I meant independent, like it can develop on its own. That's where I thought we were.
Oh, sure. That's it. That's just a matter of scientific progress. I think that question is largely uninteresting, except for the most part, practical issues.
Sure, but you have to establish it for first principles, right? Like, is that or is?
No, I think establishing that is uninteresting. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be really important for the question of
without
whether or not it can be. But I caveated that by saying it can be depending on what you're using as your justification for allowing abortions. But yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about going down that.
Oh, sorry. Go.
I'm not trying to go down that path. What I was saying is for first principles, so we're on the same page. Are we saying that is or isn't part of independence? And I'm fine either way. I just want to be on the same page.
No, it's definitely part of biological independence, which is what you said you meant. But I think that's like trivial. But if it can't live outside of the womb, then it is dependent on the mother.
But without medical assistance, we're saying, for the sake of this discussion.
In whatever capacity.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to be clear.
I think it's independent regardless of medical assistance.
Oh, because it's alive until it dies. It's alive until it dies. So it's actually it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. Because even if it's a short life, it's still alive. So I guess it's really when you reach that threshold, right? It's a fuzzy threshold of
which threshold, like life or personhood?
Right, I think personhood because it has life. Okay. It is alive. It is.
Okay, very good. We agree on that.
And so that's very interesting. I've never framed it like that, so that's why I'm trying to bounce it around.
No, that's fine.
What are your thoughts on that with the personhood? How do you see that?
I see that in terms of some sort of neurodevelopmental stage, where you can can somewhat have an appreciation of the fact that it has primitive cognitive faculties.
As little as a fish, or as much, it doesn't matter. As soon as it's doing something.
Well, it's doing something in terms of having qualitative subjective experiences.
Oh, so it has to have experience. That's...
Yeah, like consciousness. Like it has to be in some way conscious. It can't be like a biological automaton that is simply responding to stimuli. And, lights are on, but there's no one home. I don't think that's a person.
I would agree with you, and I guess that's, so we don't assign personhood or whatever the equivalent fishhood to fish or whatever, right? They're not self-aware.
Well, I'm saying like when it's a zygote, to me it's clearly not a person because the zygote just obviously lacks anything that I would care about when it comes to personhood. Now, religious people here are going to disagree. Like you might think that that the zygote is already in soul, and so for you, the necessary condition, one of the necessary or maybe even sufficient conditions to be a person is to have a soul. Well, okay, it already has a soul at that point. That might be your view. So you might take a different view from mine. But because I don't believe in souls, I have to ground personhood in something that's different. It makes sense to me to ground it in some, something that correlates with mine or qualitative experience.
So you should just go for the kill shot. He doesn't have a view at all. All of this is just arbitrary for Bob. He doesn't have a minute.
No, he actually has a pretty well-defined view. So even if I were to take some religious...
How are you, Mr. Know-It-All? How's everything going?
I still know everything, so just listen. Even if I had a very strong religious view, I would find this an interesting way to explore that, right? And that's what confuses me is when people do have strong religious views and they just shut down the exploration of the different ways to explore the way this is.
Sure. I think that makes sense to me. Like I wouldn't strongly object that if you were like a devout Christian or something, and you take that sort of view on ensoulment, I just find them. It just makes sense.
Well, it's the same thing as personhood. It's just a different. It's the same thing. It's like when is that endowed? And it could be at the very first, at the moment of fertilization, whatever. Just define it.
Right.
That is pretty interesting.
Even if he could define personhood, he can't ground it in a metaphysical system because it doesn't really have a view.
Why do you have to ground it in a metaphysical system instead of ground it in a physical system?
It's because Bob's view is a joke. He's like an elevator.
Well, sir, as a retard, I appreciate it.
He's a troll.
So this is interesting because I apply this. I hope you can follow me on this a bit to climate change. I feel like people don't look at it the same. Like you see, there's so much data, and whether you believe it or you don't, that all to me is irrelevant. It really bothers me when people are like, "Oh, we know this, we know that," because it's all based on models, and models by their nature are rarely accurate. Pretty much never, but sometimes useful. And that's never part of the conversation, and it pisses me off. And the whole point, how I'm tying this back is, you have these different, very volatile, very controversial ideas. When life starts, when it's independent, and it's very rarely talked about in a reasonable and just analytical manner. And it upsets me that we can't have those conversations. And I'm probably part of the problem because I got every question right on my IQ test at 100.
Oh, you're good. That's at least that's my view on these matters.
Yeah, I'm top retard, dude.
Narrow matter.
I'm actually top 1 percentile of smartest people on Earth ever.
You're good, fine.
Except in math. I didn't do so well in math. So, what else you got, Bob? Come on. What's next? Peace on Earth?
Right. Are you Christian, Austin?
I mean, I am reserving my decision until I see which way the guy in front of me goes. If he says yes and he goes up, I'm going to say yes.
What if he pulls out an explosive vest?
If he does and he hits the button and it goes up, I'm going to be like, God damn it, what materials do I have around me? I need something that will oxidize.
Are you undecided on the question?
I am, but I hate agnostic. I'm more like, I know I'm not that smart, and a lot of people much smarter than me believe in that, or some variation of that. So I don't like taking a position. It sounds like a pussy way out. It's not. I just know that so many people so much smarter than me have really strong feelings on it. I'm a bit envious of people with faith, and those two things combined make it tough for me to be like, just because I can't explain it doesn't mean there's a there there. So it's more like, I don't want to be the asshole.
Well, I think that's fine. What do you make of the fact that there's a much tighter correlation between IQ and level of education and atheism than there is with theism? The only reason I bring this up is because you mentioned the guy who's much smarter than you.
Sure. So I would like to know. I would like to see that based on. I'd love to see that over time. I think you would see that scale change. Do you know what I mean? I think that theism probably had, or practiced theists probably had far higher IQ for a long time. So there's probably a big change there at some point, and it would be interesting to see when. I don't know if that data exists, but do you follow me?
Yeah, I do. My kid pooped, so I'll be back.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
That's an argument of proportionality because there's more theists than atheists. So now that becomes an argument of proportionality.
Well, it's not. I mean, I guess that might be part of it.
Well, honestly, he's saying that atheists have higher IQ. So just to be clear, it's interesting because you and Bob are both agnostic. So he's actually with you on that too. But he's saying that atheists tend there's like, you know.
Did you understand what I was saying, though, Andrew?
Yeah. So you want to see how it plays out over time because you tend to think that the IQ is higher among theists because they've been around, it's been that way. But actually,
it used to be the educated people, the more that would be their path. So there's definitely I don't know if you could do that. How you would do that? There's probably a way. I'm not doing it, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, it depends on the field because from what I heard, Scott was saying some stuff the other day, and I don't look into this myself too much, but it seems like I think I looked up a couple things he said that seemed like it was right. That something like it depends on the field that they're in, like as far as people who are studying certain things, professionals. Because we're talking about not just IQ, but I mean people who are like in different fields in academia and whatnot. They have different, like the distribution of theism or theist to atheist. It is interesting because it differs depending on the field. And and I can't remember what the distinctions were, but that being said, yeah, go ahead.
I would think actually that a part of this is the intelligence. I don't know if IQ is the best or the best, but I think part of it might be that somebody who's like, I'm atheist, has put time in to think about this and explored these ideas rather than just kind of gone with it. So there might be something to say for that rather than just IQ, rather than just like, oh, smarter people are like that. It's more like, no, it's like one of those things where it's like what do you call it, like a secondary effect or whatever of that type of mindset where someone who is more likely to go through that process and thought process is more likely to have a higher IQ. So it's just coincidental in a way.
Well, let's see if this maybe sheds some light on it. So the fields with the highest average IQ data derived from standardized testing like GRE, LSAT, and SAT consistently rank fields that require high levels of mathematical abstraction and logical reasoning at the top. Field of study is going to be number one is going to be physics and astronomy. Estimated average IQ is 133. Rank number two is going to be mathematical sciences. Estimated IQ of 130. Number three is philosophy. Estimated IQ, average IQ of 129.
The standard deviation. So that's also, that's the margin for error. That might be the.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they're all the same when you take into the margin for error.
Well, that's interesting. Well, let me read this here. I hear what you're saying. So, field with the highest rates of theism, research into the religiosity of academics, such as studies by Gross and Simmons, show that while professors are generally less religious than the public, the level of belief varies significantly by discipline. Social sciences and humanities often show the lowest levels of belief, particularly in sociology and psychology.
I hope they also show the lowest IQ for some reason.
This is actually interesting. The hard science, this actually is surprising. I don't know if you're listening. The hard sciences, surprisingly, physical scientists, chemists, and physicists are often more likely to be theists than social sciences. So, social scientists. Professional fields, the highest. Yeah.
The specialization, that makes sense, actually.
That's completely unsurprising.
So, professional fields, the highest levels of religious belief among high education, the highest levels of religious belief among high education professionals are found in accounting, medicine, applied engineering, and elementary education.
So if you look at what we're requiring multi-domain information synthesis, that's probably where you would find the highest level of atheists, I would imagine. I'm guessing.
Yeah, so check this out. Where the IQ and theism meet. If you're so it says if you're looking for the sweet spot, fields that maintain both high cognitive entry barriers and higher than average rates of theism, the data points towards mathematics and engineering. Number one, mathematics. Despite the high IQ requirements, mathematicians often report higher rates of belief in God than biologists or psychologists. This is sometimes attributed to the Platonic nature of math, where practitioners view universal truths as discovered rather than invented. Number two is engineering. The field consistently shows higher levels of religiosity than the pure sciences. Sociologists like Gambetta and Ertog have even identified engineers' gambit, noting that the mindset of design and function often make theism more intellectually compatible for engineers than those in the discovery-based natural sciences. And the last one is philosophy of religion. While philosophy as a whole has a high IQ and a high atheist population, the specific subfield of philosophy of religion is one of the few places where high IQ analytical rigor is paired with a high density of theists, particularly in the Christian tradition. Pretty well.
Yeah, but if the philosophers are so smart.
All of those are completely expected.
Well, it's not bringing them up because you have a high.
Well, Christians have a lot of imagination.
Like, I would expect philosophers of religion to be predominantly theists.
Yeah,
Like, you have a motivation connected to your faith.
The math makes sense too because.
Well, I didn't expect math, actually.
Oh, I totally did.
Well, with math is on the back of, like you read, Platonic ideals.
Andrew,
A lot of math people are
It
Platonists.
makes sense when that's put together. I just didn't.
Yeah, right.
Andrew, look up like an intelligence analyst who uses multi-domain synthesis of information. I'd love to know what I believe they would have be more likely to be atheists, right? Like the math and those specialties, they're so focused in their domain. They're super smart. They know they're not the smartest at everything, and I feel like that relates to that. I'm sorry, I'm not articulating this well. My point is,
Are you able to do the search on what you're asking? Because I actually don't know what.
sure. It was just any career. What is the prevalence?
Yeah. So pull that up. So this summary here, it says the last little line here, a couple lines. It says highest IQ overall, physics and philosophy, high atheism. Highest theism overall, education and nursing, average IQ. And it says high IQ plus atheism, relatively is mathematics, chemical engineering, and accounting. Interesting.
Yeah, something to think about.
The Platonic thing, yeah, I just didn't put that together. It is funny because that's actually one of the things I said to CM, because he's like,
for 666, just over and over. Hold on, I'm trying to classify child.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's good stuff. Come up here, Lucian. I need you to do it when Bobby gets spicy. You're welcome to come too, Frankie.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, you got people saying Hail Satan up here, Lucian. I don't even know, bro.
It's madness. It's madness.
It is madness, brother. Does that mean anything? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like a joke, just kind of a dismissive, not really considering. I mean, if somebody said that and genuinely, was of the faith or something, I think that would be pretty odd.
Yeah, Andrew, what does it mean in Christianity when someone is like noticing the number 777 a lot?
Well, it means they're nuts.
Really?
Jackpot. No, I don't know. I mean, that's not really. I mean, there's number stuff in Christianity, but I mean, it's like not really. I mean, there's 12, obviously 12 disciples, 12, tribes of Israel. There's 3, spirit, soul, body, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, stuff like that. But I don't know about 777.
I remember seeing a video a while ago, years ago, of this person talking about like energy drinks being the devil or something like that.
Oh yeah. I know some.
The monster one.
Monster, yeah.
Yeah.
I know
That video was hilarious. I was like,
Andrew, can I read something really quick?
Sir. Yeah, you betcha.
Okay, so this is from Sage Journals, which is peer-reviewed, from Personality and Social Psychology Review, and it says, this is a meta-analysis of multiple studies. 63 studies showed significant negative association between intelligence and religiosity. The association was stronger for college students and the general population than for participants younger than college age. It was also stronger for religious beliefs than religious behavior. For college students and the general population, means of weighted and unweighted correlations between intelligence and the strength of religious beliefs ranged from -0.2 to -0.25, with a mean of about -0.24. 3 possible interpretations were discussed. First, intelligent people are less likely to conform and thus are more likely to resist religious dogma. Second, intelligent people tend to adopt an analytic as opposed to intuitive thinking style, which has been shown to undermine religious beliefs. And third, several functions of religiosity, including compensatory control, self-regulation, self-enhancement, and secure attachment, are also conferred by intelligence. Intelligent people may therefore have less need for religious beliefs and practices. This isn't me speaking, this is a meta study of 63 different studies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate that, Frank. That's actually so funny. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And that's kind of the stuff that I was kind of been aware of for at least like that kind of correlation or whatever. And I think I'm trying to remember what Scott said. I guess maybe he was talking about the particular fields, which is the thing that kind of was a little. I mean, I just didn't know that there were certain fields that had more. There's like a higher distribution of ideas in certain fields.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I've mentioned many times my brother is a relatively well-known physicist, and he's also a priest. So,
but is his name Neil?
No, I don't talk about his name on here, but he actually.
Joke.
Yeah. Okay. No. I actually met Neil once. Pretty cool.
Really? Because I hate him on stage, but no. Sorry.
He was very nice. It was at an IBM conference actually in Las Vegas.
Everybody that meets him says good things, but whatever.
Anyway, yeah, but we've had conversations about it, and for him, the belief comes from sort of an emotional place. He lost a child, and he lost a wife during childbirth. Lots of trauma, and his church was very supportive of him during that time.
Frank, I'll go down after I say this, but why doesn't he get Apple AirTags? I deal with trauma through humor. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry about that too. That's okay. That's okay. Very dark, but I like it. But he also does have kind of what you were saying about math, Andrew.
Yeah.
He talks about his religious. I don't want to say his religious conversion, but sort of his religious aha moment. I don't know what you want to call that.
was looking out a window and seeing the sunset over Monterey Bay through an equation, I think it was Maxwell's equations that were written on the glass. Now, to me, that would just be, interesting. But to him, that was a religious experience. He's a good guy. We don't fight about it. We share the same political beliefs for the most part, and the same, we have the same taste in music and things like that. So we have plenty of things to talk about. Other than, we're both in our 60s now. We talk about our prostates more than anything else. Yeah.
Tell us more about your prostate.
Oh, you don't want to know. I have surgery coming up in May, so
Chop it up, put it in a bucket.
yeah, that's all I'm to do. I always say, the first time I thought a robot would be sniffing around my junk, it would be a lot better than this. But
Are you doing the robotic one, dude?
yeah, I'm doing Da Vinci.
My dad did the same thing. Great results. Keep the bucket. But keep the bucket. Just because.
Yeah. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But anyways, I think it's interesting. I think you're on the right track, Andrew. I think if you just look at it overall, the numbers are pretty clear.
Have you been praying for this, Andrew? Have you been praying for this day? Have you been praying for this day?
I got to meet Ember. I'm sorry. Look, I got to meet Ember.
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying something. So, I think if you look at the overall numbers, the meta-analysis is pretty clear. But I think you're right. If you broke it down by discipline, no bad jokes, please. It would be interesting to see some of those breakdowns as well. Like if you looked at evolutionary biologists, for example, I imagine there's very little religiosity, or at least, I guess I would also break down religiosity too. Like I think a lot of people in these fields fall into sort of like a spiritual but not religious thing. I don't think you're going to find a lot of like fundamentalist Christians in evolutionary biology.
I just took 30 seconds to read about this, right? And what I found is there's an interesting consideration we haven't talked about. There's low observance, secularism. So it kind of skews or can it's less clear. We're using a defined term like, do you believe God? Yes or no?
And yeah, definitely. This is the problem with a lot of the studies, including the Templeton studies too, is that there's this conflation of, and this does point it out a little bit, that there's a difference between religious belief and religious behavior. And until you stratify that a little bit, I think we're looking at such generalizations that it's really hard to just say, well, the meta-analysis says this, but I do not start from a point of view ever in my conversations with the religious person is stupid, or has less IQ, because that's categorically, I don't think that's not true. But if someone comes in and says, for example, I want to have a conversation with you about religiosity, but I don't want to use logic, well, then the conversation's pretty much over, because I can't really have a conversation where logic isn't the metric, isn't the substrate by which the conversation is being had, because then I would just say, well, there's the color red, God doesn't exist. Oh, that's illogical. Well, so what? You're not using logic. So anyway, my 2 cents.
Name me one female that's listening to you.
Name what?
You trolling?
Yeah, he's trolling. Do you want to talk to any of my ex-wives?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to any of my ex-girlfriends? I can send you a list.
Phone numbers.
Exactly. I have the deeds. I have a wife. I have a daughter.
I'm currently trying to get divorced. Let me give him that number.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an expert on that subject.
Austin, did you meet how many academics who work on religion, atheists or atheists? Did you address?
Are you talking about the erotic story? Yeah, I thought that was hot. What did she think?
No, I'm talking about since you were doing making percentages and stuff like that. Like, are there more atheists who are academic on religion?
It's not too. It doesn't diverge too much from general society, unless you get into like the light, the top of the top. There's a difference, but that might and probably is just the way that they are identifying very murky about what these different numbers actually mean for this. And that's the point we're trying to make.
I made a point in the chat too about this too, and that is that you really can't go back in history and go like, well, there's always been more, because for centuries the only schools available were religious schools.
Frank, I was making that exact point earlier, where there's a flip. And it'd be interesting to see that historically. I don't know how you would track that data, but to see where the education changed from it being, where that was the path for people that were intelligent, and that's where they went, because it would be very hard to track that versus like over the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what it's going to lay over with. You're basically going to be where the Enlightenment met the Industrial Revolution. And I'd also think you'd have to do it geographically. Like, I think it would be very different in Western Europe, for example, versus say China, and in America. Education in America was for a long time very non-secular. So public education that didn't include religious indoctrination was relatively modern invention of education in America, I think. Someone would have to track that, but that would be my hypothesis, at least. I can be corrected, but that would be my hypothesis.
This is why we need to celebrate librarians.
Absolutely.
They are, you might not go to the library often, but they're literally keeping knowledge alive.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about libraries a lot recently. One of the most beautiful libraries in the world, I don't know if anybody's been to Switzerland, but in St. Gallen, there's a really famous old library where they have a lot of really, really old illuminated manuscripts and stuff like that. If you just look up the Library of St. Gallen, it'll blow your mind. I live about an hour away from there, and I go there often. It's really remarkable.
I may or may not have smoked pot in the Library of Congress bathroom once.
I'll pull up a picture. That sounds cool. Right, I'll pull up a picture of the
It's so beautiful. It'll blow your mind. And just going there too is just like, it's ridiculous. But I've been thinking about, the other thing I've been thinking about libraries lately, so I think most people know I live in Europe, and I have a huge library, like over 1,000 books, and when I die, as I've been thinking about it, like what do I want done with my books? It's an interesting thought about it.
No, it is. Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't just want them to go to Goodwill or the equivalent, it's like,
Bring along Microsoft's crystalline, the storage thing they did. You know what I'm talking about? The crystalline, it's like a very specific, etched. I'm sorry, I'm fucking this up. I think it's a silicate. It lasts like over 1 million years.
Yeah, but it would have to be converted to that. That's the expensive part.
I do think you're dead. What do you care? Spend your money.
I use an app called Book Buddy, where I actually have my entire library in sort of a shareable application for like loaning out books and stuff like that.
I'm gonna blow your mind real quick, Frank. Take a picture of your library, your books, right? And then give it to Claude or ChatGPT, and then have it just create a database of where your books are.
Yeah.
All right, third row.
I scanned all the ISBN codes.
Kitover. But it's like just from the picture of the what was it called? The spine. It'll be able to tell you third row, 50. I did this with that.
Oh, cool. That's
cool. I'm like, I need a recipe for this. And I said, all right, do this. I'm like, where do I find it?
Yeah, because I don't alphabetize. I don't have like my system is more by topic. Like all my James Joyce books are together. That's one whole bookshelf. All my Thomas Pynchon books are together. Yeah.
So the problem is you gotta put the book you take out back. Otherwise, you gotta remake the fucking database.
Yeah, I know. When I get into my fiction books, like just random fiction books, that I think I like the idea of the Claude thing, because like I have in my head, if you ask me where a particular book is, the other day someone was asking me about Shakespeare, and I knew exactly where it was, but there's no reason it's there. Like Shakespeare's right next to Anne Sexton. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I just thought this. You could actually do this easily. You could just every time you take out a book and then you put it back, you take a picture, and you have it itself, and you can streamline that with a little bit of code.
Yeah.
Dude, it'll make the schema for the SQL for you. It's so stupid easy.
I think what's more important to me, again, on sort of the topic, is sort of like the legacy of it. A lot of my books have a lot of value too, just because they're like signed or first editions and things like that. And like my wife, she's not really a literature person. I mean, she reads obviously, but she's not super into it like I am. And I'm just so worried that like, you know, she'll throw out my first edition Joy Williams or something. You know, I'm like, no, so I told her, I said, if something happens to me, you have to bring in like my sister, who's also very literate, like to triage this stuff.
I mean, I have a signed copy of the Communist Manifesto in Soviet vinyl.
That's pretty cool.
It's totally made that up.
I have some William Gibson signed books, which are pretty cool, actually. So.
I actually do have. I have a bunch of.
I mentioned your man also.
Robert Heinlein. Signed. First edition signed.
Cool. William Gibson, I have signed actually, and I just saw William Gibson's like auctioning off one of his books for charity, signed actually. Yeah, I already got one.
I want Brian Greene to sign my The Meaning of It All book.
It's funny when I actually I bought a book. There's this British author that I love. His name is Magnus Mills, and he's just hysterical and direct. And he's like really awesome. And I bought one of his books online, and I through a secondhand source, and it came signed. I didn't even know that. So cool. Yeah,
that's very cool. Yeah, I really like. I know your brother's a physicist, but people shit on Brian Greene. But I love how he makes everything simple. I have such respect for that, and I love Feynman, right? And he was so high level. But just as a goof, I really want to do that.
My dad was actually a student of Feynman's too, actually. So, and for Christmas a couple years ago, I bought him the lecture books.
My mom was one of the strippers he hung out with when he was painting the
Oh, just stop. And Feynman was pretty awesome.
Yeah, but so is Brian Greene. I hate how underappreciated he is. I mean, he's not Feynman, but like, I feel like he gets shit on all the time. It bothers me.
I think if you can make it understandable, because I don't understand physics, and I was literature major, you know. So if I can understand something someone is writing about physics, that's pretty impressive. You know.
That's what I mean. He dumbs it down, and that is like, yeah, he's not doing new physics, but he's doing something so important, and he has such a capacity to do it well. I've been in many like dinner parties or social whatever, and I'll talk about Brian Greene, and they're like, Brian Greene,
he's a hack.
And I'm like, no, like the dude has talent. He's really good at making shit that none of you can understand understandable.
Yeah. As much as possible, yeah. I certainly can't do that for the stuff that I read, so.
Feynman did that with life, but not so much with physics, to be honest.
Can I ask a question about religion?
Absolutely.
But we don't have to give you an answer.
Fair enough. That was a good answer.
What religion? No Marlowe.
Yesterday I thought you said you didn't think much of the problem of evil in this argument. I was curious. Maybe I misheard you, but if that's the case, then why don't you think it's very compelling?
No, I don't think it's not that I don't think much of it. It's not like it doesn't give me certainty. I think it was a good argument. I think it's a great argument, actually. Yeah, it just doesn't give me certainty. I think I'll just say it. I'm not like one of these atheist circle jerking purists, you know, where everything where my claiming to be an agnostic is not even acknowledged by them, and so they keep asking me questions about whether or not I'm agnostic. They ask it in various different ways, and I keep saying yes, I'm an agnostic, and they just don't accept it. And so I think they were asking about the problem. I'm like, the problem is a good argument. I'm not going to say that it's not. And we could talk about it all day long in here, as we often do. But it doesn't give me certainty that there is or is not a God. It just kind of like puts things on the scale and goes, yep, I'm still an atheist.
So wait, are you an agnostic or not?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Joking, dude.
Oh man, I'm gonna come over there and smack you, Austin.
But do you think it's actually showing a contradiction or just
Being an agnostic atheist?
no from evil? It's
It doesn't show a it depends on which theist you're talking to. I think a lot of the I can bash my fellow atheists. I think a lot of the atheists that come in, particularly to your rooms, Andrew, only care about Abrahamic atheists, people who are atheists about Abrahamic religions. And my perspective is a little bit broader than that. I include Scientologists. I include
no, but do you think it shows a contradiction to the Abrahamic gods?
I would say it creates a little bit of a dilemma for them. I don't know if it's a direct contradiction because they have an apology. They have an apology for it, right? There's an apology. Yeah. So it's not enough to show a complete contradiction, but I've heard some debates, particularly with like Calvinists and stuff like that, where they got nothing. They got nothing to respond to except for repeating talking points. And to me, that's like a really sort of leaning towards your belief system is probably mistaken.
I like wokeism over materialistic atheism.
What do you like over it?
You said wokeism. Yeah, wokeism is better than materialistic.
What is wokeism? I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's what happens in the morning when you hit snooze.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of atheism that Buddha is.
What?
What?
Buddha is an atheist.
You're talking about back
Oh,
about Phoenix.
I'm a little confused.
I've never heard this word before.
I totally agree with your concept, sir.
When you say woke,
Yeah,
what are you talking
Buddha
about?
was an atheist. You know that Buddha was an atheist?
Buddha was not necessarily an atheist. I don't think it's Buddhism.
He didn't believe in
I think
God.
you mean an ascetic.
Yeah, an ascetic is not necessarily an atheist. Like, he just never spoke of God. It doesn't mean that he did not, iterate God in
Let's
certain
get to the bottom of this.
Have anyone ever read Sheldon Kopp's book? It's called.
The atheism of Terence McKenna or something like that is different than atheism of Jordan Peterson.
Thank goodness. Let's not bring up Jordan Peterson.
Guys are not listening to me. He didn't say that.
I'm just like, what?
Spiritual atheist.
Sheldon Kopp wrote a book called If You Meet Buddha on the Road, Kill Him. And everybody gets really offended when people say that, but it's actually a quote from Buddha.
Yes.
And it's a great book. It's about not following gurus and stuff like that. And I remember reading it when I was.
And that's probably why we don't have much like this.
I would not take advice like that, except unless it was from an expert who knew what he was talking about.
I like atheists that do yoga and meditation more than
Are you talking
ones
about
that
chicks in yoga pants?
Yeah.
There are those spiritual kind of things.
Sure. I'm here. I think we're getting off topic with something called wokeism.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know if you talk to Muslims, Frank, but Muhammad.
Yep. All the time. Muhammad and I have great conversations. Muhammad and I talked. Yeah, we had a conversation yesterday that was awesome. Or was it day before yesterday, Muhammad, we were talking? I forget.
2 days ago.
Awesome conversation. Has a really good knowledge of the text, and it was a great conversation. We don't agree, obviously, on lots of things, but it was a really good conversation.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
I feel like we should say peanut butter uranium hydrogen just because we're talking about Muhammad. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Lucian, are you there, buddy? I don't know if you're able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to weigh in, I'm curious what you think about the high IQ correlation to atheism. If you can't weigh in, it's all good. But what do you think about that, Muhammad and Haiti? Go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if they control socioeconomic class.
Good question.
Yeah, that is a good question.
My impression is just most of the fact atheists come from a higher socioeconomic class, they're just more likely to go to college and be
So you're saying atheists are more likely to go to higher education, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like, I would be interested to see how deep those beliefs are. When we were discussing this in among different professions in the U.S., we ran into a problem where people who have low, they don't really believe in it, but they just lightly identify with it. It's hard to know whether they actually are religious or not in different professions, right? So I'd be interested to know how that affects that opposite result, where you have a higher level of atheism, but is that because there's an expectation you're atheist, or is that just because they are atheists? Sorry, that was a lot. I don't articulate it.
Yeah.
Did you follow that at all?
I'm having a hard time tracking the question, actually.
I think the data is going to be self-reported. You say, yeah, they're atheists or not religious, sort of thought. Which might not be exactly. I mean, I don't mean that they don't have to be like to the hunting types, but if you just look at the pool of American atheists, they're going to be more likely to come from like children of professionals or something like that.
I would say upper middle class is a good way to put it too, probably.
No, we found out.
Also more likely to be more educated, which I think we associate with intelligence.
So, what is it? Frenchie?
Yeah.
Frenchie. One of the highest prevalence of theists among people, well-educated people, were mathematicians.
Where was that study?
It was done
Yeah,
at
I don't understand.
the Christian Science for Math Institute. And,
That sounds like bullshit to me then.
I'm sorry, something by the
Right,
Christian
hold on,
Science.
that was a joke. That was a joke, right? Hang on, let me explain it. So it was consistent among different specializations, and what it seemed to indicate was there was when you had these specializations, people actually identified as theists. And where we ran into a problem, which I was trying to explain, is are they actual theists, or are they just low observing atheists who are just going along with social norms?
Okay, so you're saying that, is it that out of all mathematicians, there are proportionally more theists, than atheists versus, let's say, biologists? Is that what you're saying? Or is it
That's not what I said.
Right, see, I don't know what you mean when you say there's a higher prevalence.
Yeah. Oh, among
Yes, yes, a larger portion of those fields are theists compared to the other fields.
But it's still not.
He said no.
Yeah, but it's not a majority either. It's still a look. It's 30 to 40% for mathematicians.
No, I think it's 67.
I'm looking at a study peer reviewed right in front of me that says 30 to 40
Okay.
for mathematicians.
Well, we'll go with that.
You've got 100 mathematicians and 100 biologists, right? And there are more Christian mathematicians than biologists. Is that what we're saying? Is that?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that definitively, but that was the understanding we came to.
Yes.
Yes, the numbers that I'm looking at say mathematicians around 30 to 40% express belief in God. Biologists and physicists typically under 15%, often closer to 5 to 10%.
Because math people are Platonists, like, they're really close to God.
That could be it. Maybe also biologists, physicists are confronting oneness of God more than mathematicians. Is it possible? Like biologists are finding out about evolution, and they're like, "Oh shit, I've been lied to my whole life." And
Yeah.
physicists are looking at the universe, going, "We probably don't have a God here." So maybe that's right.
Well,
I think it's definitely a field of study related. I think you could be a mathematician and there's this openness to mystery, basically, in mathematics, we could call it. Whereas biology is grounded in things that are directly contradictory to most religions. Directly. Mathematics isn't directly contradictory to most religions, whereas biology definitely is. So I think that's where you see it.
during this discussion earlier, one of the. Go ahead, Mom, sorry.
I want to say, like, this is like my view on it. Like, I don't see the direct connection between higher IQ and belief, because you usually what higher IQ, and this is what I understand, it's problem solving, or how fast you can solve a problem and things like that, how intelligent you are. But if you don't care about there is a God or there isn't a God, you probably wouldn't even think about it or have idea about it. You don't care about the subject at all. So I don't see like the relationship, direct relationship between the belief and the higher IQ. That's it.
Let me expand on that real quick. So one of the things we were discussing this earlier, when we're looking into this, is there is not a distinction that I could find between flow observance, which is probably just social, and actual devout theists. So you could have people who just do it because that's what people around them do. It's custom rather than it's religion, and it's very hard to differentiate that data. So it became very murky what the real prevalence was.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the terminology too just doesn't lend itself to getting to something where we're all going to like go down the same path here. Religiosity, IQ, you know, the semantics here are so filled with, you know, contextual bias that it's really hard to, I find it really hard to sort of land on anything in this other than the fact that I can say of mathematicians, blah, blah, blah. But the whole IQ thing, I'm right with you on that, Muhammad. It's like, I think that IQ tests are more about problem solving and they don't really tell me anything about much else.
As a low IQ person, Frank, I'll tell you this, there's not enough big words in there for you to impress me.
See? It's like you should just listen to Phoenix in the chat. I was just writing as a response to one of those things that I was just saying, what in the word salad are you talking about?
I love just using words without meaning.
Yeah, materialistic atheism offers a cold empirical clarity. Woke atheism functions as a cognitive bridge that attempts to reconcile a godless universe with an intense drive for justice. Dude,
now that's false. Here's that flux capacitor. That's false.
Yeah, there's no flux capacitor in there. He hasn't used the word phenomenology. It's not true.
Yeah, no, so sorry, sir, you failed.
You didn't use the word contingency. Fuck off. There was not a single entailment in there.
Are you guys?
If you're not an onomatopoeia, you're clearly a palindrome, but you can't be both.
Narges, you're right. We didn't use necessary.
Not the most important word, necessary.
Yes, exactly. Necessary contingency.
Necessarily necessary. Let's just, it's necessary we point that out.
Oh, and
I have a funny existence anecdote. As I was in college many years ago at UCLA.
Hold on, talking about my existence.
Okay, and we all dropped a bunch of acid, and we were like in the laundry room, and there was like a piece of tape stuck to the wall of the laundry room, and we were all convinced that piece of tape like was the universe. You know, that was our entire existence of the universe was in this piece of tape on the wall. We were all talking about it, and it was like real tripping balls, you know. And this girl came into the laundry room, and she wasn't tripping, and she's like, "Existence? I took that last quarter," and we all laughed and forgot about it. So, whenever anybody mentions existence, I'm always like, "Existence? I took that last quarter." I just assume for utility that I do. Yeah, I can't. You know, I don't do a whole lot. Yeah, it's just for utilitarian purposes. It is one of my presuppositions. Yes. I don't spend a lot of time debating it too, because it's kind of like then you end up talking about the matrix and simulations and things that don't really interest me.
Frank, what do you think of these conceptions of God like Nargis has, where it's like basically your shoe is God?
Yeah.
And you know, so she's kind of down like that. And I don't know, maybe she can be feeling.
absolutely not. Frank, after 3 hours of discussing with Andrew about absolute divine simplicity,
Yeah.
he comes to the conclusion that people who take from ABS worship a shoe.
Well, it's funny you
This
say
is
that though, because
debated with Andrew, bro. Like, this is debated with Andrew.
if you've ever debated me, you know that's something I say all the time. Though, it's like I could just say my God is a coffee cup.
not much.
If you ask her, Nargis,
But it's Andrew, French.
spit out some of that woo that you say. What is it?
Don't let me go to the Sky Daddy, Andrew. Don't let me use that word.
Wait, Phoenix has a new one for us. Phoenix has a new one for us in the chat. Materialistic red pill atheism operates as a hyper-rationalist framework that strips away metaphysical comfort in favor of occult biological determinism centered on power dynamics. The guy has a dictionary in front of him somewhere, and he's like flipping the words, going point, point, point.
Yeah, so look, if you ask her to define or describe her God as she understands it, she'll take the hits on, she snites at the Abrahamic of ask her to define who.
Bro, my model is from like Maimonides, Avicenna, like these kind of guys.
So
I don't know, Andrew, this is really hard for you to understand because you believe in the traditionalist man God, and there are quite a few of us who don't believe in your traditionalist man God. I'm not debating with you. It's going to go back to the shoe. Andrew, after all that back and forth, it's going to go back to the shoe.
I know. Listen, Frank and French will listen. They're much more bright than I am. They're going to understand exactly the shoe this Nike Sketcher got. You just describe it. Give the description.
All the shoes. You pick Nike for my God. Like that.
Because of the just do it thing.
Yeah, just
Just do it.
It doesn't matter.
I said to Patty, I say, why is my cat not God? And they have to be like, yeah, it probably is. But
Yeah.
I just got,
They think so.
I just got confused when
You're a little muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Isn't that what Christians believe? Or Muslims?
You're
Yeah, I mean, absent evangelicity doesn't have to like have a religion.
you're muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Sorry.
But,
It just sounds like you were talking to pantheist when you're like, well, my shoe could be God.
no, I mean, if you ask her, define, just Nargis, I won't say anything. Just define what God is. Go ahead. Nargis.
God is Andrew, period.
Yeah. So
There we go.
I think she's a little gun shy now. But
I mean, it's okay. It's not that big.
it's basic. Well, here's the thing. I just say, I mean, just go for atheism, Nargis. You don't have to. You know what I mean? Just go. You just,
It's good
If
advice.
a theist looks like you, Andrew, I'm definitely an atheist.
That's her taking the jabs, but Nargis, go ahead and just describe it. Just say it's the eternal woo now.
The eternal woo.
Look at the giant. Look at the giant.
I love that.
Is it astrology too?
It's everything that is.
He thinks it's woo-woo. Like it's a serious philosophy. He thinks it's woo-woo.
It's the now, it's eternal, it's the source of all, and the woo, and all.
But there's an Eckhart Tolle room for that.
And there's a wokeism room for that too. I think the Phoenix, do you have a wokeism room? I think.
Oh my God, Phoenix is just like pointing to his dictionary again. It's like that word.
Have pink. Only with pink hair you can answer.
Oh man, only with pink hair can answer. I guess I have no hair.
Frank, I'll give you Albito's argument. I don't know if he'll turtle up here, but he's got an argument for theism.
Okay.
And that is that he has a very social based epistemology kind of thing. So he's like, hey, look, there's a lot of people, like a good portion of the planet believes in God. And so that is a good reason to believe. Because many people do believe. Not that it's true.
Yeah.
Because of that, but that it's evidence for.
But that's so weak. I mean, that's like, that's clearly not someone who's done a lot of debates, because that argument, it assumes that there's like one God, first of all, and that's clearly, to an atheist, that's clearly not true, that there's one God concept. And secondarily, it's just an ad populum fallacy. It's like, popular doesn't equal true. So, that's the way I would do it.
Do you agree? Albito's like, I'm silent.
He doesn't know what the fallacy is.
Ad populum?
Yeah. What is it?
It just means you're appealing to the popularity of something.
No.
So
then how is that different from an ad populum fallacy? If your argument is literally just lots of other people believe it, therefore that's an argument that it's true. That's literally the definition of an ad populum fallacy.
If you look it up, it says that the truth of it is guaranteed. If something is popular, that means it
No,
must be true.
No, that's no. You're not reading the fallacy correctly. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want to send a link?
Yeah, I can probably find one. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first part. The other thing is, some things are just purely dictated by their popularity.
Sure, but not truth claims.
No, truth claims.
Like, give me an example of one.
It's true that if something is the most popular, based on its popularity.
That's a tautology. That's a tautology.
Tautology, but tautologies are true, right?
Again, yeah, but they're trivially true. So yeah, they're self-referentially trivially true. So okay. Argumentum ad populum is a type of informal fallacy, specifically a fallacy of relevance, and is similar to an argument from authority. It uses an appeal to the beliefs, tastes, or values of a group of people, stating that because a certain opinion or attitude is held by a majority or even everyone, it is therefore correct. It's an informal fallacy. It would be evidence to support more research, absolutely. It means like it would. It should probably be investigated, but it doesn't add to the certainty of it. It just means it's popular. It doesn't. That's all.
I think that. Okay, then do you want to explain what peer review is?
Peer review is a way of correcting errors by not being able to repeat it.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with peers?
Because the peers are the people who are qualified to do the repetition.
Right, but it's their opinion.
Yeah, but it's not an opinion. It's they have to demonstrate. I can't peer review a paper by going, oh, I think that's crap. That's not peer review. Peer review means.
That's not what I mean by opinion.
Okay, but
their evaluation.
Yeah, but your evaluation has to come with data too. Yeah. You can't just. It's like you. Yes, that's what corrects bad science is good science. Okay.
But we're talking about people who make evaluations supposedly on reasons, evidence, whatever. I think people are doing that all over the place.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah.
I think that they do that with theism too.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people just suddenly, like when they start thinking about God, they're like, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to think about how I got to this or anything.
Well, yeah, but you're missing some of the nuances of what's being done in that secular context. It's not just thinking about it and publishing. It's actually saying, hey, I couldn't reproduce your results when I ran that experiment. No one's doing that with God. Right? No, and it's a totally different process.
I think that they are. I think that's in fact
What do you mean? That's exactly what
you're saying. Look, you have like something that you're claiming, and I can't reproduce it, so I don't believe it.
Okay. And?
I'm just saying that is what you're doing.
Yeah, because that's my approach basically, and I would do that with science as well. Yeah. But you said they do it for the alternative, and that's like, I mean, the opposite. And I don't think maybe that's not what you're saying. Maybe I'm mistaken. That's fine.
Remember, like there's some like thing, experiments or whatever.
Yes.
And people can go and like reproduce it.
Yes.
If there's a whole bunch of people that reproduce it, and maybe there's like a small subsection who doesn't, do you think that it's more likely true, given that a lot of people were able to reproduce it?
If they're actually doing an experiment by my standards of what an experiment is, sure.
Why is that for your standards?
Because, well, not my standards, but the standards of scientific evidence, I would say. That is a known thing. Because that's what I choose.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if you choose just, I read a book, therefore it's true. Someone else read a book they thinks is true. Oh gosh, the book is true. Hey, that's the religious standard.
I'm not saying we should just pick an art, like we should just have any standard. I'm just asking why that standard.
Yeah, because it's proven to be good. demonstrate if we fucking went to the moon last week because of a standard like that. You know, although there's people here that probably don't believe that. So you know,
Like,
it's
the problem I'm going to have is like, am I grant that it is actually like a good standard to meet, but it seems like we have all kinds of beliefs that don't meet that standard.
Yeah, sure.
Anyways.
Yeah, 100%. We're human. I don't apply the scientific. I don't apply the scientific method to my relationships.
Right, but yet you have good reasons to believe them still.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just talking about having beliefs that we have good reasons to believe, even if they don't meet that scientific standard.
Yeah, we do it all the time. You know.
Okay. Well, then why don't you think that's maybe what's going on with theism?
Because it hasn't. It doesn't rise to that level for me. It's not the case that I would use that for theism. Like, to me, it's too important of a question.
Like the relationship, you didn't apply the scientific standard,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Okay. And yet you still believe it, and you think that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
So why is that not acceptable for theism?
Because theism is a much more consequential thing.
I mean, I think people would view their relationships as pretty consequential.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, do you not?
I've had a lot of them, so I don't. It's not in the same category as me. Sorry, it's kind of a category problem for me.
Yeah. I feel my relationships are very important.
Mine are too. Don't worry, I think mine are too. But it's like I don't do like fMRIs on my girlfriends to find out whether or not they love me.
I agree. I don't either. I think that my relationships with my family or my girlfriend, spouse, whatever, is probably more important than God.
Okay.
It's like I don't really give a shit about electrons.
Okay.
Like they found out like there were like another particle that existed. I wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
I mean, don't you agree? Like if you had a choice, if you give up one, your relationship or like the knowing of a particle, probably would give up the knowing of a particle.
I think it. Yeah, I don't really understand. The question is so absurd. I don't really understand how to answer. Sorry. I want whatever Phoenix is smoking. He's got some sort of generator going on, is my suspicion. There's something that's generating this word salad. I can't believe this comes out of a brain. It's functioning. ChatGPT, generate me some word salad about philosophy. We should start responding to him with ChatGPT. Take what he writes, plug it into Claude, and see what it says.
You ever use the argument of divine hiddenness?
Me?
Yeah.
I've heard it. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's not a bad argument. It usually comes up with deists, actually.
I think it's better against Christians.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was first kind of getting into atheist debating, I thought it was a really good argument at some point. It hasn't come up recently. I'm not saying it's a bad argument or anything, but I haven't used it recently, I would say. There's a lot of arguments, obviously. That's just one of them.
I think that one and probably more compelling and well known. There's some like more what's the word? I don't know. I want to say esoteric, but I think I'm probably using that word wrong.
No, that's actually probably not a bad word in some cases. Even though sometimes that's a bad word, but.
Like, but those two, I think, the good thing about Message is like really simple to understand. Like, I'm not saying like his answers, I'm just saying it's simple for me to understand. And I think they can definitely bamboozle most of these. Not all, of course, because there's some really clever ones.
Yeah, I always go with like they've had 2,000 years to refine their apologies, and some of them are really good at it because of that. You know, they've learned. Oh, it's not maximally logical. It's blah blah blah. If you see how like William Lane Craig's arguments have evolved over the years and things like that, it's that. It's like when you talk to a really convinced flat earther sometimes, like I can't say a single thing like, oh, the moon goes from waxing to waning in the northern hemisphere and waning to waxing in the southern hemisphere. What's your explanation for that? Other than it's a sphere. They have an answer. They literally have an answer to that. It's bullshit. It doesn't conform to any known laws of the natural universe, but they have one. I feel that way about apologists sometimes too. It's like they've had a long time to say, oh, if you interpret that Greek word as meaning this instead of this, and you combine it with this chapter over here, you get this. And it's like, I haven't done that. I haven't been around for 2,000 years making my atheist apologies. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely generating this stuff out of something. Spiritual wokeism functions as a modern alchemy. Yeah. Let me take his quote and I'm going to feed it to ChatGPT and see what it says. I'll use Claude actually because it's better. That sentence sounds profound, but when I try to pin down what it's actually claiming, it mostly dissolves. Spiritual wokeism also isn't a defined thing. I can engage with any of those, but the original sentence is more incantation. That is so funny.
Yeah, I think universe is a woke person. We do a lot of tarot card readings and stuff.
Yeah. I think this may come as a surprise to some people here, but I'm not really opposed to tarot cards. I think they actually have a really interesting function in psychology. Not as a truth tool, but as an exploration of archetypes. They're super cool.
I mean, I'm really interested in psychedelics and what it did during the 60s or something. The counterculture and wokeism, the whole thing is really good.
Can you just define wokeism, like in a sentence? Because I don't think you know what it means.
Yeah, I don't either.
Fight against injustice. To be aware of injustice, is to first to be awakened to injustice, like racism. It started from the African American communities to fight injustice.
So like 10 years, it's been around.
Yeah, and what is the relationship between psychedelics and wokeism? I think that's tenuous at best.
I think that it seems like conservatives don't like mushrooms.
Yeah.
Conservative environments don't like psychedelics because it makes people.
Okay, you're just totally generalizing here, and I'm sorry.
Around way too much. For example, a lot of New Age Christians. A lot of woke people are going to be Christian, right? It's nothing connecting wokeism with atheism.
Yeah.
It's just completely confused. Like these two.
Yeah, wokeism and woke atheism are not performance.
Can you just stop using the word woke? It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It makes you sound like a pedantic conservative.
They're liberal Christians, they're woke
Yeah.
Christians.
Do you think that I care what others think about?
I don't think you care, but I'm just letting you know how it sounds. It makes you sound like someone who's listened to too much Joe Rogan.
Okay.
It's
really.
I think it's fighting injustice against.
Yeah, but okay, then call it fighting injustice, which many of us would support you with. But to use the word woke is used as a pejorative term by the right about those things. So when you're using it, you sound like some sort of incel piece of shit. So stop doing it.
No, I will not stop.
Okay, have a nice day then. No one here is going to engage with you on the topic either.
I like Pink Floyd, so I like Pink Floyd.
Why are you saying that? Do you think they're woke? Of course they're not. He's just a weirdo. Now he's just saying random shit.
How do you think woke? Just explain that.
He's awakened.
From what?
Awakened from the preconditioning of the,
Oh my god, you sound like you've literally been brainwashed by someone. It's really...
Many woke people are Christian. That's your problem. Stop saying it's anything to do with atheism.
Yeah, I think it is like Christian mysticism. Wokeism is that.
Look, if you saw like a black protest, right, and you just polled everyone there, guarantee you the vast majority would say they're Christian. This is just like a really dumb conversation we're having.
I think being awakened is better than being intelligent.
What does that even mean? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's really bad. And if you're trying to come off as, liberally enlightened, you're doing a very bad job of it.
The woke is about liberally enlightened.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job.
Thank you for defining it for me.
If that's what you're trying to do, you wouldn't be using the word woke.
So why not open your eyes? Have you seen the movie Doctor Strange?
Oh, good grief. Stop quoting movies.
I can get that eye, Frank. Go ahead.
Go watch Melancholia. It's a better movie.
Have you seen the Buddhist monk when she said to him, like, open your eye? He was tripping balls.
What's that? Oh, it's such a great movie. It's my acid test for relationships. If you watch that movie and you get depressed, we're not going to work out. But if you watch that movie and you go, life rocks, we could be friends. Yep. And the soundtrack, oh my god, that Tristan Hill soundtrack. It's just like... Yeah.
As a baby Christian, have you come up with or have you always had a response to divisiveness?
I think it's evidence.
Interesting.
It's just the reasoning that I employ for that, like, argument as basically as a counter, it's like a second argument that points to theism.
Okay, so is there sort of evidence for atheism, but you've got counter evidence?
With the same, like so when we ask, like, okay, why do we believe premise two, that there are non-resistant objects?
Yeah.
My answer is because I take their testimony to be like a true representation of the world, of their psychology.
Okay.
And then I say, I do the same thing when people say, I saw God. I think that there is a true testimony about their way of
Oh, I see. Yeah. So if atheism were true, why an atheist kind of idea? I mean,
Couldn't you say the opposite, though? Like, if theism is true, why are there atheists?
well, that's the yes, that's the point. That's what I was just doing.
Yeah.
So the argument starts off with if theism is true, why are there non-resistant non-believers? And then Alvina's like, fair enough, but if atheism is true, why do all these people believe in God? And he doesn't want to say, well, he doesn't want, like I think the atheist would just immediately be like, oh, they're just all deluded, right? And he thinks that's like saying the non-resistant non-believers deluded, right?
Yeah. That's kind of why I avoid that word. Yeah.
Words to say, like, it's one thing to be like, okay, there's like 100,000 deluded people.
Yeah.
But then you would be committed to saying billions upon billions, and far the majority are deluded.
Yeah.
I really don't want to
if you take out the word deluded and you just go mistaken, you know,
Well, I think that's less likely.
yeah.
How about indoctrinated?
Which one's more likely? 100,000 people are mistaken, or billions and billions of people?
Indoctrinated, biased, inherited. So many other words you can replace them.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about like thunder and lightning being gods on top of mountains, throwing down lightning bolts, then what do you call all the millions and millions of people that believe that for thousands of years? Deluded, mistaken, you know? The numbers don't really matter. You can't just say there's 100,000 on this side and there's a million on this side. The context matters too. The topic matters. And what we've learned as human beings, I start with, you know, knowledge is cumulative. Like, I don't believe in like mystical ancient knowledge or anything bullshit like that. You know, knowledge is cumulative. And so, yes, we've been wrong about some things. And I think we're wrong about God. But I can't stand up and go, here's the one thing that proves we're wrong about God, like we can do with, you know, a lot of other stuff. But I still think that the people who believe it are wrong. It doesn't matter if there's millions of them or thousands of them. I still think they're wrong. I don't think they're deluded. I don't think they're psychotic. I don't think they're, you know, in a cult. I just think they're wrong. Just like the people who believe that lightning bolts being thrown off of mountains were wrong. And there were millions of them.
I feel like if so you're asking the atheists to give an account for like why there are billions of theists. I mean, they could give a naturalistic account, I think.
You can give an account. I think that's not really the problem. It's like justifying that premise without also implicitly justifying the like other premise that I use.
Yeah, I mean, right, because the theist account is going to be something like they're suppressing truth. Nothing's basically like, unless they just want to flat out say they're lying, which probably that's not the way they want to go. Because how can they prove that?
Right.
But the atheist account doesn't have to do that. And that's like,
Well, the whole idea is like if you're going to reject the premise,
yeah,
you're taking a stance that I think in most people's eyes are going to find problematic to some extent.
preposterous, maybe.
And that's why like I don't reject. I think it's right to just like it is we're reasoning correctly,
Right.
but then part of that also just means we should reason towards the other side. That's my view.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's like the divine hiddenness of atheism.
Isn't it kind of like though just the difference between being like valid and sound? You know, like you can make a perfectly valid argument, but it's not sound because your premises aren't demonstrated.
Althea thinks it is sound.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and so again, my response to that when people do that with me in one-on-one debates is take your premise and make it the conclusion of a different argument.
Yeah.
And demonstrate that, you know, whatever it is, you know, and generally they can't because
the argument is if God's triomny and he wants people to believe in him, we shouldn't expect there to be non-resistant non-believers. There are non-resistant non-believers, therefore isn't triomny or doesn't exist. That's the conclusion. And then the argument for premise 2 is justifying it on the basis of, well, there's a lot of people that say it, and it's very unlikely every one of them's lying. It's also very unlikely that they're all mistaken because they're like different people through different times, through different circumstances. Then it would be just unlikely that every one of them is mistaken. And so
but that's not true though. You can demonstrate that. Yeah, but you can demonstrate that premise isn't true.
Which one?
Frank, do you know what a non-resistant non-believer is?
What's that?
Do you know?
What is it?
Non-theistic. Okay, so
what do I start with?
Dude, I think you're resistant. Again,
Okay.
anyone would think you are, based on the fact that your hobby or pursuit or profession is, I'm a professional atheist.
That's not actually so. I have another profession.
You have a fucking room saying I'm asking atheists.
Yes, that doesn't make me a professional atheist. I never claimed to be one.
Again, it makes me not a non-believer. Doesn't make me resistant. I'm an agnostic atheist, and the fact that that's not Frenchie, the fact that that's not pure enough for you, I don't really give a flying fuck what you think I am. So stuff it. I don't really care what you think I am.
By the way, I'm an ex-atheist. The worst nightmare for atheists.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
If you want to know what I am from belief, you just have to ask me, and you don't get to tell me. You're already categorizing me as a professional atheist, which is bullshit. Number one, and number two, I'm an agnostic. I'm open to the possibility of a God, and you can't.
That doesn't mean you're not resistant. You have resistance. You talk about how you debate Christians all
Yes.
the time.
And what if that is being driven by my curiosity about whether or not it's true?
Have you been doing this?
40.
And have you found any evidence that compels you yet?
No.
But you still think you will, right?
Could happen.
How likely is that?
I don't know, but could happen.
Stop lying. I don't
Please.
know. No,
Please.
it's not likely.
Frenchie, just stop. Frenchie, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing to atheists, and I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Bye.
Ciao.
Thank God.
Here, I'm going to flush a toilet for you. There you go.
Looking for evidence. He doesn't know how likely it is. What a liar.
This is what I was talking about in the back channel, Andrew. These fucking purist atheists who I don't meet their standard of purity, and they just want to be completely unhinged about it, and that's all she's doing.
I'm just telling you,
You're just an unhinged atheist, and you're giving us a bad name.
every Christian would agree with me that you are.
Yeah, sure they would. Okay, fine.
Does anyone think he's non-resistant?
Yeah, because a poll of 10 people on Clubhouse is going to get you an answer. Your whole world is your ego on Clubhouse. I'm sorry, and you're just such an arrogant little piece of shit. I really don't even care. You do nothing but pedantics here, and every time I've been in a room talking to you, I've had 10 people come in and tell me she's just an arrogant person, and all she does is like to scream at people. So people have a very low opinion of you here because of this pedantics, and maybe that makes you happy, but it's true.
Are you done with the voting?
I'm done.
Okay, great. And
Bye.
Yeah. Oh, you're leaving now? What a fucking bitch. Fucking little bitch. He's been doing this for 40 years and he thinks he's non-resistant. 40 years doing atheist debates and he thinks he's non-resistant.
Where'd they ask him what the evidence was?
Well, I left the fucking deafening silence. No one actually backed me up. You probably left thinking you all think I'm an arrogant piece of shit. Thanks a lot for that.
Well,
When you asked, like,
I don't care about any of that, but he literally said he doesn't care about the opinion of the rooms. But I just got back after dropping my son.
I want to ask you about determinism and another one. The conversation that you had with Charles.
Which one? Compassionalism or?
No, the conversation that you had with Charles about determinism and free will.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. You had a conversation with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what's up?
If you could steel man his position, and I would give you an argument against it, can you do that?
I mean, I feel like yes, I could, but I can't.
Rather not to.
I can't. Yeah, because like I would feel like dishonest by doing it because I think that what he's doing is making a mistake.
Okay. Can I say something? like how we can define determinism and how we can define free will. If we say A is true no matter what, that means it is determinism. And if A is a possible, that means it is freedom of free will. Do you accept that definition?
I mean, those are definitions I would want to work with, but I think for the purposes of the discussion that Charles would have, it's probably sufficient.
Yeah. But let's say, make it simple. Let's say the action is A, God, human, and if it is A, it's true always. That means determinism. If A is a possible, like it could be B or A, that means freedom of will. Do you accept those? Okay. So if you take like the point of view of God, A will always be determinism. But if you take the point of view of a human, A is always a possible. So yeah, if you take always like the truth fact of God, you have right to say everything is determined. But if you take the point of view of a human, A will always be a possibility that will make it a free will. Yeah, but I have to accept the harm to give another harm. Like you can't deny like a determinism for God, but you can prove, according to the definition, the free will for human.
Shalom, guys.
So, alaikum salam. Would that be like a response to that? Like you prove the freedom of will exists even in the framework of the predeterminism.
I mean, you could say it to him, whether or not he thinks that that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah. But that's like a good point of view. Do you guess yes or not? Because
me personally, like how I feel about that. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just like a totally wrong framing of it. I wouldn't want to. Like free will, I don't think is something that we're looking at as like. Well, it kind of just depends on who's looking at it. I don't think that's how it works.
It's depends. So he denying that is dependable. The free will is dependable.
No, you're saying, well, it depends on what perspective we're looking at. Or if you
Exactly.
I'm saying I don't think we should look at it like that.
But like every truth is relative. Every truth is relative to something. If the free will is relatively to the humans is true, then it's true for humans.
I feel like I want to resist saying every truth is relative, but there might be like a trivial sense in which you're using it, which I would agree with. So, it's probably not what people mean when they say like truth relativism, like in philosophy. You just mean like there's a relation between something's accuracy and like the way the world is or something. Like context makes it true or something, or truth conditions.
Yeah, something like that.
There's like truth makers.
Yeah, those are
Truth.
but that's usually not what relativism is. Like the philosophy usage of it. So I'm just making it clear that I would disagree with the philosophy relativism, but if you're talking about like conditions that make things true, then yeah, I'm okay with that.
What did you mean by relativism as well? Like maybe Hamlet, just to get like to really understand Hamlet. What did you mean by saying truth is relative?
Truth is relative to all humans. Like for example, that truth being having the ability to choose is true for all the human. Would make it tautology for the human will, and most the consider it as true. But if you're gonna put God into the factors, yeah, things change. So according to all human, A is possible. That make it the truth. That's why I said it.
Yeah, I mean, is he making that discourse? Is he making this correspondence theory of truth, where he's saying like, what makes a proposition involving human free will is actually the human being that's doing the free will action that serves as like the truth maker. Scholars that refers to correspond to the.
I don't think that you can find out the answer to this question without going and asking way more questions.
Okay.
I mean, you can follow that up.
Oh, I thought Abila. Oh, I was interrupting you and having right Abila.
No, I'd actually rather someone else speak. I'm trying to do something that is got some noise in it.
Okay. So what were you guys?
Well, just quick question. Like I asked him like to take the point of Charles, and I was trying to have another point to attack the point of Charles. That's it.
Well, other people probably know Charles's position. I mean, I can restate it. I'll just tell you where I think the mistake is. He thinks that because once the fact about what will occur is fixed, that it means it couldn't not occur. Like it's impossible for it to, like the negation. No, I mean, I think that like it doesn't follow from something that will occur that it could not occur. That's just two different propositions. The true negation is what follows from something that will occur is that it's impossible for it to not will occur.
But I can understand your point of view because you build in your idea on the premise that knowledge have to be externalized to be true. Like that's what you're saying and what you believe in initially. Like it doesn't contradict; it goes hand in hand. So the action have to be done to make it true. This is according to your belief. But in my belief, like whether like even if the action didn't happen, the knowledge is true. That's like where we will have a difference between my view and your view.
I don't know. He's saying that it's like, actually, I'm not even sure. Like, if you say like right now I'm in my house, it's actually that's true. But if it weren't really true that I was in my house, actually, I'm not even hard to like parse that. So maybe I'm not even sure what to say.
No, according to our previous conversation about the knowledge of God, and what do you believe that knowledge of God need external sources to be true or to be confirmed? Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah. So according to that, for the knowledge to be true, it has to be external things to it. That's your belief. So for the action to be true, it has to be actualized according to your belief. And that's why you're making that argument.
Every truth has to be action.
You don't think every truth, every knowledge that God has.
I don't think every truth has to be actual.
Yeah, but
I
take
think
the other.
seem like they're not actual.
Also, Alvila, you don't take you're not like a truth maker maximum free. You don't believe that in every part. Okay.
Although I want to uphold the maximally, so
yeah. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, actually, I think like most people say, like even most correspondence theorists of truth are not like truth maker maximalists. Right? Of course, they would want to maximize as much as possible, have as much truth makers. They would say like, yeah, certain propositions wouldn't really correspond. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna step back.
Okay.
Understand the defense that you make for the argument because you depended on the action and the knowledge for them to be true. But in my position, like God knowledge is always true. Like even if the action didn't happen yet, it will happen. So there is no other way.
Yeah. I mean, you in a sense, you have to hold to that. You have to believe that God has infallible knowledge, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. What happened with Frank?
He had a tantrum and left because I said he was a non-resistant non-believer.
Well, you said he was a resistant believer.
Sorry, I said he was a resistant non-believer. Right. He thinks he's non-resistant.
It was weird. I was listening. I couldn't talk because I was like managing my son. But he I think at some point he claimed no, he got hung up on as like professional atheist.
Well, I think he thought. I mean, when I say professional atheist, I don't actually mean that's
That he
your
gets
job.
money.
You advertise.
No, I know.
But he didn't
You just mean
understand.
high profile. You
Yeah,
create
someone-
rooms.
It's
You're
a personality.
a community organizer.
Like you're a professional suite, you know. It's a personality.
Great analogy.
Yes, thank you. Anyway, point is, A, he didn't understand that, but he doesn't actually let anyone explain or clarify, just tantrums. And then he got very upset because he thinks he's
I find him easier to talk to than Steve Appel, but he has like at the core, they're the same kind of atheist.
Well, I mean,
Steve is much more difficult to talk to.
I think he thought it was like an insult or like I'm a
Yeah.
resistant non-believer. It's no big deal. Just because it.
Maybe he didn't quite understand what you meant for something. Like I think what you want to say, I think what you want to say is that he's like motivated. You know, he's like highly motivated because he has a huge dog in the fight. He has invested a lot of social clout into being an atheist.
The evidence suggests that he's resistant, but I don't think he even. I think he didn't even like. He just tantrum. So couldn't even be like, "This is what it means. This is why I think you are resistant." And then he just started bullshitting, like hardcore, because he said he's been looking for evidence for 40 years. And I said, "What do you think the chances are of you finding some?" And he said he doesn't know. And I just don't think that's true. I think he thinks the chances are extremely low that he'll find some evidence in the next 40 years. But he didn't want to say that, right? Because that kind of undermines his, I'm just an agnostic. So then, at that point, I just called him a liar, and then he just like tantrumed and left.
I don't fuck with any of these like philosophy. You know, that's just a book.
But yeah, but he comes here and he wants to do all the talking, so you know.
No, yeah, definitely.
You gotta actually
characters.
Are you talking about Steve, the atheist guy?
No, we're not Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Well, we're talking about Frank right now. I was just comparing him to Steve Appel, if you know that.
Steve Appel is.
Thrash.
I think he once told me that he thinks there's no evidence for God or naturalism. Steve, this is Steve. And when I asked him, so why are you a naturalist? He says, well, because he divorced his wife. And because of the amount of issues he had to deal with, he basically was emotionally moved to naturalism, but even though there's no proof for it.
What?
What does it have to do with the divorce?
What does it do with?
I don't know, bro.
So also, why do you guys keep up like Phoenix Majet on the stage? He's like a little sect. Just raise some. Well, I wasn't around. I wasn't at my phone. I couldn't. Just like as soon as I came back to my phone, I fucking moved it down.
It's difficult to talk to because
Fucking schizophrenic.
can't track even simple differences, unfortunately.
Right.
So it's very difficult to just have a conversation with.
I agree. I hate the truth. Did Albedo talk to Frank about his argument?
Did your argument?
Probably not entirely, no.
Don't get me wrong, I don't like this epistemic approach that Albedo takes, but it's not a fallacy. Oh, yeah.
Well, Andrew explained it, so it's possible Andrew didn't do it justice. Well,
Did Andrew explain it to Frank?
yes.
Yeah, we don't want to be in the position of having Andrew explain other people's views.
Because a lot of
very
people
rarely
think
goes well.
you know,
Is Andrew around?
he was a little while ago. He's probably pulled an all-nighter and is now kind of dropping off.
Yeah. I
Andrew
was talking to that guy, Austin Powers. And it's like I have just realized that as long as someone isn't like difficult to talk to, you can talk to anyone about basically anything. It's, it gives me optimism. Yeah, I like me. Like for my, I just lose patience immediately when someone is difficult to talk to. Like Muhammad is basically carrying this like clubhouse Islam on his shoulder.
Because he's the only one who's not.
I'm glad you're careful that. By the way,
By difficult to talk to, do you mean aggressive, or do you mean just like really dumb? Both?
Way more aggressive than dumb. As in, they're really sensitive to interruption. They insist on ranting for a long time, and they become upset if you interrupt for clarifications or something like that.
Right.
They're kind of belligerent in the way they interact. But just like these like sensitivities to interruptions and like breaks in the dialogue. And they're like, I want to finish my plane. Like that kind of. It's just like, oh my god.
There was a really good example of that yesterday. I think it was a tourism. Someone said, referred to they do this, or I don't, it doesn't matter. And a couple of people immediately cut in and said, who's they?
Yeah.
And she's like, if you let me finish. But it's like, no. You've known them for 10 minutes. We still don't know who they are.
Right.
You've got to stop.
They're like completely insensitive to the fact that they're using a pronoun.
Right.
That is completely vague and nobody understands what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're like, they don't even make room for that.
No, and I think that's perfectly reasonable interruption. Who
Yeah, no, I hate those
say they? Because we still don't know what you're talking about. You could go on and on and on about what they are doing.
Sometimes I go into chillism when there's absolutely nothing that's going on.
I see
You can spend like 5 minutes in there and then it's like, oh, unless Nathan is in there rigorously moderating, then that's so fun.
I think that moderation's a little too gentle.
No, it is way too gentle. That's what I mean. Like, unless Nathan is there to kind of, pull the ears up on people. Because he is the only one who aggressively moderates.
Yeah.
You know, he used to be a PNR moderator.
Well,
No, I remember. I go way back.
I don't think he's aggressive enough, but he will say stuff.
Sometimes he's not. I agree.
He will do the basics, and some of the other ones don't seem to do it. I just think this is usually sleep or something. But there's some really wackadoos in there. And also just some really obnoxious, like, oh fuck, who's that guy yesterday? I think actually he was beating you up.
Oops.
He's beating you up about something, and he just wouldn't let you speak at all. He was just like doing that game in chillism.
Andrew has left this morning.
Was it Mr. or something?
I think he was arguing with the same guy.
Okay.
Just really,
Yes.
you can't make jokes with people here, so I always forget.
What's up?
can we argue that every truth we know is relative truth?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
We can. We can or we can't.
You can.
Yeah, so relative truth is truth then.
Yeah.
Well, what is an example of a relative truth, do you think? Like, do you mean like,
Free will.
I'm in the middle? I thought you meant like I'm in the middle, and that's relative to some other reference point.
No. Okay, you can take it, simplify it as that, but I mean relative truth for all humanity. I mean, this is truth for all humanity. That is read according to.
But what does the word relative do?
Relative to human Like you can't say that truth is truth without using human into factoring.
You can't say truth is truth without taking humans into. Oh, no,
Yeah, so every truth that we consider truth have relative to humans.
And now
Sorry, guy, I'm not.
we just have to find counter examples. You know, like 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Yeah, it is relative to human mind.
What?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, if you don't
Like
agree
logical
with that,
truths, if you take that to be a logical truth or like a necessary truth, they're supposed to like not be that kind of thing.
okay, I agree, but logical is dependent on mind to
Really?
get it.
That's a, oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know. He's saying like
Logic.
that laws of logic are dependent on the human mind.
I suspect there's an equivocation going on
Yeah,
when it comes to the use of logic. Like I agree with you. In order to do logic or reason, you have to have a mind. But when I say logical truth, I mean something different than using a cognitive faculty. I mean stuff that is true in virtue of I don't know, axioms of logic. And except they're not the kind of thing. They're not the kind of thing where you would say, well, they're true here or true there, or they're like true dependent on others.
No, I accepted that. Like, I have no problem in logical truth, but when you mention logical truth, it's still relative to human mind. So that's my point.
But so like maybe we when I say logical truth, I mean something very specific. I mean something that's true, and it doesn't really depend on like what the propositions are supposed to be. You know, I don't know, A equals A. It doesn't matter what the proposition is. That's just going to be a logical truth. So if you take like it's not just true, it's also true under any sort of construal of its constituent propositions. Like any interpretation of its propositions is still going to be true. So that kind of thing to me.
I'm not denying that, but
just so we know like what I mean when I say logical truth.
No, I'm not denying that, but you need a faculty to assess that logical truth. And that faculty is a human, or for example, say supercomputer or something that can think about it. So
that's an epistemic concern.
Okay.
Like that's about like how do we know this?
Okay, so it is relative.
No, the truth isn't. Like there's a difference between like if you think that the external world is real, you think there's a matter of fact about stars and planets and atoms and stuff like that. Now whatever grounds the truth of some proposition, like the sun is a main sequence star, a bad example. The sun, is such and so extended, it's spatial temporally. It's such and such big. That kind of whatever grounds the truth of a proposition like that. There's our epistemic access to that fact, but then there's the fact itself.
Correct. Yeah.
Saying the fact itself doesn't seem to me to be dependent on minds.
Exactly.
What you could say is there's an interpretive framework by which you are apprehending something, and then it goes through your epistemic filters, and then you interpret that. Now, that might be fallible, and that's going to be mind-dependent in some sense, but the truth itself, so to speak, doesn't seem to me to be mind-dependent.
Pop, are you a realist about abstract objects?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
We said
absolutely correct. Yeah, I think it's absolutely.
No, I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Actually, I agree with it. Like there is moon and sun, whether you exist or not. But to reach
there's truth about the moon and sun, whether you exist or not. I think.
Yeah. So I know what you're saying, but the only way to confirm that as true exists or not is to have epistemic way, and that epistemic way need the fact that it is a human.
No, I agree. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
In order, like,
okay.
like our epistemic attitudes about propositions and truths. No, I agree with that. Those obviously require minds, but I don't think that's a very substantial claim.
Yeah, but if we accept that, then every truth that we consider truth is relative to him. And make it tautology. That's why we take it as
maybe you could say that. I just think that some things like analytic truths, something that's true in virtue of its meaning, it's difficult to say that that's in a sense true relative to humans, if I'm borrowing your phrasing, but in a sense it's just like under any interpretation or in any possible world, if these are like necessary truths. So it's difficult to say, but maybe you would say that, hey, the fact that they are necessary truths, that's, that depends on human investigation, and you could be wrong about that. I agree, but I don't know, that just points to some general fallibilism.
Yeah,
I'm not saying the truth is not true. No,
I know. I wasn't trying to define that.
I'm accepting the truth, but I'm just saying all the truth are relative. Like they need a human. Yeah.
Well, in the sense that you outlined, sure.
But brother, but on that aspect, though, say for instance, if I'm eating something that's spicy to me, it's true to me, it's a fact. But if you was to eat it, you would not think that it was spicy. Let me just give you like an example. So it's all about relativity.
Well, that's an example of you could say a fact that's stance dependent. Like what makes it true or false is indexed to the stance of a mind. That's a different kind of truth. That's one kind, but there are also going to be stance independent facts or truths, and those don't depend.
You know what I'm saying is the fact that say for instance, if I say everything that's true is relative, right? Then there could be like it depends 100% on relativity and how the person thinks. It fully depends on the person.
Right. In some sense, I agree.
The reason why I bring that up to connect it with my initial first argument about determining and freedom of will. And if we say A, like the action A is always true for God, and that make A predetermined.
What does that mean? You're saying if action A is always what do you mean by always true? You mean it always happens?
Yeah, it's always true for God. So the action, like for example, you doing action A, it's always true for God. You're gonna do that action. There is no possibility.
Sorry. You're saying choices. Whatever choice you're going to make, God has knowledge of the truth of whatever choice you're going to make.
Exactly. So that makes it determined. But in the case of a human,
I don't agree with that.
Okay. But I'm saying in the case of a human, A is always choice. It's not determined. So according to the human, as a relative truth, A is always choice. That's what make it freedom of free will.
When you say determined, you didn't mean that because God knows my choice is determined. You didn't mean that.
No, I'm putting a relative to it. I'm saying A for God is determined, but A for a human is not determined. That's what
Right. I get you. So someone's gonna have to pick it up. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I get what you were saying, brother, about that. So you're basically saying like with God and with humans, it's different.
That's what create like the always true for human. It is possible. So it is relative for human. When it is possible, so it is relatively freedom of will. But for God, it's always true. Then it means determinism. It's how you see it.
Muhammad, do you think you can know anything without God revealing it to you? You said yes. By reveal, I just mean God's communicating information to you. So you think when you ascertain to a fact, you did that independent from God? It was not God that, basically put that in your mind. You put that in your mind on your own. Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Do you think when you're using your eyes and you're seeing the world, it's you that's producing an understanding of the world, or do you think it's God that's producing that understanding?
It's a matter of perspective, like I said. God created.
No, it's like this. It's either like this. It's gotta be one.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be both cases depending on of how you are.
Okay, so if it's both, that means each given thing that I know is from God.
Right?
That's revealed by God.
You're saying that everything is revealed by God or created by God. Okay, I accept that.
Do you think that it's possible for God to reveal something and not be true?
Never. No. No.
Okay. So the same way you constitute what you're seeing with your eyes as revelation from God, in Surah 844, the Muslims saw the Quraysh as few. Was this also revelation from God?
Revelation, you're talking about the Quran, yeah. Quran is
No.
revelation.
I'm talking about what they saw during the battle. Is what they, because remember when I asked you, is what you see revelation? You said, yeah, it's God revealing the world to you. So
You kind of broke up. What did you say?
I'm saying when he agrees that it's God revealing the world to us when we're seeing, in Surah 844, was it God revealing the world to the Muslims? Because if so, what he revealed was false. Therefore, God's revelation can be false. And now, if all of your knowledge is from that, God's revelation,
I really don't understand.
What?
Could you I really don't understand. Like, you're trying to really understand.
You don't understand what?
No, what you were saying.
What? Okay, what do you understand?
No, I'm not understanding the concept of what you're trying to say.
So what are you understanding so far? So I know what does it look like?
No, really, I'm confused. That's what I'm saying.
I know, bro. I'm saying, what do you? Okay, so you're confused about
Just
something.
start from the
What? You want me to restart the whole thing?
First of all, question. It wasn't clear. Chef, are you running some attack arguments?
No, I'm just saying it's possible for God to reveal something that's false.
Okay, so
According
Also,
to
you don't believe that God has infallible knowledge, Chef?
I'm saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I don't know.
okay.
But you're mixing two things between revelation and what you see. There is different. Like what you see and the revelation are two different things.
Yeah, but when I clarify what I mean by revelation and what I mean different things, because all revelation is communication of information from Allah, and I'm pretty sure in the Quran it says that what you see, you're seeing because Allah is making you see. Does it say something like that? No. Do you believe that?
Okay.
Do you believe like when you're seeing something, it's Allah revealing the world to you instead of you revealing it to yourself?
No,
I don't think that the word revelation will be fit can say you see the world and God created the world. I understand that. But saying revelation now you like enter in so many factors that doesn't like it's not according to the definition that we have.
Okay, look, I'm saying reveal in that there's information communicated. Okay. Do you think when you're seeing the world and there's information that goes from outside to into your mind, that's God doing it?
Okay, so yeah, so there's signs. Yeah, we believe
No,
that.
that's
Even
not.
though that.
I'm not talking. No,
No, I'm talking about the world. You said the world, right? You're saying that the fact that if you're seeing the world, when you're seeing the world, you're seeing it through God's. Basically, that's what you were saying, right?
I'm saying anytime you see something and there's an understanding of the thing you're seeing in your mind or the experience of that seeing in your mind, I'm saying that's that information being put in your mind is not put there by you, the object, or yeah, it's put by God. And you can say you as an object or participating, but it's ultimately put there by God. That's the point.
Yeah, it's ultimately put by God, but it's in your mind, in your eyes.
Okay. So the knowledge in your mind is put there by God. So it's revealed by God. When the world is revealed to you, it's not you that reveals it, it's not the object that reveals it, it's God. So now I'm saying, when God is putting the information about the world in your mind, is it possible for him to put information about the world in your mind, which is false? And obviously, according to Surah 844, it is possibly false, because he put something in their minds which was not true.
So listen. When God does certain stuff, right? It doesn't mean that we can do that. So God didn't deceive anybody, and those people that you was talking about,
That's not the point I'm making. Like, you're jumping ahead of me. I'm not saying God deceived. I'm not saying God. All I'm saying is, when there's information from God, it's possibly false. That's all I'm establishing right now.
Yeah, it can't be false.
Okay, so is it true? Okay, so if it cannot be false, then that means there's a contradiction in the Quran.
How?
How you
Because it
establish
says that
that
the
it's
Quraysh
false?
because it says that the Quraysh were few. We know they were not.
Yeah. Okay. So so that's what they see. What they look like a smaller group.
Oh,
Yeah. So
okay, I see. So there was an actual number, but what they saw was less than the actual. So I was right. Why'd you say I wasn't right?
but God didn't reveal that everything to them.
So how about we read what it says, my brother? Remember our prophet when Allah showed them in your dream as few in numbers. First of all, it says when Allah showed them, what is Allah doing? And he showed them to you as many people. Why you saying Allah? The word of God. And he showed them to you as many.
No, I said it's perfect.
I'm reading the verse, bro. Read the verse.
Okay, I said that's good. Well, I can't say it's perfect. What you were
Oh,
saying.
you're saying, I thought you were saying paraphrase. My fault, bro. Okay, so you believers would have certainly faltered and disputed in the matter, but Allah spared you from that. Surely He knows best what is hidden in the heart. And this is the verse I was quoting. Then, when your armies met, Allah made them appear as few in your eyes, and made you appear as few in theirs. So, wait, I thought you said it was Allah not making them appear as few or revealing it, but
Okay.
here it says Allah's the one that showed them this.
Alright, okay, so let me explain that, right? So this is something God showed them, it's something they see, but how did God lie about anything?
I didn't even use that word, my brother. You're not even.
No, I'm using that word.
Well, why are you using that word if it's not relevant?
Because that's what it said. It said God showed them, right?
So you said
No, you said that
So
though.
I didn't say lie. I didn't say the word lie.
Then what did you say?
Not lie. I said it's possible that there's information from God which is false, and you're conceding that. You're saying that when the army. Okay, so do you agree that the information from God that they were few in number was false?
The fact that that happened.
No, that they were few in number. Is that a false fact? Or it wouldn't be a fact. Is that false that they were few in number?
Whatever God says is correct.
God doesn't. Okay, God says there are many, but the Qurayshi saw few. So which one is it, Big?
No, the Quraysh, the enemies when they when the Muslims.
Or is that, I meant the Muslims saw the Qurayshis. Well, they saw each other as few because there's a hadith that says Satan.
No.
Muslims.
When the enemies. Okay.
Doesn't matter. The point is, the Muslims saw the Qurayshis as few because of Allah. So Allah made them look like they were few, but they were not. Okay?
Yeah.
So what Allah showed in the world was not true.
Okay, who said it's not true? Where'd you get that from?
The Quran, because it says, verse 43 says that he showed them as few, because if he showed them as many, they would have gone and fought. So he's saying.
No, so what's wrong about that?
This is what he's saying, Big. He's saying Allah is saying if he did not show them as few, then they would have went and not fought. Okay? Which means what, Big? That means few has to be distinct from what the actual number is for it to be motivational and encouraging to the believers to make a difference in whether or not they're going to fight. And also, if you go to verse 66 in the same chapter, it says the encouragement lighten their burden. How could it lighten their burden if the quantity didn't actually change, or at least apparent to them? So it has to be a different number. The number they saw has to be less than the actual number, which would make it a false number, but that's the number that Allah showed them. So Allah showed them something false.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying. So
that is possible for the information that Allah puts in your mind to be false.
listen. He didn't put nothing in somebody's mind.
Wait a second. So
I thought you said everything in our minds is put there by Allah. I thought you said that.
no, I didn't
What?
say that.
Who said that?
You said when we're seeing
Just a
the
second.
world, when we're seeing the world, the revelation of the world is revealed by God. That's what you said.
No, that's what you said. I corrected you when I said.
Okay, so this is
Yeah, I corrected it. And I said God created the world, and we see the world that God created. That's it.
Oh, that's true. There's no other propositions that are true about the world.
Well, what do you mean?
There are other things that we can say are true of the world other than those facts, right? So I'm saying of the other things that are also true, Muhammad. I'm not just saying those things might be true. Like, okay, when you look at something, this object is being revealed to you, okay, and reflected in your mind. Is that revelation? Is that revelation and reflection from God, from yourself? Knowledge. Where is it from?
Yeah, exactly. I said I don't accept the word revelation for the things that you see. You're mixing two things that aren't according to the definition of revelation. It's not what you see. Like you can see things and things can deceive you. There is no problem.
Okay, you know what, Muhammad? I won't use the word revelation.
Okay.
When we say something is true, which is a piece of knowledge, when we say we know something, is that in virtue of receiving that knowledge from God?
Instead of
Yes.
receiving the knowledge of God. I don't see.
From God.
Yes.
So, wait a second. Can you explain that?
Bank, since you said yes, can you explain why yes?
Go ahead, explain to him so he can answer.
You know, or you would say you know things. When you say you know something, you're referring to the contents of your mind, which to you
But that knowledge,
okay.
my knowledge is not absolute.
Okay. When you're speaking
Speaking of that, okay, the knowledge in question, if it is actually knowledge, is it something you got from God?
How do you mean that the knowledge you got from God?
Is it?
There is a.
It,
There
okay,
is a.
you know,
I'm saying. I'm saying. I can repeat it.
You said, what do you mean? I'm going to clarify. Do you know what knowledge is? Do you know what it is to receive something from God?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any knowledge you have without receiving it from God?
Is there any knowledge you have? You didn't
That's why I
receive.
asked 3 times. And you said,
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
I said
what,
yes.
what knowledge do you receive without God?
Yeah. For example, I didn't have direct revelation of math, and I still didn't know.
Okay. What do you think it means to get something from God? When I say receive something, what does that mean?
Direct message from God.
Oh, okay. Do you receive love from God?
Do you receive love from God? I don't know how to say
As
that.
a person, receive love from God?
It could be the case.
Oh, does that contain any propositional content? No, right? So receiving things from God doesn't just have to do with words or like declarations or something like that. It's more.
What you need to
So
Father in the Bible.
I'll re-ask the question since it's obviously not limited to some kind of propositional revelation or something like that. Do you receive any knowledge, or sorry, do you have any knowledge without receiving it from God?
Yeah.
Like what?
I just give you an example. I didn't have received message from God about math, and I study math.
Bro, I just explained to you why that's not what that means. It's cool.
Hey, Chef, bro, what's wrong with you, man?
Good morning. Wanted to have 2 questions for the stage. How long has the room been running, and how far away are we from the title of the topic? Hey, Simon.
I'm on the panel, so pretty far.
I don't know how long it's been, Monica, but we're very far away from Islam right now. Or they're talking about Islam.
Right. I don't want to change the topic.
No, change the topic. What do you want to talk about? Feminism and abortion. So talk about.
Well, I believe that the original feminism, giving women the right to vote, was a good idea. Some of my sisters don't vote correctly, but I forgive them. I'm not a fan of the idea of repealing the 19th Amendment. And I think second wave feminism is where we started getting into trouble, and third and fourth wave feminism.
Isn't that the one that gave you guys rights? The 19th Amendment?
Right. What did you hear me say?
Is that your point? Is that, yeah, maybe I have to listen to the rest of it.
I said the first wave feminism was a good idea. I think giving the right for women to vote was a good idea. And then we started getting into trouble with the second wave feminism. And
Why do you think women should vote?
third and fourth wave feminism. That's the topic you want to discuss. Because women pay taxes. Because women pay taxes and we get representation in government. That's why. Anything else?
Monica, what if, like, do you think women just have a problem? What if women just have
I'd like to hear from Sam, Chef, actually.
Okay, fine.
What if women just, because of their higher empathy, they tend to, like, prioritize what feels good as opposed to, like, long-term strategic interests? Like, would that be an argument that they shouldn't be able to vote? Or is that just the principle of if they have paid taxes, they need representation, regardless of whether or not they make good or bad voting decisions? This is what you should go with.
Well, that's a valid concern, and we've seen it implemented tragically when women lead with their emotions. And well, actually, all humans lead with their emotions and make decisions with their emotions. However, men seem to have the logic on lock where they're able to substantiate their decisions with more reason and logic. But Sam, my argument is, if we know this about women, why can't men present the ideas that will enable women to get more information to make the decisions as sound and reasonable with logic that they summary, if the ideas that we support are bad ideas, how come the guys aren't presenting us with better ideas that we can't support?
What if the good ideas just intrinsically sound bad? You know what I mean?
That's a huge problem. I'm trying to control my crazy sisters, a la Jordan Peterson, and they're crazy. And I'm seeing an increase in not only verbal violence, which women are greatly skilled at, but physical violence too. Some of these women will snatch the hair off your head, and I'm not inclined to engage in that kind of battle.
Well, you see, men, there's a limit to what men can do when in a conversation because they know that violence is on the table, but we don't know how to control a woman who's out of control. Our culture hasn't yet designed the right mechanisms to control and how to control women.
Yeah, no, that is a valid concern.
Someone just muted me. Who muted me?
Your Jordan Peterson impression has been better in the past.
Not bad.
I think you're out of skill. Yeah, practice. But your who was it that you did such a spot on impression of?
Yeah, I used to do it more Kermit-y. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's better if it's Kermit-y.
Anyway, it's good to see you, gentlemen. I am pinged for my coffee.
I think the issue, Monica, is not women voting. I think it's obvious that women should vote. The question is whether stupid people should vote. That's
Man,
the
that's
You
it.
want like an IQ test?
No. This is great. No, this is good. Y'all should talk about this because there are some men who are not making good decisions either, but the women get the brunt of it because we're like loud
You
with
should
our
have no
wrongness.
right to exercise political power over me if you're too stupid to like fucking know what 3 times 3 is. Like, you do not have the right to exert that kind of power. You just are not competent enough. In the same way you get a fucking driver's license, take a little test, or a fucking test for getting a gun. Maybe you
What
get a
if
test
they're,
for getting a vote or not.
What about a poll tax where you have to take the citizenship test before you vote?
Are you saying that there should be some kinds of restrictions for like blindness and dyslexia?
No.
There should be restrictions for if you don't know the 3 branches of government. If you don't know 3.
Oh, you want like a citizenship test?
You just
How
need to
many
have
Americans
some,
would pass a citizenship test?
You need some mixture of knowledge and intelligence to be able to vote. You have to be competent enough to wield power over people because that's inherently a form of violence that you're using. I'm going to use the state to enforce certain mandates on other people.
And you're saying like you have that right over the dummies?
Yes, I do. They're basically they're children that need to be controlled. And so like, yeah.
They should be qualified for Congress.
Even early theorists of liberalism, like John Stuart Mill, said things like this, and I don't know why this idea has become so unpopular. That like, oh, voting is good because you want people to have representation in their government, but also it's a real big problem when complete fucking morons that don't know anything have lots of political power.
Yeah, that's part of the point. Like, after me comes the flood. Once you like empower the wise, conscientious landowners to all civilly vote on matters of import, everyone else joins.
I just don't think landownership is relevant. Landownership is just not relevant to whether you make decisions about.
Oh, it used to be.
Why would it be in any way relevant whether you own someone in?
Wait, hold on.
First of
He's
all-
not finished straw manning you. So
No, I'm just
go
saying
ahead,
the original.
Nixon. Keep straw manning.
I'm just saying the original voting rights, it didn't go to everyone. It was to landowners because they envisioned it a bit more like a gated community where everyone is literally a combined cooperative of different land owning interests of like a similar contractual style, which is why, homeowners associations do it because it's identical to what they were starting. But again, that's what I'm saying. They got rid of that. They said, we don't want to limit it to homeowners.
also not just like the men as representative of that tract of land, the women too. So like, you know, they're also getting a vote. They threw that in. Also, they had to, you know, parse out the approximation of population to distribute votes amongst the representatives. One thing is like, you're right, their conception of voting was limited towards like their sense of like an enlightened common man of some kind of landowning site type. But like after me comes the flood. Once you let them in, how long do you really think it's going to be before everybody else also has the right to vote?
Yeah, so we removed that. Right? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, we gave too many people the right to vote, and now we need to roll it back. You need to know something about, you know, the branches of government, something about the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then you need to know some basic stuff, like a really basic logic question. Is the globe? Is the Earth a globe? You know, is evolution true? Like, you know.
Wait a minute. You want to disenfranchise the flat earthers?
Yes. Keep that down, yes.
So in the military, if your IQ is lower than 80, they don't take you because they figured out that people with low IQ and handing them weapons is a bad idea. They seem to cause more disruption and harm than they do service and skill. So if Sam's argument is that we shouldn't allow people to have authority over us who are incompetent in life, why is McZed fighting so hard? Why, McZed?
Hey, Monica, how's it going?
Good morning, Coptic. I was actually looking for you. I have fears that this room is lasting longer than 12 hours. I'd hate for the replay to be deleted, but no one knew when it started. If you could tell Andrew when he starts the room to put the timestamp in the chat, you know, and that way we can have an estimate so no replays are lost.
Yeah. Andrew has been going for it, but maybe I thought to put it in the chat. Yo, Mixed, I think Monica's asking you a question. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah,
That's why I was pushing back. I'm not really pushing back on anyone's idea of how to set up voting rights. I'm more saying it's hard to take away voting rights. They lead to more voting rights.
Look, Monica, I wanted to ask, so you believe that you have to have people who have better IQ in the military, like they prefer better IQ? Because I think all you really need to do is just learn how to shoot, or you know, what I mean, this is the army.
Right. No, and make really cool PTR. Really think that PTR is epic. So there's a cutoff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. Like 81 IQ, great, welcome in. But I think it's 80 or lower, they can't take you. They can't even take you to scrub the pots and pans. Because sadly, along with low IQ, sometimes it is met also with violence, limited verbal vocabulary, so they tend to solve problems with their fists instead of their words. They have low impulse control. Not all, but those are factors when the military, you know, it's a standard, and so those standards have reasons and value and purpose, and I think we forget them to our detriment. Just like, let me think of another example that's a cultural one. We have standards for people renting cars, not IQ, but age and insurance. So when we don't have our standards, things go badly pretty quickly. Now they can get too authoritarian, they could get too stagnant, too dogmatic, too strict, and we should watch out for that too. But I'm of the opinion that we educate people, provide them with as much information as they need to make the best decisions possible, then gatekeep them from ideas.
Yeah, but I don't think that they like do you believe that say for instance a person's at war and he's a sniper and he's the best sniper that's known. What really matters about his IQ?
Well, we already know he has a higher IQ than 80, so there's nothing wrong with him. Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate your duty and your dedication to your country.
There are very stupid people that are very capable soldiers.
Exactly.
Mingzhen, are you arguing with the military standards that enlisted have to have a higher IQ than 80? You just want to argue? Oh, you want to argue? I can't argue with you.
Except just wants to argue, huh? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't listening carefully.
Yeah, but I don't think one law says that though. That a person has to have 80 IQ of 80.
That's what I understood. I always stand a correction if I'm wrong. Does anybody know? I remember Jordan Peterson talking about it. So that's why I took it as a gold standard. But let me
What happens when your enemy is lower than 80 IQ? Should you still fight them?
Yeah, so yeah, there's no law about that.
Also, if your enemy's IQ is higher than your IQ, are you not allowed to wage war against him?
Actually, you can't date people that are too lower IQ than you because there's a power asymmetry. Like, so if you're like, I can't, I have very few people I'm able to date ethically, because
You're saying like some mixed marriages?
Yeah, like, if I date just an average girl, the IQ gap is too high, and then I have a power asymmetry over them, it's a problem,
Are you serious?
Okay, guys, before I leave, and thank you for the mic time and the stage time, the ASVAB is what the military uses to determine whether someone is able to be enlisted or not. It has a high corollary to IQ, so while you probably won't find anything that says the IQ cutoff is 80, the ASVAB correlates to it to 0.8, I believe. The link is in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I already know about that, but that's different.
So, like, if we have these dumbos in society, why even keep them as citizens? We could just, below 80, no longer American, right? We're doing that with the illegals. And they had jobs.
Yeah, Mingzhen is feisty. I hope you get some breakfast and some coffee soon, Mingzhen. You sound hangry.
I just want a smarter America.
What?
Then have babies, sir. Have a bunch of babies that are as smart as you, and that way America will be smarter.
Like fund education.
Like, now you're beginning to irritate me. All right.
Report the movement massacre. Yeah. Yeah, Monica.
Oh, that's good, Chris.
And Monica, he was like, I like how you said, I respect you guys, how you let me come in and you guys gave me the mic. You forcefully look at it.
Wait a minute. I didn't give you. You didn't give me consent. I forced you. You had no consent. I believe I asked two questions when I joined the stage. How long has the room been running, and how far away were we from the topic? And then Sam said, "Oh, Monica, we are very far away from the topic. Why don't we go back to it?" And then some of you are complaining. Okay.
No, I was just saying, people where you're having a conversation and you just can't be. He was like,
Actually,
okay, I'm gonna go back to the topic. He's
I
like,
waited.
we're gonna go back to what they said. There was a lot. There was a lot like when she put up. So it's fine.
Well, if y'all want to circle back before I leave the room, let's go ahead and talk about Mohammed, Islam, right, Sam? We're talking about religions and the dangers of them and the benefits of them.
Yeah,
Have at it.
We can circle back to Islam. There are thousands of religions in the world, so just before you even think about it, it's unlikely that it's then you realize that
How does that work?
then the Quran says that stars are lamps used to help devils. The Jews think Ezra's the son of God. That mountains are stabilizers to keep the earth from shaking. That you shouldn't go to Muhammad's house early for dinner because he's shy, and that's eternal revelation. The Gog and Magog are trapped behind some mountain, behind a wall, we have to announce it at a time. That earth and ants and lightning can talk. And you go, oh, this is fucking stupid. It's already started off with a low probability because of the thousands of other religions. But then you look at the book and it just has multiple errors in it. Just errors in it. You go, oh, that's dumb.
But the thing that you're saying, you show me where is the error. That's more important. But instead of me getting into details about ants communicating, we know humans. They know now that ants communicate.
Not human concepts. Ants don't know a concept like a king.
Never said
But
they
the Quran
communicate.
says that the ants knew about King Solomon. So that means they have a concept of a king. That's a human concept.
Okay, we had okay, but you believe? Do you believe Christianity?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay, so this is something that you would never. Okay, we would never believe.
Okay, so you do believe in atheism then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that there's people there that don't believe in God.
Oh. None of which is going to the Quran. The Quran says that humans are made directly from clay, as opposed to coming from apes, and that's an error. The Quran says that slavery is acceptable. That's unethical. The Quran has a contradiction on when the earth and heaven were created, and which came first. That's a contradiction. That's logically impossible for that to be true. The Quran claims that salt and fresh water don't mix. When they do, the existence of brackish water disproves Islam. The Quran has reworked legends like the Dual Qarnayn story, which comes from the Syriac stories about Alexander the Great. What? I'm just trying to let everyone know. I'm not trying to
One by one. Give us one by one.
I'm not trying to give the non-believers like a chance.
And
I'm just trying to let
thus,
them know
feminism
that the
is
world
good.
is stupid, and it's completely decisively stupid, and it's not a sort of thing that you
Just
in principle could respond to because there's too many issues.
Okay, can I show you that what you're saying is not right? Like, you give me a chance to talk.
Address one of them. Just take one and address it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Go for it.
So give me one that you wanna talk.
Oh, I feel like dealer's choice. Just like pick one of them.
Pick anything I'm saying.
I like the sperm one. Sperm comes from the back.
Yeah, let's go with sperm from the back.
What about
Sperm come from the back.
No questions. Next
sperm
question.
from the back? How does sperm come from the back?
That's from the Quran.
The Quran says that sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs. But in fact, it comes between it comes from the nutsack, not from between the backbone and the ribs.
I mean, that's close.
Also, it's very bizarre that they wouldn't know that sperm comes from the balls, given that they did castration of slaves. So shouldn't they just fucking already know that's relevant?
That kind of helps their argument. That's really bad. Because their point is that the Arabic word for bad isn't actually bad. It has like a broader range of meaning. And when you say it like really doesn't make sense given the historical context, then it's like, okay, it's probably southern.
So it's a translational mistake.
That's what they say.
So they say spine means nutsack.
They say it means like lower back, so it's closer to where that. It's not the nutsack.
Well, lower back and ribs is still not the mean
Where the I'm trying to tell you where the semen comes from. It's not like the actual ball sack is a little bit higher, so it's close to the lower back. So if it was like the broader meaning of the word and talking about the lower back, it would technically be correct because where the semen's coming from is kind of close to the lower back.
But it's between the ribs and the lower back, and that's still not going to be where your nuts are.
Well, yeah, but
if it's saying between that area and the lower back is low enough to, it's not from your nuts, bro. As long as the lower back is low enough to reach where the semen is coming from, which is pretty close to the lower back, then it's in between that area. I might be remembering it wrong, to be fair, but that, if I remember the verse correctly, that's the response.
Yeah, I want to know that verse too. Like, I never.
The verse, if you don't know the verse, bro, you should not talk about it if you don't know.
Is what's it called? Surah Al Tariq 86, verse 6. Alright? And then let's look at it. Let's look at some translations. Okay.
Yeah, this should be a standard. Like, if you don't know the verses, then you shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, just kick back.
What do you like? What do you mean? Like, you expect me? You expect me to just lie to you?
Yeah, if you don't know the Quran, you shouldn't be defending it.
I do know the Quran, but I'm saying, dude, you gotta tell me about it.
I gotta tell you the verse. If you don't know the verses we're talking about,
Yo, do you understand? We're apologists. We're your enemy, bro. How you gonna come to the enemy for advice on your position?
No, I'm talking about what part are you saying about the Quran that says that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You don't know the verse, why would you argue
I
about it?
don't know what you're even saying. I don't see anywhere in the Quran that says that.
So I've been listening the whole time, and I just heard somebody just quoted. I forget what he said. It was probably Sam, I guess, or sorry for whoever that is. But he just said it comes from this thing, number 8 or something. So then 5 minutes later, you're saying, you need to tell me where it comes from. It's like, communication is really important, you know, when you have, I mean, John says it all the time, but you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And I am somebody who spends a lot of time on Clubhouse happily listening because I enjoy listening to political, religious, philosophical debates. I enjoy listening to high-level exchange. And so that's why I like just chilling here and listening to you guys. But I can't say that it's not frustrating to listen to you guys sometimes when you say Islam, and somebody says sperm comes from the back, and then the other guy says, here's the verse, and then 2 minutes later you say, wait, where's the verse? He just said it.
Let me say one thing about that, right? Muslims, Islam, the religion is perfect, but we're not perfect.
I'm not trying to shame you or fault you. I'm sure you're a striving, good-hearted man with flaws just like me. But Mr. Beef, please repeat where in the Quran does it say sperm comes from the back? I know you just said it 3 minutes ago.
Surah 86.
Surah 86.
And then it's verse 6 and 7.
Verse 6 and 7. So I heard you. I hope everybody else did. I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you. I'm complete.
So though, technically, he's gonna ask for the verse again. He's gonna ask for the verse again. It's just the tick. You have to ask for the verse 3 times before they actually go to the verse. It guarantees him to ask for the verse again. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the verse?
Let's move on to something else from my list of criticisms that you guys don't even know. You guys don't even know the backbone thing. Let's just like move on to something else.
Y'all don't even know sperm come from the back. You don't even know about the back.
Yeah. So it says that salt water and fresh water have a boundary between them where they don't mix.
That's another good one. That's a good one.
Now, there's a thing called brackish water. You just look at the Wikipedia page of brackish water. That's where salt water and fresh water do mix. So the book claims they don't mix. Brackish water exists. Therefore, Islam is false. QED. It's just like a Christian. No, I'm an atheist.
That's another thing that he already said like 10 minutes ago. Literally 10 minutes ago he said that.
I wasn't. Yo, who's yelling?
Okay, it says you reason with the
I get you're writing down what everybody's saying, bro, but some of us are doing stuff.
I'm not. I'm actually in the middle of a field clipping vines with a pair of pruners for a basket class that I'm going to teach in 15 minutes.
Wait, you're clipping lines?
Oh my god.
Vines,
Yeah, sorry, guys, my
vines,
phone.
vines with a V. Vines, vines, vines.
Okay.
Yeah, my phone died on me.
That should be calming. You sound way too angry. You know it's not that calm.
Alright, you don't want to talk about the brackish water for completely falsifying Islam? You don't want to...
Bro, that's a shit argument.
How?
Okay.
Wait, what about the,
Have you ever seen what a sunset looks like?
What the 8-year-old girl driving on a road?
What does the sunset have to do with salt water?
Yeah.
Well, I just think that's a really,
Salt water. I mean, that also you can apply the same principle to. The Quran is speaking to man, so it wouldn't be unexpected for the Quran to speak from the perspective of man. From the perspective of man, when they look at, you know, the bridge or whatever you want to call it between the salt and fresh water, when they look at that, it looks like there's a line. And so, like, how are you going to prove that the intention of the author is to literally say that there's a border rather than imply what is more likely that there's a line apparent when we look at it?
Alright, so here's what the Quran exactly says. It says, and he is the one who merges the two bodies of water, the one fresh and drinkable, the other salty and bitter, and placing between them about a barrier that they cannot cross. It doesn't say it appears like there's a barrier. It doesn't say
There is a barrier.
From a human perspective,
I know,
it says
I
there
just-
is a
wait,
barrier
Beef,
there.
Beef, did you hear what he just said? He just said there is a barrier. He's now attempting to argue to you that the barrier does exist. I'd like to hear more of that. Are you saying
Okay.
there actually is a barrier and that brackish water is not a thing and that the fish who live in brackish water do not exist and that there is a barrier?
So listen.
I thought you
So
were supposed to-
there's
That's not
literally
what I said.
a line that differentiates one side from another, and they do not.
Well, and the point is, it's not an actual border stopping them from mixing, which is what he's saying the Quran's saying.
It did say that there's a barrier that's stopping them.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not what the Quran's saying.
You just read the Quran.
Which translation did
So,
you read?
when you just hold on. When you read those words, okay, why is it that your assumption is that Allah is speaking literally rather than speaking in respect to the perception of the people he's speaking to?
Because it doesn't say the appearance of it. It doesn't say.
I'm not saying it does, but it could still be. Okay, well, this is the point.
If I say I built a barrier between fucking me and my
I
neighbor,
understand what you're
the
saying.
implied meaning is that I put a fucking barrier there. Not that I fucking made a wall of illusions that seems that way to people if they like. I understand.
The brackish water is the barrier.
I get it. I understand. I think you understand.
I promise you.
Brother,
I get it.
yeah, the barrier. Listen, the barrier.
If I called you a lumberjack, would you be mad at me and say I don't cut down trees? Why you call me a lumberjack? Or would you say, well, oh, Mr. Kind Sir, even though you didn't beforehand or afterwards say I'm speaking metaphorically, not being literal, you assume that because of the nature of what I'm saying, that I'm not being literal, being metaphorical. So why can we not apply the same principle to the Word of God? If we know God is speaking to man, there's going to be things that he's going to say so that man can understand in his own perspective. What is crazy about some of his words not being hyper literal like you're saying, in that when it says there's a border, it's talking about relative to the perspective of man. It's not saying literally there's a border.
But it's not even relative to our part. It doesn't even look like there's a barrier.
And you're invoking.
But it doesn't even look like from our
It
perspective.
does look like there is a
Okay,
barrier.
you know what barrier means?
It does.
You asked me a question. Now let me respond to the question. It doesn't even look from our perspective like there is a barrier. You can just go to brackish water and
Bro,
it's
have
like
you been
Sam,
there?
appear to be a
Sam,
barrier. So
Sam,
even if you
been
take
there?
it from why are you talking over me? Fucking stuff you would be some trash. Fucking those are piece of shit. Why are you talking over me when I'm talking?
Because he's
Shut
going.
the
Wait,
fuck up.
did you call me
Shut
a
the fuck up.
subhuman? Am I a subhuman piece of trash?
Shut up. Stop human shit.
shut the fuck up. So it does not even, from our perspective, look like
Give him a lollipop.
So it is not.
Wait, chef,
Hired a
can I jump in first real quick?
Hired a politician that it's from our perspective doesn't even work for this fucking case because it doesn't look like that.
Beef, wait, chef, let me, quick. Beef, are you calling me a trash? Are you calling me a piece of trash right now?
Who cares about that? Just tell them about the ocean, bro.
Alright, so I'm just saying I am a trash bag, but listen, Beef, I was down in Key West like 3 weeks ago, and you can see the line. It's like water versus like a lighter greenish water, and the darker water is the salt water, and the lighter water is the fresh water, and it looks like there is a line sometimes, but other than that, what Mr. Beef, who just called me a subhuman piece of garbage, what Beef is saying is correct, is that brackish water is a thing. Underneath the water, the shit is mixing. It's not like there's like a steel wall or like a barrier. But Beef, you gotta give it to him. 1,000 years ago, it looks like there's a line in the water that's like the shit is divided, you know?
Okay, but look, the meaning of barrier could just mean something that restricts passage or divides.
You can't. If you say that, then he wins. Because the main point is, listen, the only way you get out of this is by saying it's not an actual border. When you say it's an actual border, then there's a contradiction.
No, I didn't say border. I said a barrier.
Can't be the water.
Barrier is like a border.
Thing. You can't have a barrier because the water's mixing unless the barrier has holes in it.
No, they do not. But listen, if there was
Yes, it
mixing,
does.
then one side and the other side, you won't be able to differentiate. Why is it not just
That's
one
on
color?
the top, mate. That's on the top that it looks like it's not mixing. On the bottom it's mixing.
No, it's not.
My boy. Yes.
So you're saying if I was to go, if I was to go there, the water will become salt water and it won't be drinkable?
Either way, it's not drinkable.
You know what I'm saying? One of them is ocean water.
You can't drink either.
What do you mean? Yes, you can. One of is ocean water and the other is what's the word?
Fresh water?
Yeah. So, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. So we don't believe it touches it, but they cannot. No way. There's a barrier. There's something that's restricting passage, or it divides. That's what a barrier is. Simple.
Kind of forced. You guys do realize that if everything can just be a metaphor, then I could say 2 + 2 = 5 is a metaphor for how you can get more from a little, and you can get more from.
You know what's dumb about
There's
that?
such a thing as synergy, or if I said
You know what's dumb
so you
about that?
gotta realize that you gotta have some discipline with what principles you think are right. Like you can't just say whenever there's an error, it's a metaphor. You need to have some sort of background theory for when metaphors are appropriate to use and
Who
not.
said that?
Yeah, so you can make that point.
Who said anything about metaphor?
It's better to use the word hyperbole. Hyperbole is a better word, Beef. Everything is a hyperbole.
But this is the problem with that. Any given speaker is going to have that distinction in their words, where some is so and so forth. The point is that when someone says something that usually isn't said, we either assume they're confused or they're speaking metaphorically. If we know that God cannot be confused and we're reading the Quran assuming it's the word of God, then if there's something which is out of character from his literal speech, which would be false things, then it's probably metaphor, and that not all of it's true, and specific contents of it are shared with what he's actually talking about. Which makes sense, because if God is saying something that doesn't sound true, it's probably not literal. Given God's not going to be confused or say something that's actually not true.
Exactly. So we don't, when we're reading the Quran, we don't like give our own explanations. We go to the hadith and the tafsir.
that.
Thank you. Gotta fix your smoke detector beeper. It's going off with the beer sound. And you gotta just put the battery.
Oh my God, that's what I like, right? That's what I like my wife friends. How do you do it?
You just take it off the wall or the ceiling and you put new batteries in. You can YouTube.
So that's why
There's a battery section at the grocery store. There's a whole section that just says batteries.
Yeah, I was just fucking with you guys. I calm down, man.
Smoke detectors in my chicken.
Yeah, no, it was a video I seen that was like where the people usually gonna change the battery. What?
Just if you're not gonna have a working smoking detector, just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, at least take it off. Just take the shit out and just leave it dangling off the wall, and then it doesn't fucking beep, and it doesn't go off every time you cook. Which you probably never do. But if you ever were to cook, to learn how to cook, then you might sometimes. Anyway, never mind. I'm gonna mute up.
Bro, how do you know anything about me? You're getting emotional right now.
Just throw it in the garbage at this point. If you're not gonna fix the batteries, just throw it away.
Just get into the garbage. Climb into the garbage and settle in.
Stop doing it with your mouth, though. Because I thought that was what they were complaining about.
No. We're complaining about the actual.
I heard the actual one. Don't do the mouth.
Whose fire alarm was that, and
That's
what
actually
are you?
But yeah, other funny stuff in the Quran. It says that every fruit comes in pairs. What does that mean? What does that mean?
There's a female and a male.
You know that most fruits are hermaphrodites? Like most fruit plants are hermaphrodites? You can just ask her right now, are most fruiting plants hermaphrodites?
Like, where's the fruit thing?
The what?
Because you're saying there's a male fruit and a female fruit.
Yeah, duh.
Oh,
Obviously.
so there's a feminine plant, and then there's a male plant, bro.
Yeah, but most of them are hermaphrodites.
You said the fruit.
They don't even know what that word means. You subhuman piece of garbage.
Are you talking about the fruit or the plant, bro?
What he's saying. What he is saying. What he is saying. What he is saying. What he is saying is that on the same tree there are male flowers and female flowers, and that's what the bees do. The bees take the juice from the male flowers and give it to the female flowers because the bees are eating the juice, and then they drop it around and it makes sex, and then they get an apple.
Right, that's not the same as fruit.
Apple is a type of fruit.
No, but like a bee is like the bee is a different type of fruit.
Yes, a bee is not a type of fruit. A bee is a type of bug.
Yeah, like the queen bee, fucking.
Yes, a queen bee is a type of bee.
Yeah, but you don't have a queen fruit, like the fruit.
That's true. You don't have a queen fruit. You have male flowers and female flowers on the same tree, and then you got the bees floating around, spreading the juice, and then you get the apple.
This is a fine mission.
I can't dumb it down any more for you.
Reread the
So my whole point is that I asked someone, what is it? That they're all fruits go in pairs. You say there's female plants and there's male plants. I said of fruiting plants, about 90 to 94% of them are hermaphrodites, which means they're not male or female. They're both. So they
come in pairs.
No, they don't come in pairs. I just explained this.
No, so you're reading one
Yeah, so I
part,
was
bro.
asking Beatrice, why does he think that?
Hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. So you're reading one part, bro. So how about a monoecious, a single plant, where a single plant. So anyways, this is the thing we were trying to say. Yes, though they do. You got scientists that believe that yes, there are female and male plants.
Yes, it do. But at the same time, they ain't.
It says every fruit.
What do you mean they ain't? That doesn't make sense.
It do be, but at the same time, ain't nothing ever.
Okay, so this is Surah Al-Ra'd. Allah created fruits of every kind in
something like there has to be one thing and
These
another thing
payers
that
are
come together and then continue their legacy.
Some plants are asexual.
Wait,
There's no pair of anything. There's no.
but it's talking about the fruits, not the plants, bro.
Well, the fruits themselves have no sex whatsoever. They're just. It's like saying your hands together.
Okay, so that's
What do you mean? How about it's like weed? There's female weed and then there's male. So what type of
Weed isn't a fruit.
I'm not. It's a plant, bro.
Listen, bro. Listen.
We're talking about fruit.
What is a female apple?
Yeah, I guess if you're being technical, none of the fruits have sexes. Because the sexes are applied.
Stop interrupting.
Are the plants that have sexes? Not the fruits.
I don't think you guys understand. This guy is saying that fruits have sexes. Let him explain that real quick, bro. Why y'all not letting him explain it? How do you tell the difference between a fruit with a penis and a fruit with a vagina? Where do you look?
Okay, look. So you gotta ask somebody who learned about that. But all I know.
Okay, I'm asking them. They're saying there's no sex. They don't have any.
Yeah,
They do, but
the plant has the sex, but the fruit doesn't.
Plants, they can have it within like a single plant can have a male and a
That's
female.
not the fruit, though.
That's not true.
I'm asking what's the female fruit? I get female plant.
What?
I'm saying I get a
I'm
female plant.
listening to a bunch of female fruits right now. I'll tell you that.
I get what a female
Listen.
plant is.
All.
Listen, it's simple. Listen, it's a simple question. How do you know that a fruit is female and not male? How do you know?
Listen. Okay, so I seen like okay, let me give you something. I seen okay, for example, the weed plant. But one of them buds don't grow. The other one they do.
Just pick that plant and completely.
This is how I'm end up, bro.
I just gave it to you, bro. You don't want to believe it.
That's not a fruit. That's not a fruit.
Yeah, there are some plants that work like that, where there's a male one and a female one, and they need to be planted near each other in order to pollinate each other. But the majority. All right, I'm gonna do that. Never mind.
Exactly. Now go ahead. But you just proved me right though.
It doesn't matter though.
No, we didn't.
No, he didn't. Because no one's talking about plants.
But that's what we first was talking about.
No, we're talking about fruits. Because that's what the verse says.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I know more about plants than anybody in here, but guess what? I'm gonna go teach a basket class. So have a good day, Rabbona Shalom.
You're like a math. That's the gayest shit I've ever heard.
What's that got to do with you?
Yeah, man. So I don't know why, like, you know, what I mean, they always run away when there's proof right in front of their eyes.
Bro, that was the only person that agreed with you that just listened.
What do you mean? So you don't believe there's a female and a male
Female and male what?
fruit?
No, what the fuck is that? I never heard of it.
Fruits don't have any sexuality.
I actually just looked this up. Like afterwards, and there actually are some fruits that do need to be next to each other that only have like one have
Yeah, it says all of them.
pollen.
It says all of them have that.
What the voice thing is no. And most are hermaphroditic, as was both male and female flowers are in one flower, like apples, tomatoes, strawberries. Then you have monoecious plants, which are separate male and female flowers on the same plant, like corn, squash, cucumbers, and then you have dioecious, which is more or less common, but entirely separate male and female plants, like kiwi, papayas, and date palms. Learn something new every day. I didn't know that.
I mentioned that earlier to them too. So thank you for at least
No,
letting
I
them
was
know.
skeptical, but then I looked it up and I was like, I guess that makes sense.
That actually makes sense because they love eating dates over there. So if dates is one of those fruits, it makes sense
funny, man.
Dates are fire, actually.
Yeah, okay, so that verse where you're saying where it said, okay, God created everything as in pairs. So there's your answer.
I don't think it's talking about plants. What's it talking about plants?
No, it was just saying.
One part of the Quran says that everything was made in pairs. Another part of the Quran says every fruit was created in pairs. Both of those are an error, by the way. They're both not true.
No. Where?
What pair though? What is pair mean? Because I don't think it's talking about sex.
No, okay. Look.
Male and female parts of something, or you just use whatever. You can't just
The Quran says Allah created fruits of every kind.
Wow. You gotta become a teacher over here.
Yes, but like even if you're hermaphrodite and say like you reproduce within yourself, like it's still like a male and female parts to reproduce and make something. Like you can't just like have only one or have like a third one. Like there's no
Exactly. Wow.
single. And so like you need those two parts, like whether it's within one organism or within it's two organisms.
Actually, yeah.
That's what we're doing at. That's everything.
Yes, you understand and see how simple it was for you.
Adding to the Quran. The Quran was not saying.
No, I was not using the Quran. I was just using context.
No, I'm saying, hey, he's acting like you're saving him, but the Quran did not say all what you just said.
Bro, listen, first of all, I don't believe like she's saving me like that. That's what I'm saying. To you, this is just like a problem.
Nah, she did low-key save him.
But anyways, look, she's the first person that agreed with me, and she wasn't like you.
Other guy was helping you too, bro.
You would not agree with a person even if you shoot right in front of you. You're the type of person, but if you was to see an angel right now, you would probably still not believe.
Yeah, wait, what about what I said was incorrect that you
Huh?
No, I mean then the ones that who are disagreeing or saying like, oh, you're disagreeing with me or whatever. Like, why do they think what I said is wrong?
Well, I don't think the Quran is saying that.
No, I didn't say about the Quran. You're just coming for a Quran perspective. This is what I'm getting.
I'm saying that the Quran makes many different false claims. One of which is that every fruit comes in pairs. But there's many other errors in the Quran as well.
Okay, I want to see the part where you're talking about fruits.
What about where the Quran says God doesn't have a son? That's pretty crazy.
Okay, first of all, we believe God, there's nothing compared to, nothing like him in this world. Nothing.
There's nothing like him, so how do you know anything about him? There's nothing like him.
Okay, so we know the things that we do know about him is from the revelations.
Okay, is the content of the revelation like him?
Huh?
Is the content of the revelation like him?
What do you mean?
Do you know what the word content means?
Content?
Yeah.
Like the stuff like the thing about him? Like the thing about him?
No. The thing of like when you say revelation, there's information in it. Is the information like God in any way?
No.
Okay, if it's not, then none of the information is right. Understanding of God is not reflect God. Right? It's nothing like it. So you don't know God.
Okay, so what do you mean like it's not like what you trying to say like they have the same, they have like this?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, I mean, that's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying because the way you're saying is like they have like the same DNA or something.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No. Okay. But do you think that when you talk about a person, the content of your words is similar to the person you're trying to describe? It is, right? Because when you say he has brown hair, that content is describing him in that it's accurate and similar to what his actual description is. So when you say you know something about God, you're saying that because there's an actual description which is reflected in the set of given words. But you're saying no, there is no such description that can possibly be contained in any set of words. Therefore, you can't understand any kind of description because it can't be communicated to you through words.
words of Allah. Okay?
So what was the consistent message throughout the Old and New Testament? Words of Islam. Was it one God?
Worshipping one God.
Okay. So then why is it then you guys have to say worship one God and the messenger? When I thought the message was just one God.
No. We don't look. This the thing. We never said it was one message. Literally, it was 4 books all together that were brought down. And the only one that is not altered till today is that one. That book.
Why is the Quran unaltered?
Because God is going to protect that. God is
God protect that.
Why would you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures?
Okay, so listen, we believe so. Jesus, he was sent to the Jews. Okay? So
Was he Jewish or was he Muslim?
But Muslim, yeah, he did submit his will to God, yes. That's what a Muslim
But he
is.
was sent to the Jews. How could he be a Muslim?
What do you mean? What's wrong with you being sent to Jews? What do you mean? At that time, there wasn't no Muhammad. So at that time, I would be believing in Jesus.
Why is Allah preserving the Quran, but Allah didn't want to preserve the ancient Torah?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That because that the Jews, I'm not Jews, but Jesus, he was sent to only the Jews, okay? So I know your question is why do you guys believe that was altered? So I'm trying to so let me learn it though.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why was the Quran not altered, just like the rest of the books?
Oh, okay. So the Quran was altered because there were people were memorizing it.
Why would memorizing
This
it
that time?
And another thing is
memorize? Why would memorizing it stop it from being?
Okay, so listen. So we believe at the time of Prophet Muhammad, at the time he was alive,
I know
everything that he was speaking about, everything that he revealed was written and compiled into a book.
So it can't be corrupted.
At that time, so and then it was multiple people at that time that accepted it, that were making books and
So you're saying?
Yo, chef, let him finish, bro. Let him get the full line out.
So you're saying the reason it's not corrupt is because multiple people wrote it down.
and multiple people remember it, yes.
Okay. So wait, why is that not true of the Bible also?
Because the Bible already, from the automatically speaking, it's automatically being transmitted from one language to another.
Wait. How do you know the Bible wasn't originally written by multiple people?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
No,
that
you're
it was.
saying for something to be corrupted, there's this necessary condition that it was both not memorized and not written down at the same time. I'm saying, why is that not true of the Christians? Why is it true that the Christians were memorizing it?
That's first of all, that's not what I was trying to say.
You're saying that is what they were doing. I'm saying prove it.
Okay, first of all, that's not what I was trying to say. You just put that in my mouth the first thing.
We're trying to draw a distinction between how we know a certain book is corrupted and how we know a certain book is not corrupted.
I understand what you're saying.
To discern that the Quran is not corrupted because the Quran was.
Let me just do something, bro. Can I say it, bro?
Everyone, wait. Chef, you're speaking like 10 times more than the person you're interviewing. So just take a note of that.
Thank you, brother Matt. Yeah, so with that being said, the Bible, it came down in what language? Aramaic and Greek, right? So translated, there are already errors and changes in concept. You get what I'm saying? That's just one way.
Why isn't Geo a Greek word?
Okay, so
Why
wait,
is
so,
it
so
not?
wait.
Hold on, chill out, chef. Give me 1 second, chef. Chill. Stop being so chill, man. No, if the Injil you're saying is in Aramaic, it's supposed to be in Aramaic. Why use a Greek word? Why not use an Aramaic word for good news? Why use evangelion? Like the Torah is Hebrew. The Quran is Arabic. You're saying the original language of Jesus is Aramaic. So why use a Greek word, evangelion, Injil, to say the good news? Why not use an Aramaic word? Really simple.
I don't
And
know
you're,
what
and
you're
you're
saying,
just gonna say you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying, what are you trying to get at? Like, I don't
Are you
understand.
serious? I'm gonna say it again really slow. Really, really slow. So,
So, hey, remember how you said, oh, the Bible has errors. So we know, because it has errors, it wasn't written down or memorized.
What the heck happened? Was that assassination?
Yeah, assassination. But this is the point, okay? Let's say it's true that we know the Bible has errors. How do we know it's true that the Bible wasn't memorized and written down like the Quran was?
So look, so you don't let me finish with that, right? So
I did.
first of all, no, you didn't let me finish. I only told you one aspect of why there's errors, because it's being translated from one religion to another. And the second thing is, and the second thing is that the Bible was only compiled 50,000, 100 years after Jesus. Okay?
50,000 is a long time.
No, I didn't say 50. I said 50 years to 100 years.
So, this is the point.
That's the second.
This is the point. I'm saying, how do you know that? So let's say the earliest manuscripts we have, you're right, 50 to 100 years, or even 200 years later. How do you know there wasn't originally a manuscript which was written down and was memorized?
Now look. I'm saying it's just not available. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I got you. So this is the confusion I made. You're not understanding, right? So I'm clarifying for you. The Quran you're saying we know is not corrupted because it's one written down by a bunch of people and two memorized by a bunch of people. Okay? I'm saying, how do you know those two things are also true of the Bible, the Torah, and the Zabur? And you saying it's corrupted doesn't give me a reason to believe that's not true of all those other books. It only makes me believe that the Quran, like those other books, should also be corrupted.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. The difference, I'm trying to tell you the difference. I already told you, so I don't know how much time I have.
Are you saying that because the Quran has no error, that's the difference? Is that what you're saying?
No. There isn't no error. I'm telling you the reason, because it was compiled while he was still alive. So from that time on, there are people literally that are from his lineage that are still alive to this day that believe in him. And that memorize the Quran.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Okay, so tell me what you think I'm saying and what you think that response to.
I'm just saying that you're saying basically why can't the Quran be aired, right?
No, I'm not talking about errors, bro. I'm talking about preservation. Because it can have zero errors.
Exactly.
But it can have zero errors and be perfectly preserved. Or it could
Yeah, okay. get what you're saying. That's what I was trying to say. Okay.
So so I don't care about errors. I'm just talking about preservation. The way you know the Quran is preserved is because people memorized it and wrote it down.
Yeah.
How do you know the same isn't true for the first 3 books that got corrupted before the Quran?
Okay, so like I said, right, it's because there isn't nobody who compiled any books or stuff that Jesus said that was there and compiled it.
That's what I'm saying.
What version of the Quran are you talking about?
No, okay, because you know how I know? Because if that was the case, there will literally be people now that would tell you, yeah, I came from Jesus. I came from Jesus. Jesus is my great.
What?
Wow. That's a very valid reaction.
No, okay, so look, so this is what I'm trying to say, right? So with Muhammad, right, peace be upon him, right? There are people now
We don't believe Jesus is our grandfather.
Huh?
That's what you're trying to say?
That sounds like an adopted version of
No, I didn't say.
Israelites, like but Islam. Like
Yeah, I didn't say
Islam
anything.
versus
I didn't say anything about that.
That's what it sounds like.
I didn't say anything about that.
No, I didn't. And what you're describing sounds like an adopted version. Okay.
Right, just give me a second, okay? You're going around in circles here, right? So, the reason we know that the Bible's corrupted, or not preserved exactly, is because there's 5,600 old manuscripts and they're all different. That's for the Quran. So, I'm finished. It doesn't make sense. Right, can I speak? It's the first time I've said anything that cut me off. You cut me off.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about your point, but let me finish. I've told you, Chef, you're talking.
Right, hang on, Chris.
Hey,
Can I speak?
I've been talking less.
If you've been speaking all this time, it's the first time I've opened my mouth and you cut me off. Right.
You talk, he doesn't address you.
As for the Quran, right, there were loads of different copies of the Quran. They destroyed them all.
Okay, so the copies that were destroyed, right, were like Bibles that were ripped up, certain chapters were ripped up, certain chapters were finished, and stuff like that. It wasn't destroyed because there were errors and stuff like that in it.
What version are you telling us is the correct one?
What? The Quran?
Yes.
All of them.
But there are
What do you mean all of them?
like in the book of Maccabees, it says that the Romans were destroying the Torah and stuff. So the Bible's been destroyed too. Obviously not. I see some Christians were destroyed. That's not something that's unique to Islam. Christian, Muslims, Jews.
Perfectly said.
They are.
So how can you be so confident that you are testing is the correct version of
Because just because the original older manuscripts got destroyed doesn't mean the contents were preserved in the lesser ones. So
Yeah, but look
because of
though.
something called mass transmission, it's the same principle. The Quran is preserved because
So
a
what
large
is the
community of people preserves the contents, whether in their minds or on, like materials or whatever. And so same thing with the Bible. If the original materials that the contents were stored on are destroyed, doesn't matter because we have the copies. It's the same
Okay,
thing.
so there you can find literally Christian scholars that tell you that there's certain things about the Bible that they don't even believe in. They do believe that there are errors and misconceptions certain things. How? But you gotta understand. Okay, so listen. No. What do you mean I'm not arguing? I'm just saying, show me the facts. Okay, so you're saying a person that's a scholar in the religion is wrong. Okay, what gives you that basis to speak about that?
Bro, you think a different God created me and that's all you think he can think of?
No.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the same world and I'm offered the same facts, why can't I use my brain to come to a different conclusion and be right and then be mistaken?
Okay, because one person was literally studying it what?
I read. I
No,
can't.
I'm talking
I
about
gotta be a professor to read books.
bro. That's all I'm saying to you. It's if a person, it's like if a person's a chemist, right? And you come and then he asks you, oh yeah, you have all these tools, do whatever you can. That doesn't mean you're gonna do it the same way or the correct way, like this person who's a physician, a chemist is gonna do it. You get that?
I zoned out. You gotta back it up. What are you talking about?
Okay. I was trying to give you an example. If a person is a chemist, right?
Yeah, but what's the example?
About what you were saying, bro.
Forgot what I was saying. Did you forget what I was saying too? Yeah. Looks like
Yeah, man. Rain was at the end of the day, man. But yeah, but then you know me, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. If I don't know something about the Quran, right, or something, I don't have the right to think. I'm gonna say I don't know because there's parts that I probably can't remember. You know what I mean? I'm not like those people that have an answer for everything. If there's something that I don't understand, I don't know. Then I'll look it up and then I read about it. Okay, but that or maybe I don't remember that. But that
Did you
doesn't.
grow up with the Quran, or is this something that you found later in life and you're like, nah?
Yeah. But then I was the type of person that I wanted to learn about all the religions.
You did grow up with it or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I grew up in America. I wasn't studying or nothing like that. Like I wanted to find my own way. So this is one thing people don't know. The Quran literally tells you, God literally tells you, go to those the books, those other books, the people of the book, and then go read about it. Go to all these religions, whatever you think is correct.
What do you think
Let me
about
finish.
Muhammad's marrying
Let
an 11-year-old and
Let me finish real quick.
be your wife?
Let me just finish what I'm trying to say.
Would you marry an 9-year-old? Yeah, finish it then.
Bro.
Finish it then.
Yeah, fuck it, but go ahead. What'd you say?
I said, would you marry an 9-year-old?
Okay, first of all, I would not marry a 9-year-old. Second of all,
you think you're better than the prophet or something?
No, listen. You have to understand the concept and at one time, what was the moral norms, right? Because
I thought Muhammad is a role model for all generations according to the Quran. So is it only for some generations? Like
no, but
there's only a role model also for So when he got jiggy with a little girl, he was a role model for some generations or all generations.
Okay, so listen, right? Okay, if you want to say that, right? How old was Mary in the Bible when she became pregnant?
Why you shift? It's like you're scared of it. I'll answer though. So,
She wasn't 9.
I'll answer.
What do you mean? I asked you the same thing.
I'm gonna tell
What's
you.
wrong with you?
Wait, I'll tell you, bro. It's like, okay. She was at the very minimum at least 15 years old. It's impossible, in my belief, for her to be lower than 15. Okay. So you can do it, and I think she was older, but that's definitely
No, she was 12 years old.
okay. Prove she was 12 years, because I can give you good reason to believe she was definitely over 15. So give me
She was 12
okay.
years
So
old.
according to what was she 12? Yeah, you ever heard book chapter verse?
But the verse,
Book chapter verse.
it says, okay, the early Christian tradition, the proto-evangelium of James.
That's not a early
suggests
Christian tradition.
What do you mean?
That's not a. That's a heretical tradition. That's what that is.
It literally says early Christian traditions, my dude.
Well, I don't care what words someone else put above that text. It's got nothing to do with Jesus.
What What do you mean, bro? That's literally, how does it have anything to do with Jesus? That's his mother.
Yeah, Mary's his mother, but what it's saying about his mother is not actually about his mother because it's wrong.
Yeah, so, okay, whatever. You can say whatever.
Well,
Like, I have facts. I have facts. No, no, if you're not trying to accept it, I just told you, like, you know, what can I do?
You're saying it's Christian. I'm saying it's not. Proof is Christian.
What's Christian? What I was just telling you?
Oh, Evangelina James.
What do you mean, prove to me? It's literally from the Bible.
Bro. You can't even say that name. No, it's not. The portal of Evangelina James is not in the Bible. If it is,
So what are they using?
bullshit.
Like, so how's it bullshit, my dude? Okay, so where do you,
That's
so
not
where,
true.
how do you know she's not that age? How do you know she's not that age?
Okay, because there's something called the Dastagir, and it's not like an infallible rule of faith or something, but it's the legal code that the church used for 1,000 years, and it's the church established by Christ. And in this book, it says that at minimum for a woman to be married, she must be at least 15. At least if, and that's if she's sufficiently mature. Okay, so
So she was 15, she has to be 15, you said, or 16?
yeah, around there.
How about 14?
No,
Okay, then how about 9?
bro. If I said no to 14, what do you think I'm saying that? You think I'm gonna change my answer when you go lower?
Okay. Okay. Why, how old was Rebecca when she got married?
Bro, she was not 3, bro. Man, okay, look. If you just
Exactly, you are right, it was 3. Perfect.
no, I said she was not 3.
Perfect.
What?
I thought it was...
Watch. What in the text makes you think she was 3?
They literally say that about in certain,
it says an age. What implies that she wasn't mature?
oh, but that doesn't matter. We're not saying mature or nothing like that. We're talking about age.
Yeah, age, bro. Okay, fine. What implies a young age since you don't want to use the word mature? What
Bro,
implies
so you accept that though, right?
that she's 3? No, I'm saying she's not 3. What implies that she was a young age? Nothing there implies that she was a young age. Actually, everything there would imply she's older.
What?
Everything there would imply she's of an older age. Her Hebrew's not like broken up. She's speaking proper fluent Hebrew. Okay, she's going, talking to David, like, you know, she's a woman. She's offering him things. She's getting heavy buckets of water, bringing it to him, you know, acting as a servant. Like, she's acting like a grown woman. So what
Just because you was bringing water?
Well, it was pretty heavy, and she was speaking fluent Hebrew. How many 3-year-olds you know that can speak fluent Hebrew and carry 60 kilos of water, bro? And like, if you read it, like the way she was carrying after, was it David? No.
Well, who she was married to?
Who was it?
Isaac.
It was Isaac. You're right. Yeah, but the way she was taking care of Isaac, you know, I've never heard no 3-year-old talking.
Okay, but this is, you know, this is what they say about all I'm saying, bro. You know, some classic.
You know who said that? The fucking Jews, bro. Here's what they say.
Okay, it doesn't matter though.
They can't. Okay, if I quoted you what a Shia is saying about your religion, are you didn't care? No, you're not.
No, but this is your Bible.
Okay, this
bro.
is
your
yours.
Bible.
No, it's not my Bible. My Bible is okay. If it's my Bible, show me where my Bible says that.
Bro, you literally believe that the Jews are the chosen people of the world, right?
No, they're not.
How? It says that in the Bible.
Okay. They're chosen. How are they chosen?
In the Bible, doesn't it say that?
How are they chosen?
Okay, you want me to give give you verses in the Bible where it says that?
Fine, they're chosen. How are they chosen? What do you mean by that?
I'm gonna give you a verse. I'm about to read you out.
No, you're not understanding.
It's okay. Yes or no? Does it say?
So when you say someone's chosen, that means there's a reason. You're saying they're chosen for what? For what are they chosen for?
They are called the chosen people
For what?
of the world.
For what? Chosen for what? What are they chosen
Man,
for?
that's all I know. That's what they
I'll
say.
tell you. They're chosen by God. Okay? Who's chosen by God? According to Scripture, man.
We ask him.
You're asking you who's chosen.
What?
It's those who believe in Jesus. It's those who believe in God. So, and even in Exodus 12, it says, before Jesus even came, if someone came and practiced the ceremony with the Jews, they too should be treated as native to the land. So they too would be treated as chosen.
Okay, it says right here.
So that has nothing to do with a race, is what I'm saying, bro. It has
Okay,
to do
so
with
listen. Yes, it was those people at the time. Specifically.
No, I'm saying even before Jesus came, it was people who weren't descended from Jacob being treated like Jews.
No. Okay, how about in Deuteronomy where it says, "For you are a people holy to the Lord your God." The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. And here it says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen you and not cast you off." Okay. You.
Yes. So what makes you think over there it's talking about like their flesh or their physical lineage instead of the spiritual covenant they have with God? Because keep in mind, if the relevant context is their behavior and their faith, what makes you think it's anything other than their relationship with God to be chosen? The covenant with Abraham was established. Keep in mind, he didn't even have a specific race, bro. He was from Chaldea. He was mixed with a bunch of different stuff. He was chosen not because of his race, not because of anything other than his faith. Chosen because of what? He did because of his works too. He was chosen because of his faith. That's why all people are chosen. So if the Jews are faithless people, no, they're not chosen.
Okay, where it says right here, Romans, it says Paul lists privileges of Israel. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of law, the worship, and promises. Okay, so Paul is saying this. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenant.
What is he talking about?
Huh? He's talking about the Israelite Jews.
Oh, he's talking about physical Jews.
Yes.
Wait, I'm trying to say. Let me see the verse.
Okay, look at Romans 9:4.
Yeah, so this is not talking about their flesh. You want to tell you why? You want to watch? It is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all those descended from Israel are Israelites, and not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, but it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you. So literally right after it tells you the people that are actually Israelites aren't just people who descended from Israel. It's people who are actually part of the covenant. That's what an actual Israelite is.
Exactly, because they became the chosen people because of that covenant.
Okay, so are the Gentiles a part of that covenant?
No.
Do you remember?
Do you think that distinction is ethnic or a belief system?
nations shall stream to it. Many people shall come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the instruction of the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So saying the word is going to go out from this place, and all the nations through this word
Coming right back.
go into the house of Jacob. That was fun though.
I say it again, my bad.
Yeah, I was saying Isaiah 2 verses 2 to 3 says that all the Gentiles on their judgment that were left are going to go to the house of Jacob, go into the house. And so this means the Gentiles are going to be in the house of Jacob. They're going to be in that covenant with them. Okay? So that means if the covenant, what this being said in Romans 9 is that true Israelites are people of the covenant, and Paul is speaking to the Israelites who are the true Israelites. That means he's speaking to also the Gentiles who are part of that covenant. You know what I'm saying, bro? I was trying to give you homework. Nobody's trying to be. That is, this is as far as y'all know. Oh,
You know, I don't understand your case for Mary being 15 and a virgin means a young girl. Why do you say she's 15?
I didn't say she's 15. I said she's older.
She says she's no less than 15. How can you say that with such confidence when the word virgin literally means a young girl?
Are you talking about Oma?
You say the word virgin?
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying the word virgin doesn't always mean
So what does it mean then?
have not had sex. But I do believe Mary was a young girl. Yeah. So if that's what
So
you
you have
should
the
have
evidence
to
that
do,
she's a young girl, so why do you pin her at only older than 15?
because I think, well, actually, I don't think I'm using young girl in the same sense. I think in the relevant sense she was a woman, but I think that she was young, so still call her a young girl. I think
Like
she
not
was
have sex, but still able to bear children or raising them.
well, not just bearing like she was sufficiently bodily able for the bearing of children, raising of children, taking care of the family.
Yeah, but hold on. When are you sufficiently ready for bearing a child? What age are you sufficiently ready to bear a child?
I don't think it's a specific age.
Any of the ladies want to answer that back then?
It's not a specific age.
What is the typical sign of somebody being ready to bear a child?
Puberty. There's multiple.
Okay,
Puberty.
you said puberty. Thank you. Okay, so at what age were people getting puberty at?
Exactly. It changes, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. So, but I know you just came in,
They were
but
probably getting,
me and him was already speaking about
they
it.
were getting puberty most likely later.
No, they were getting it younger, man. You have to understand, bro.
Hold on.
At that,
He says later. He says if he makes it later, give him an opportunity to live later. Why? Where does he get his strength from? What's back in the state? I'll take that. If it's later, what's the evidence?
Well, the things that contribute to an increased rate of development or precocious puberty, the things that contribute to precocious puberty are usually things like improved childhood health that those are the conditions that are more prevalent today, then it's gonna, since the conditions that speed it up are more prevalent, then those conditions, since they're more prevalent, are gonna speed it up.
Okay. I don't know if that's the case. Somebody look it up.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna hold you. It sounds good though. It sounds correct. It sounds correct. So I'm not making it sound wrong.
Yeah, one thing about him, I give it up to him, he make it sound good. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's all rhetoric, bro.
He put some sauce on it too.
I just think somebody can look up what causes puberty.
I'm gonna pull up the specific.
Yeah, one where it says psychosocial stress.
Oh, so the more stressed out you are.
Yeah, family conflict. Yeah, bacteria. Yeah, has been
More stressed out. Would you be more stressed out in the 20th century? Or
Wait, that would make it slow. That would make you faster.
You said stress makes it come later. Or they say stress makes it come faster.
Yeah, no, it makes you hit puberty faster.
Okay, so if it makes it hit puberty faster, I would say people in ancient times were more stressed out.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Of course.
You fucking lie.
No.
Stress does not make you.
So are you trying to say?
So this is what Loughborough University. I'm gonna read the AI.
No, hold on.
Stress increases cortisol levels, which inhibits the production of growth hormones, leading to reduced height and slower skeleton.
No, but we're talking about the period of a woman.
I just looked up, does it stunt growth? Let me look up period specifically.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking of.
I just read it to you, man.
Yeah, you're saying that it makes it speed it up, right? That
Yeah.
More stress speeds it up.
That's bullshit.
So do you think that people back then were more or less stressed than people are today? That's what I would answer. Before we even move on.
Right, you're not come on here and say the same thing again. Yeah, at the end of the day, bro,
Yeah,
it makes sense, bro. You have to understand at a time.
So hold on. So we're not gonna answer the question that's on the board. I just heard you sit here for 20, 30 minutes and go through mediating this man, asking all types of stuff. And now it's your turn to do it. Now it's move on. You're not even acknowledging.
I wasn't moving on. I looked it up. It says chronic stress does commonly cause early puberty, but it's not like crazy studies. So this is the thing.
Okay, so you just said I was wrong.
Yeah, they do a lot, but Google agrees with you. But this is the thing. It's still true that hold on. It's still true that conditions which contribute to earlier puberty are present now. So maybe you can make an argument that it might even be kind of similar, since you have all these things that speed it up and all these things that.
Okay, so look, now you're trying to say similar. Bro, so all I'll say is, right, it doesn't look, so at that time, people were going to war. Life wasn't easy. You know what I mean? So they reached puberty faster.
Yeah, but this is the other problem. Okay.
And
even if it's true that they're reaching puberty earlier, that doesn't mean it's sufficient for them to have kids or have a family.
But I'm asking you where you got 15 from. That's more so what I'm asking.
I got that from a civil code in my church.
So you got it from a civil code in your church that dates back to when?
1100 or something.
1100, and we're talking about something that happened at year 4 BC.
Yeah, but I'm saying the church is the source of divine revelation, and so if the church is guiding the people by means of the civil law, and the civil law says 15, I
where did the dude I was talking to? Did he,
Like what?
did he
If
just
you're
leave?
talking about other traditions, I mean,
No, not other traditions, just like people simply taking on young maidens who are under the age of 15.
how does that contradict my position?
Because you're using that something that was said in the 1100s to claim reality on something that happened in 4 BC.
Yeah, that's what Jesus
earlier.
says. That's what Jesus says.
What does Jesus say? Jesus said that you have to be 15 to get married.
In a sense, yeah, you could say
Okay,
that.
so
That
tell me where you said
in that, if it's true, then it's from Jesus.
Bro, it doesn't say that anywhere, bro. Why do you just like making up dates?
The stretch, bro. This is the stretch. It's not
The Bible, I mean, Jesus never said anywhere in the
What,
Bible.
look, this is like, what is in contention specific?
Is your claim that Mary was 15 or older when she
Yeah,
had Jesus?
and you're saying there's something, you're saying there's evidence that goes against that.
No, I'm asking you for your evidence, and I'm attacking your evidence. And right now, your evidence is very flimsy.
Okay, so let's see what the Bible says about marriage. Let's go to John 16.
You should have went to the Bible in the first place. You went to your church.
Exactly. You was speaking like you already had
Oh,
evidence.
you think I'm not about to go right back to my church? Watch how fast we go right back to my church. And about righteousness, because I'm going to the Father, and you will see me no longer. About judgment, because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth. For he will not speak on his own, but he will speak whatever he hears, and he will declare to you the things that are to come. So Jesus is saying, other than what he said on earth, he's going to continue saying things.
What the heck? Where did you get that from, bro?
That's what I just read.
Okay, that doesn't make sense.
But even when you say that, the context of that is speaking about things in the future. It doesn't say anything about
It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, what is the future he's talking about?
Bro,
It's
you
not the
literally...
future of whether Mary was 15 or not. That's for sure. When we talked about that,
I know.
You know what's crazy? I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. I actually definitely agree with you. And I'm against this whole. I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. But your evidence is so flimsy.
What is my evidence? You haven't even understood the argument I'm saying.
I've plenty of understood it like that. Listen here for 30 minutes.
Exactly.
I was in the group.
So
That's like, you don't have to bring it back. You don't have to bring it back, bro.
So what am I saying about John 16?
You don't have to repeat it.
Hold on, big. What am I saying about John 16?
You're trying to use that to give validation to
What
your
am I
church.
saying about it?
Okay, so this is what you said.
You're using that to validate your position
I know I'm using it as an argument, man, but I'm
in regards to your church. And you're using it as evidence to give credence to the validation of your church saying that in other verses.
That's obvious. That's
No,
obvious.
the thing he just said.
Hold on, chill, bro. Chill. Because this I want to talk shit. Okay, so we can debate, bro.
I'm not talking shit.
What is the move I'm making with John 16? When I'm pointing to the contents of John 16, what about John 16?
What's the move?
What
What's the move
about
you making?
John
Because I've already said that.
Come on, bro.
So you tell me the deeper meaning. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Alright, say it to the obvious. Go ahead.
Bro, you're saying go ahead, but at least let's come on now.
Yo, I'm getting too angry for you to talk about
I'm telling him to calm down, bro.
What is it you're agreeing with, Leslie?
Fucking tell her arms when nobody argues.
What is it that you're agreeing with, Leslie? When I read John 16. You don't even know? Okay, I'll reread it. About justice because I'm going to the Father. See you no longer. About judgment because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have many things to say to you. So Jesus is saying, other than his earthly ministry, he has more to say. Right? You agree with that?
Listen,
That's not.
all I'm trying to say, that does not make sense.
That's not. I'm not talking to you. That's not.
I've already answered that.
Yes.
I've already answered that. I said nowhere in there does it entail that what's going to come in the future is a commentary on what's going on in the past.
Okay. So what is it that comes in the future? That's not.
It would be information about the future.
says he wants to say it now, but they can't.
But he said that people won't understand.
Okay, if so, if it's
So you don't
only
think people understand? So you don't think
if
people
he's
understand?
only speaking about the future, what is the relevance of him saying it now?
My whole point is he's not speaking about the past. Correction. He's not speaking about the past. Just to make a quick correction.
How do you know he's not
Hey, let me say one thing. Let me say one thing real quick.
How do you know when he continues his speech, he will not speak about the past?
How do you know that he will?
Bro, you guys changed the subject, bro. All I want to know was the last time. Are you the one that I was talking to?
Continue speaking, and this continued speech is the speech of the church. Or, sorry, the speech of the Holy Spirit of the church. That's the continuous.
Bro, last time was I talking to you the whole time?
No, you weren't.
Oh, so that it wasn't you the one that said that, like how the whole concept started about would you marry a 9-year-old?
No, that was Chef.
Oh,
I listened
that's
to
what I got
Chef
confused.
talk. Yeah, I listened to you and Chef talk, but I actually agree with Chef. I just think the evidence that he had was
Chef was the one that said that, you said?
yeah.
Bro, I hate when.
No, it wasn't Chef that said that, bro.
It was Chef. I was solidified that shit, bro.
Hey, Chef, was that you?
For sure, Chef. I was in the cool listening to you on the back and
That
forth.
was me. That was me saying it.
I've been listening for a minute. I've been here for like 30 minutes listening to y'all go back and forth.
What? Man, I think I played with you, man.
No, I'm serious, bro. I was literally in the group. I've been listening to you guys.
Whatever.
When I came on, Chef was like, yo, there's nobody that wants to debate. So I brought up the marriage thing.
The point is, there's a continued speech of Jesus, according to John 16. I don't know where you're getting that it's not about the past. So if we know there's a continued speech, now the question is, Jesus promised it, so where is it? And then we look, we could, maybe say it's Paul's letters, but then that falls short because Paul's letters also say that there's a tradition given with the scripture. So if what the Holy Spirit is speaking, if what John 16 is speaking of is in fact Paul's letters and what was given to Paul, then that also includes the oral tradition that Paul transmitted.
Bro, how did we get to this concept, man? I want to
Because
know. I want to know.
Because Paul in second Thessalonians 2:15 says that what he gives along with the scripture is an oral tradition. So if it's true that that the continuity of Christ's words is the letters of Paul, then it also must be true that it's the oral traditions of Paul. And if it's the oral traditions of Paul, then it's the church. And if it's the church, then it's what I cited.
Okay, so the verse is, we was trying to figure out where whoever said it that Mary, Jesus said that only a person that's above the age of 15. A woman can only get married if she's above the age of 15.
Yeah,
Did
so
you say that?
I explained it earlier. It's not an infallible statement or something like that. I'm saying it's a civil ruling that my church used. And because my church used it, I find it reasonable to believe that this is the minimum age for a woman to be mature.
Yeah, okay, we're not following your church on that. You said Jesus, my
But
dog.
I'm justifying it to Christ. I'm showing Christ agrees with my church.
Okay, where the Christ doesn't say that.
Yes, he does, and I quoted it to you.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with women and doesn't. Okay, so by you just reading that, by you just reading it, it just doesn't pop up in your head. Oh, so a woman should get married at the age of 15. Come on, bro.
No, that's
Where
what
do you
it
get that
says.
specific number from?
The law says 15.
Oh, the law in America, right?
No, the law that I'm quoting from says 15.
Where did it say that?
It's in.
I'm gonna read the same thing.
I know. I'm quoting you. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, long story short, bro, that was at that time when Prophet Muhammad married her. That was the norms at that time, and some of the scholars even say that she was really 17 years old. Yeah, so when people start saying that, but your religion,
I'll put it in the chat.
then are you, a Jew?
My boy, if I'm saying church, what makes you think I'm a fucking Jew?
Shit, don't Jews say church too?
Now they say synagogue, temple.
Oh, God. Beats me.
This shit good.
Medieval word for you, funeral or Lord. What the, this is what your church believes?
No, it's no, bro. It's not like a theological thing. That's about like how people should behave. So, I mean, you see, it says law code. That's literally what does that.
What the heck? So you don't follow the law code of the Bible, but you follow this?
Bro, you're not listening. Listen, there's writings about our beliefs. There's writings about our behaviors. Sometimes when people quote Aquinas, they're quoting people writing about our beliefs. When I'm quoting this is people talking about how we should behave. Okay, bro. So it says in our behavior we shouldn't have sex with 15-year-olds. That's what's
Okay, bro, that's not the Bible, bro. So take that back to wherever you got
okay,
from.
but the Bible confirms this.
No, yeah. Take that back to wherever you got from.
I'm showing you how the Bible confirms it.
Take it back to the scraps you got it from. We're talking about the Bible, my dude.
I gotta
The,
give it up.
the Quran.
You want me to give it back to
You're trying to find some. Okay,
I don't think he wants it back.
next time when I start saying something, I'm gonna just start bringing stuff up from my history class.
Okay, so now can you tell me if you have sex with a 9-year-old?
Look, you know,
Oh, you already said no.
that's not the norms of the time we are in now.
Okay, so do you think right or wrong depends on what time it is?
No, but it's not about right
Okay,
or
so
wrong.
then it doesn't matter.
If a woman reaches maturity, yes. Listen.
Doesn't
If
matter
a-
when it was. You just said time doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter when it was. I'm saying when it
No,
was.
time.
You just said it doesn't matter.
No, I mean when it comes to, I said there are stuff that are norms to the public, the people.
So does
So
good and
if
bad
at that
matter?
time, I probably would if it was normal and everybody was doing it.
Is it good or bad though?
It's not bad if she physically reached full puberty. And no,
Okay, so what about the 2-year-old girl in Germany who hit puberty? Would you have sex with her at that time? If
a
it was
2-year-old can't hit puberty, bro. Come on, bro.
Yes, they can.
Now you just want to start saying shit. Huh?
Yep, there's a 2-year-old girl in Germany a couple years ago who hit puberty.
Well, show me the facts, bro. Now you just, bro. How can I even debate with you, bro?
Girl that hit puberty. Let's see. First thing that pops up. Oh, look.
Bro, stop telling me shit, stuff about that. Mechatal Gash. Whatever that shit said, law code. Mechatal Gash. Bush.
What is wrong with you, bro?
You know what I'm saying? Don't give me that because I don't take any of that as facts. Chef, bro, at the end of the day, look, listen, it seemed like to me, man, you want to accept the religion. So, I'm going to accept my Muslim brothers and sisters to their house. Just give me their address. They're going to come.
Bro, they're gonna come and kill me.
Maybe to the religion a little bit more.
If I gave you my address, the Muslims would come and fucking kill me.
Why?
Because I'll be blasphemy, bro. They don't like that.
Listen, but they're cool people. Trust me, we're good.
No, they're not. Dude,
You're good. This is my peoples, man.
bro, they have doxed me. They have tried to track me down. If they found out where I live, they'd kill me, bro.
Who's trying to track you down? Muslims?
No, they did.
What?
Yeah, they doxed me. They got my
act like, bro, you're in fucking Babylon or some shit.
Yeah, man, if I started giving it out like that, bro. Yeah, man, I actually can't find
Yeah,
it.
man. So look, so I'm gonna send some people out there that makes it seem like you want to accept Islam. So listen, let's start with this.
Hey, type
Ashhadu, ashhadu, say ashhadu.
You ever heard the story of what happened when Muhammad sent what's it called? What's that word, bro? When you send someone.
What do you mean send something?
I forgot the word. It says civilization 6, bro.
I mean, like, what do you mean? You send them somewhere?
No, you send someone to another country on your behalf to like say something for you, like join
Like a missionary type thing?
kind of something like that. Yeah, you know when Muhammad sent a missionary to Syria, you know what the Roman king did?
What?
Chopped his head off. Yeah, and then he actually got
What?
mad by the Muslims. Maybe I gotta rethink my plan.
Do you know what happened to the Muslim? I mean, the Roman Empire. They literally got crushed by. I'm talking about literally 10 to 1.
Oh, but you know,
Got their asses kicked.
You know what happened to the strongest Muslim empire though? They got their ass kicked.
The what?
Ottomans were the strongest Muslims and they got raped by Russians.
Who did?
The Ottomans.
Muslims? No, but we're talking about at Islam. Talking about that time. You're talking about certain people.
It was the Turks that destroyed Rome.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
the
Muslims.
Turks destroyed Rome and then Russia raped the Turks. And bro,
They raped the Turks.
Russia did the Turks worse than Turkey did Rome. Let's be honest.
Are you serious? Romans were killing, going around, doing all these things. So they got to a point where they were even saying, "Oh, I'm a Muslim. I believe in one God. Please don't kill me." They got to that point.
Oh, you were there. You heard him say.
But there's movies out here that would describe it in that manner. They would describe it in that manner. You see it.
We'll see a movie like that. Think that was actual war, bro. Like, bro, but you were like, damn, I didn't know they had cameras.
No, but really, the Quran tells us that because there was a story where one of the companions of the Prophet, when he was at war, that it was this man, he got on his knees, he's like, I believe in the one God. He took his sword and cut his head off. And then the Prophet heard about that. He said, why would you do that? He was just doing it just so I wouldn't kill him. And he said, doesn't matter. Anytime a Muslim says it, even if he's faking it, you gotta leave him alone and spare him. Because you don't know his heart.
Why you telling me this, bro?
What? I know you want to accept Islam, bro. Just get to the point. Okay. So you now say
Hey,
that.
you know, it's funny that you say that because you know I actually really like Islam. Like I don't know what it is about Islam, but I think it's like